Hello and welcome to the Traka 360 live stream. We're seeing images of the Capmine aid station. We'll go on live images in a couple of minutes. Just wanted to leave you this before so you can see the chaos that the aid stations are. And yeah, about today, we're starting at 10, so the rider's been on the course for a bit more than 4 hours. The women started at 6 and the men started at 5:50. So yeah, a couple of hours riding in the bike. A lot of things have happened. We will go with the direct images in a bit, but we've had a bit of crashes. Danny Shrosby has crashed, nothing serious. She's back on the bike. Stetina had a problem as well. He's chasing. So yeah, we'll go that and see a bit of the drama while following them live. We'll see the spectacular course. They're having a spectacular day. The weather is just perfect. It was a bit cold in the morning, how you wanted. And then it's gonna be pretty warm in the afternoon. So the part of the Cadaqués region and there is gonna be, they'll need to plan accordingly because they're gonna need a lot of water. We're gonna see some images of the video presentation. Yeah, this is Traka. This is Traka last year. You can see me there in the start. A little bit of drama. It's a long day, so a lot of things happen. This is the impressive start with the views of the climbs, the flats, all of what the Girona region has to offer. Big pelotons riding. It was a bit muddy last year, I think. We're not expecting as much mud this year. I think the riders will be happy with that. Maybe not everybody, but yeah. This is the last climb, Els Metges, that they'll need to go through today as well. And yeah, this is the Traka region. We have a couple of distances, the 100, the 200, the 360, and the Adventure, the 560. But we're gonna do the live streaming only for the 360 today. Yes, we're here in Fontajau, waiting for the riders to arrive. Still a couple of hours. We're gonna see them live. We'll be doing live streaming from 10 in the morning to, I think, around 7, 8 in the afternoon. We'll wait for the top women to arrive, to have them here in the stage to talk to us what's been going on, what happened on the day. We're getting images from the Park Fontajau at the moment, how it is, from the course. It's a pretty demanding course, 360 kilometers with more than 3,500 meters of altitude that they'll have to ride today. We're gonna go through a video presentation of what the Gravel Earth series is. Yeah, as we were saying, 360 kilometers await for these riders. They'll have 3 aid stations that they can stop, but also they have 3 aid stations that they can have external assistance and an extra water point because today is gonna be pretty warm and they're gonna need it. We're gonna see the course now in the map. So they started in Girona, got a bit of climb in La Mota, then a bit of flats before they go through the first aid station in Capmine. And from there on, they'll get some climbs, some of the first harder climbs that is gonna kind of where every year the race starts to get interesting. Then they'll go through the water points, a bit more flats in the Emporda region. with not much wind that they'll get today before they get to one of the craziest climbs called El Smeches. The descent is pretty rocky, and then they'll come back to Girona through some new part of the course that the organization has put on, and it's going to be a complete show for today. As we're seeing the images in the through the first aid station, Cap Mine, they went, nobody stopped in the normal aid station, and then they have their external assistance station that they'll go through in a moment. We're gonna show you the top men for today's race. Not how they're now, but the men that, the top 10 at the beginning of the race. It's Rob Britton, Mattia De Marchi, Griffin Easter, Chad Haga, Tobias Kongstedt, Lachlan Martin, Benjamin Perry, Peter Statina, and Simon Nordor. And in the women's side, we'll have Carolina Mignon, Mari Knott, Jerike Schreus, Sophia Sugar, Sarah Storm, Luis Valentin, Axel Duban-Prevot, Danny Shrosby, and Heather Jackson. We have the top 5 from last year present this year in the course, all of them wanting to win this race. So here, as we said, this is the external assistance where the riders have their team helping them out. Here's what their tactics. We can see some switching camel packs, some getting mechanical assistance, some getting water bottles. This is the most chaotic part of the course. We try to make it as fluid as possible, but there's always, oh, we see the rider on the left almost crashing with the people. Yeah, it's always, aid stations are always a show. Okay, we're gonna show you some images from what we saw this morning.
Última llamada, last call, please. 30 seconds.
Good morning, how are you feeling?
I'm ready to go. I had too much energy. I need to start moving.
How is the first hill gonna go?
I don't know. Hopefully not as last year when I chased back from the back of the pack. So I hope it's like slow and steady.
This year you were super close. It was still the end. Now they changed the finish. What do you think about this finish?
That was very mean. I thought the finish was hard enough last year.
Good morning, Dee. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm feeling all right. Yeah.
Which party are you gonna attend at the finish?
For my bed.
What do you want me to have for you at the finish line? A beer and pizza?
What are you most looking forward?
Probably like the last 5 hours where everyone's just cracked.
As you've seen here, the women had their own starts, the men had their own starts, so it's gonna be a fair play race. There's no drafting allowed between women and men. So yeah, it's a tactical race and it's gonna be different from last year. So we're expecting lots of attacks, lots of climbing, lots of drama. So now we're live, seeing the live images. The entrance to the first aid station. There's a bit of hesitation. They don't know if they should stop. This is the normal aid station, as we said. You have to go get your own water, your own food. So tactic-wise, if you want to be in the front, you cannot stop. You need your team to go and help you with water, with food, get you the camel pack, and yeah, that's some tactics. For the 360 today, we're gonna have 3 aid stations that external assistance aid station. Where tomorrow for the 200 race, there's only gonna be 1 aid station. So it's where tactics play. Okay, we're going to the front of the race, front of the men's race. We see a solo rider. Here are the drone images. We could see entering the town. We'll need to see a close-up to see who it is. As we said, it's a beautiful day here in Girona and all the Girona region. Perfect temperature in the morning. Getting a bit warmer, around 20-24 maximum today, and a bit of wind, but not the famous Tramontana wind that can be really decisive on this race. See the other rider. We're waiting for more images on the front, but well, we want to show you the spectacular gravel around the Girona region. You can see all the olive trees. There's a lot of apple vegetation as well, a lot of apples. Girona apples are pretty famous. And yeah, Empordà region. Surrounded by mountains, you have the sea. They almost see the sea today in the course. They'll go through some rivers. Some will be happy, some are not that happy. But yeah, it's Traka. It's an adventure. The route has a bit of everything, a bit of every kind of gravel that Girona has to offer. Technical gravel, a bit of single tracks, a bit of hard climbing, steep descents. Ooh, we just saw deer crossing. So I'm here at the studio with Peter Havoc. Yeah, really lucky to have him, or not lucky, because he was supposed to be on the course, on the 360 course today. But yeah, you had a crash. Tell me a bit about what happened.
Yeah, so I had a crash during the recon of the Traka 360, and yeah, you go out for recons to be safe during the race, but yeah, I had a little accident during this, back in the military zone after 140k, so the guys are almost there and the girls have to pass as well. I hope they all stay safe. I think yeah, Gerard took some good responsibility, put out some signs, so I think the part where I crashed in the washing board, everybody can go around. So let's say that's the positive side of the crash. Where we are now all aware where the dangerous point is. But yeah, now my scapular is broken, so I have to wait for a little bit more than 4 weeks to be back out on the bike.
Is it hard as a rider to see everybody on course and doing what you were supposed to do?
Yes, I think today it's fine because my teammates are out. I can help with the broadcasting, so I still feel part of it in a different way. So, but I get the vibe, I get the energy. So it's better than staying home and like only checking on your phone or doing nothing. It's amazing which vibe Traka is providing, and I still catch up with it. So I stay as positive as possible.
Tell us a bit about yourself and about your project and your team.
Maybe starting with myself because it walks in through to the team story as well. I started gravel racing in 2022. I started with the Traka. Like Traka was my first gravel race ever. I did the 200. I immediately fell in love, and I thought like, okay, I want to build something. So I started as a privateer for 1 year. Then the next year I was also privateer for classified, but we directly spoke about, hey, let's build a team with guys and women, and let's grow a team into the cycling world because it's possible. So the road teams are already doing it a little bit, the mountain bike teams. So why not we? And then after a first year solo, halfway to the year, Dan entered as a trainee, and the next year, we had a team with 5, and this year also a team with 5, and it feels good. It's nice to have a team around and to go on adventure and racing together.
Now we're back in the front. We can see the front of the field, of the men's field. You've done this part of the route.
Yes. This was my last recon I did. So we started then from Figueres. It's a lot of flat and fast tracks, and now they are actually hitting the first big hill zone of today. It will be followed with first steep climb. You can already see it in the background. We go all the way up there. It's a climb, I think 2.5K with percentages above 10%. So it's a really steep and heavy start. So the guys who push too hard will already feel their legs on this climb for sure. And then on top we enter the military zone. So it doesn't look that scary because it's not technical. It's like only a straight line for 4K, but it's really bumpy. There are some rock gardens. There are those speed bumps, the washouts. So I would say to everybody who is already watching, keep a close eye how the guys and the girls are handling this, because you still need quite a lot of skills for it. And directly when you're at the bottom again, I think the second longest climb starts all the way to Porta la Selva, and I think there we will see the first guys, or let's say the guys with good legs. I think they will show their first
every
first power
year
efforts.
that's the point where the first peloton it gets decided.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we will see this again. The first climb will be a little test, and the second climb, which follows up there, probably the big guns will collab together to at least make sure the group which is going out of this hilly zone will not be too big anymore. So they will, drop the guys who are who were probably already not pulling hard enough towards this hill zone. So I think we will, we'll see the first little battles.
What do you think the tactics of the team are? We see the two-door rider doing something with his phone.
I think he is now texting for. There's a feed zone. I think they just passed the feed zone. So. Hopefully he didn't forget something, or maybe he's already prepping something for the next feed zone, which is in front of the hardest and longest climb of the day. It's always a bit guessing what he is doing or what he needs.
Yeah, he's calling somebody for sure.
Yeah, maybe his girlfriend. Like for now, you already start to need some mental support because you're 4.5 hours in, and it means you have still a little less than 8 hours to go. Mental support can be helpful.
Yeah, we're getting some names. So Jonas Orset is in the front with Connor Sens, same time as Van Koppenel and Van de Broeken.
Yeah, yeah, that's really nice to see, of course, because personally for me, Arno is my teammate, so I'm really proud, yeah, that he's doing this well. Of course, it's still a long race, but I think being offensive here will get rewarded because in the back it's much more. Yeah, they go fast and they slow down again, so it's much more punchy. And if you're in the front, you can actually save energy by controlling your pace and yeah, being in control of the front group. So I think for him it's not a bad decision to be there, because now the bigger or the stronger guys need to cross or close the gap, and that will yeah, take some energy out of their legs for sure.
Yeah, as you said, no, like gravel is different. It's not like road cycling. Sometimes it's better to be in the front because, as you said, you control the speed, you control the descents as well because it gets rocky.
Yeah.
So you control the flats. Sometimes going on the wheel of somebody, you don't see what you're getting into, and then you open up, and then there's a rock, and then usually how you flat.
Exactly. So yeah, with road cycling we see always a big bunch behind, and they are controlling, and everybody is slipstreaming. So it's really easy to follow a big bunch in during road cycling. But with gravel, just like you said, there's a higher risk of mechanicals, and the more guys in front of you, the bigger the chance that you have a flat or somebody else, and gaps will open. Like you never have a tight bunch as you see on the road. So yeah, riding offensive in gravel, it's most of the time rewarded, but always you have to yeah, save the energy, because the race isn't over yet, and maybe not even really started. And now, as you can see, we are on the first steep climb, and this is Arno chasing back on, or is he still a little bit in front of this group? I think he is. Yeah, he's
chase group. He's chasing.
Yeah, he's the chase group. So he
not far behind.
He's not far behind. No. This gap is less than a minute.
You know his tactic.
A little bit, of course. I spoke with him, and I told him, like, in the beginning, don't let big groups go, because the specialists they will probably wait a bit longer, but then it's easier to already have a advantage on them, and you will save energy. If you're out with 5 guys, it's way more relaxed than being in a bunch of 20 guys, where it's more aggressive way of riding and always fighting for your position. Now he can just do his own thing, listen to his body, and that's his plan, to just feel the legs and go with the flow, and don't be afraid to be in the lead for a while.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable with that pace.
Yeah, that's true. Like you see, he has his effort in control. Nice cadence. So he's not using too much power from the legs. He is saving them a little bit. He's still not going slow, of course, but you need you need the bigger gears for the final to make the difference.
How do you plan the tactics for this race?
It's tough. Like the basic tactics actually start with the fuel. So first you have to think about yourself, like how can I get through this race with my equipment not damaging. How can I get through the race with enough fuel? How do I arrange the feed stations? How much fluid do I need? How much gel? So that's the first prep. And that's also can be tactical as well, because you can say like, oh, I start with a bit more food in the beginning, and in the final I especially save some weight by not taking a hydro pack, for example. So that can be part of the tactics. And then about this you're also thinking what do you want to do in the race. So if you are want to be in the breakaway, the first part, then you say like, oh, maybe let's not start with a camelback and start with a little bit lighter equipment, and then if I'm in the front, I have more time and space to at the first feed station or the second feed station to grab some extra food to make sure that you still come to the finish. And then with this Traka 360, because of the flat sections, you never know what happens. Like if riders, what Armani did in the beginning, they started attacking because they also had a plan and they want to have riders in the front to just control the race a little bit more. But if one of the teams or the specialists will say to each other, hey, we take it easy, then there's not much to do about it.
See some of the tactics on the aid station here. Some riders having a bit of problem with the water.
Yeah, like if you, on those points, if you don't have somebody who can support you or handing the bag to you, you lose 30 seconds to a minute. There's time to close it, but for sure it always takes energy. So especially with the first 30 guys, it's like a F1 stop. The guys don't even have to touch the ground with their feet.
We saw it last year. Somebody putting a bottle, somebody giving water, somebody changing something. Yeah, it looked like a Formula One. It's getting so professional.
No, that's true. So it's not only the rider, it's the whole team who needs to be ready to. Those are the speed bumps and the washouts, by the way. The first guys.
This is where you broke your collar.
Yeah. Exactly at that spot. The right side is safe. So now you saw that everybody gets guided around. So I think we will see a safe race and hopefully no crashes. But as you can see, the guys are going above 50k an hour, and those speed bumps already are launching yourself almost from the bike. But now they are keeping it under control. But for sure they need to hold their handlebars because otherwise you easily lose your front wheel.
This is the main difference that I see between gravel and the road. Like gravel, there's not many places you can really relax, but this is kind of the place you seems like, okay, it's not that bad, but you get the speed bumps, you get the little rock, and it's exactly when you're not concentrated when you fall.
That's true. So this, especially this part, it's a bit distracting from the things you need to do. So you need to keep your focus, of course you always like to save as much energy as possible, and then the flat roads are the best part to do this, but the downhills in gravel in general can be really high energy taking. So they are twisty, they are rocky. There's also most of the times it's also not a point to fully relax, but here at least the guys can pedal, don't have too much tension on their legs, and as long as they keep looking forward, holding their handlebars, they can go safely around the little rock gardens they have there, and the speed bumps you see.
Yes, and it's the first time we get to see Traka live at this point. Usually started the live streaming later on, just by El Smege's climb. So we're lucky with the team we have following the race, that we can see these incredible images and seeing them live flying by this kind of terrain.
Yeah, and I think it's beautiful to see this part of the race because it's the first big hill zone with two big climbs and a lot of small kickers in between. So a lot of the race is already decided in this section. Like you can probably not point out the winner. It's not that somebody will go solo for 150k, but at least you will see how the first gaps are opened, and it's also nice to see which guys are feeling good, and we can probably pick them out or point them out that they are also going to be good in the final.
Yeah, I think this is the point that you are not winning the race, but you can lose the race here.
No, exactly, and yeah, it's always interesting to see and inspiring which tactics the guys are playing to, yeah, in some cases also to not lose the race.
Do you think today we're gonna have a surprise winner?
I like underdogs winning big races. I think it's always beautiful to see. But I think yeah, it will be one of the 10 guys who are already somewhere on our list. I think yeah, I think it's because it's such a big effort. The winner will not be a big surprise, but it can be a guy who is not on top of our radar. For sure, we will see surprises within the top 10 and maybe on the podium.
Yeah, we see this little group working together pretty well.
Yeah.
For the ones connecting right now, we have the top men, Sens, top 5 men, Sens, Orsted, Stolke, Van Koppenel, and Van den Broek, if
Yeah.
I said it correctly.
Yeah. That, you said it correctly. He is still like a couple of seconds behind because now we only see the first 4, but he is yeah, he is closing. And then yeah, those are the top 5 women with Valentin, Stroom, Prévost, Rocheby, and Migon. I'm not sure if they all stick together, but those in this list there were already a couple of favorites. So with the women field, we already see the favorites doing really big efforts to open the race. In this case, yeah, with the men, let's say we have some underdogs, but never underestimate them. They're working well together, and we still have to see if the stronger guys from the back can bridge it. Like if they don't want to work together, those guys can open up a pretty big gap.
Yeah, that's also what happens in this kind of races, no? When they watch each other, if you hesitate a second, the group is gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true, and a lot of attacks are always happening in the first first 2 hours of the race. Especially in the Traka 200, I always compare it with. You can say the Traka 200 is a breakaway or a long breakaway and early final in one. So the attacks, they start happening. Sometimes it takes 2 hours to really get a small front group, and then not even 1 hour later the front group already starts to attack themselves. So yeah, it's one of the toughest races you can do. It's not much time for rest and recovery, and yeah, you need to be ready for battle the whole day almost.
What's the difference between the 360 distance and the 200? Why some riders choose one and others the 200?
I think a lot of riders, they are afraid for races above 7 hours, 8 hours. It's most of the times a fueling thing. Like for the 360, it's so important that your stomach can handle all the gels, all the liquid. It's a really even a more fuel race than the 200. To some parts, it's also a little less aggressive because you just need to save more energy during the race. But I think in general the guys are sometimes from the 200 a bit scared for the longer distance, or they are focusing on the road as well. And for road cycling, you don't need races above, or you don't do races above 6 hours. So then, combining your season with the Traka 200, it's already enough, and it's close to where they are the specialists for.
Yeah, 360, the beginnings of Traka, it was like an adventure, and now this distance has become the queen and king riders of the Traka. And as you say, I think it's a pretty scary distance because usually a lot of riders have done 6, 7, 8 hours on the bike, but not many of them have done more than 12 hours.
No, that's true. It's it's a really tough mental game. I think in general already in the Traka 200 you need to prepare yourself to die 5 times. In the Traka 360 you need to prepare yourself to die more than 10 times. And bad legs in the beginning don't say anything for the final, and also flats or mechanics also don't say anything, because if we look back to last year with Rob Britton and Peter Stetina, they were maybe 7 minutes behind because they both had mechanicals and they start working together, and they both ended up on the podium, and that's also something really beautiful about this race, because it has this longer distance. Everything can happen. Like a mechanical doesn't mean you're out of the race. And in the 200, losing 2 minutes, most of the times the race is a bit too short to close this again. But with the 360, everything is possible.
Yeah, there's so many highs and so many lows during the day. And that's what I love the most about when the riders cross the finish line. There's so many stories. And it's not only about the pro and elite, because they're used to this, but the people that just do it for an adventure. It's incredible to see them rolling along all the nights, because this year the cut time, it's at 24 hours. So nobody's planning to sleep if they want to get here. So we're going to see them rolling throughout the night. So I'm really curious to hear all the stories. What's happening to people.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. I think that's one of the most beautiful things. During the evening into the night, and also the next morning, that everybody is finished, and most of the times the beautiful stories are in the back side of the peloton, because people are experiencing it in a slightly different way. They prepare in a different way, of course, but just the fact that they could do or accomplish something for themselves, and how long they worked for it, and most of the times they are also they are not fully professional, so they have to work next to it. They have a family to run. They bring the family here. They make a complete holiday out of it, and it's amazing to see those people proud about themselves, accomplishing sometimes even a 20-hour ride for them, and it's impressive. It's impressive what those people do as well, and it inspires me always a lot. Sometimes I can be disappointed for an 8th place if I want to finish top 5, but then I talk with somebody after the finish and listen to their story, or how many mechanicals they had, or how long they also had to train for this, and putting a lot of effort in. Of course, I'm also doing it, but they have to do it in a different way. So I have a lot of respect for all the men and women who are just finishing this race.
I think that's what's so special about Traka and so special about gravel, that they get the opportunity to do the same routes that the elite are doing. They're gonna leave the same course, same problems or similar problems that the elite are doing. So it's pretty side of the sport.
Yeah, it's really fun if you can hear Paul Vos, for example, in the same way talking about how he had to fix his tire as somebody who finished on position 200, and maybe the guy on position 200 was doing it faster. So we can always learn from each other, which is also nice.
Talking about Paul Boss, he didn't take the starts this morning.
No, that's true. He came back from a big campaign in the US, and maybe on the flight back he got a bit sick, or he's not feeling well. And for Paul Vos it takes a lot for not starting a race. So
I was excited to see he's done the 200. He's won the 200. It was his first time doing the 360 distance, and I was really looking forward to see
Yeah.
what he was going to do.
No, exactly. I was also sad when I heard about the news. I think it was yesterday evening. Yeah, they told me, and I think he was ready. He was getting in some good results in the US as well. So yeah, for sure he was in the top 10 of my list. Now he's not here, so I hope he recovers soon and that we can see him in the other big races again.
Yeah, it's a shame to see because when Paul Boss starts a race, he just goes for the win. So
No,
you know that if he's there, he's
part of the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, but that's what you said. It's part of the game, and you have to listen to your body. These athletes know themselves pretty well. So tiny thing, it's a big distance. If you start and you're sick, it can take a big hit on your body, and maybe you don't recover for the next races. So.
No, that's also true. It's during the season, it's always a balance trick, and if you're, aiming for a top 10 here, and you feel your body is not capable already a week before or the last days before, then it's better to not trick yourself, because then you damage your body, and also for the mindset it's not that good. So it's I think it's good that he took his responsibility for himself, of course, and that it will as soon as he is back on, it will the sacrifice will pay itself back in a positive way.
It's a really hard decision to take, because he was here, he was riding, he sees everybody, and just to take that decision of not riding has to be pretty hard.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Like if you have an injury, it's kind of simple. Like you're forced of not starting, so you can let go of it. But now for a long time there's this voice in his head, telling like, oh, should I do it? Should I not do it? Like, you try to find things why that you still want to do it, but you also need to keep tuning in with your body, and then it really helps to talk with the coach, because if a coach can see that you're not putting out the numbers, that the heart rate is way too high, all those kind of things, then then you just have to take your responsibility, but it's for sure not an easy thing.
No, that's things that we don't see from the outsides, for the pressure that these riders put on themselves, the brands also, the sponsors put on them. It's a mental game.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's Traka is the biggest race of Europe. There's no doubt about that. And everybody is here. You also feel this responsibility to watch your sponsors, to watch your team, for everybody who is here to support you. And of course, you always want to show them your best. But if you cannot do it, it will only disappoint yourself. And I think if you take your responsibility, it's a little less of a disappointment than not saying anything, just doing the race and stepping out after 150k. That's more hurtful for you as a rider and for all the people around than to make a clear decision like, hey guys, I'm really sorry, but I cannot do it, but I will do everything I can to be back on the next race, or back in a couple of weeks again.
Yeah, we're hearing some news from the kilometer 150. Now we know what happened. Arno suffers a mechanical, and that's why he's chasing the group 20 seconds behind of the group that we've been seeing. The 4 riders continue without him. They're working really well together, and after 3 minutes, a large chase group of 13 riders is closing, including Mattia, Freddy, Simon, Tobias, and more riders that we'll get to see. We're getting this information from the Fantasy Gravel app, so you can follow along. Down on the course, they've been telling us what's been happening. They also told us that Lachlan Morton has abandoned. Sadly, this is pretty bad news, because we were really excited to see this rider again. He has won the Traka 360 1 year. I don't know. He was.
Or he was
one,
second behind. I
Yeah.
think he was 2 times second behind Mattia
Mattia.
De Marchi.
Yeah.
But he's winner of Unbound. So
I know,
if we
yeah.
can talk about specialists, Lachlan is one of the biggest specialists. Maybe my personal top favorite to see today. And
I was really excited to see because
Yeah.
that was a good fight. I think it was 2 years ago. That was Mattia and Lachlan riding together. It was going to be a sprint to the finish, but Lachlan suffered a mechanical. The seat just dropped.
Yeah.
They had to put it with like zip ties, and then he just finished second. Not that bad, but I was really hoping to see some fights
to see
today.
some fights with with Lachlan and between all the other specialists who are racing here, and I'm happy that he didn't crash out of the race. That it's due to a mechanical, but it's always shit. Like you know how much effort those guys put in. He's preparing already for months for this event, together with his always supporting team and sponsors. So it's a tough one, I hope he can forget about it soon.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and most of the times, a mechanical, it's not always the responsibility of the rider. It can just be bad luck.
Yeah.
You prep your bike as good as possible. You check your tires, your gears. You make sure your bike comes through without any damage. But so many things can happen during a race.
Yeah. So this is the kind of news that we don't want to share with you, but it's part of the game. And
and it's
sadly,
important
Lachlan
to know.
Morton is out of the 360 today.
Yeah, take good care, Lachlan, and hope to see you soon again. Maybe he's doing the 200, as we can ask him after.
Yeah, for sure. So if he's around, we'll get him to share. Now we're seeing the top of the women's race, as we've seen before. Luis Valentin, Sarah Storm, Dubois Prevot, Danny Shrosby, Carolina Migon are on this group. The favorites of this race. They know it pretty well. They know each other pretty well as well.
Yeah, and I think they want to stick together for a while. I'm really curious now if they will put pressure on themselves or on each other on this section, because after it's a really long way to go, I think you don't want to be solo, but maybe some of the girls say like, actually this girl is a little bit too fast for me in the sprint, so maybe I will try to squeeze out her legs before I squeeze out my own legs. So maybe we see some attacks or more aggressive racing, but I think as it looks now,
they're just in kilometer 135. This is the 8th station. This is what we were talking about. It's the Formula One of gravel racing. We see the teammates helping each other. Here is G. They're changing her camel pack. They're putting the food on her backpack. It's really important at this level to have a team to support you.
Yeah.
We see Sarah, her boyfriend or husband at the moment. I don't know now, but everybody helping each other. G has lost a bit of time.
Yeah.
We see Danny Shrosby here. She wasn't feeling her best this week, but she decided to start. Hopefully, her legs are back working. Her mind, she smiles all the time. I love seeing her ride around here.
Yeah, no, for now she looks good. So I think she is catching back on good legs, and this is also a good position to be in. Like mentally, you start to feel stronger in the front group because you can keep everything under control, and I think it looks promising for the next part of the race. It was also good to see that nobody had any mechanical, so no wheel swaps or no working on gears. So it's nice that this strong group sticks together and probably will give us some fireworks in the next couple of K.
We were told Dani had a crash at the beginning, but that she went up and was fine and smiling. So that's good to see. Never want to see crashes.
No, and yeah, if it happens, you just hope it's only a little bit of dust, and I think yeah, it looks okay there. I don't see any blood coming out of the knee or the arm, so yeah, hopefully she's fine.
We see Sarah leading the group. Axel was pushing hard. They know the climb is coming. I heard the tactics was to push a bit on this climb to see who has the good legs today. And
Yeah, no, for sure they will test each other out, but maybe on top they wait a bit. But it depends, I guess, on yeah, the strength of the riders, or in this part the strength of the climbers. Like if they feel really good, there might be a chance to yeah, to drop the more punchy girls already. And then it's all about if they want to work together with only 2 or 3 in this flat section, because there, yeah, like I said, you don't want to be on your own. With 2, it's also really tough. With 3, you can have a chance to cross to the biggest climb of the day. And yeah, it always makes me curious to see what the girls are going to do.
yeah, we see a bit of team working here because there's there's a couple of past normal riders. There's also specialized riders that could be helpful a bit. Maybe they talked to each other before.
Yeah, no, for sure they will do. Yeah, you have to communicate. You don't want to drop a teammate on purpose. Like it's always good, I think, to get into the final of a race together, because then it's easier to play yeah, some tactics. But yeah, it's because we see more couples or yeah, more couple teammates, then maybe the other ones, they have a different plan and they like to yeah, drop each other. So yeah, it's tactics we now don't know yet, but as soon as we hit the climb, we will see what they are, what they have,
for sure.
what they have planned.
We know Sarah has had 1 second place in 2023 and a 3rd place in 2024. She's missing the win and she wants the win.
Yeah. That's one thing for sure. She is one of the biggest specialists with already the podium. So yeah, she's really motivated to show where she's capable of.
Yeah, and we're just sitting here in front of the start and finish area, and we're just seeing crossing the winner on the women's side of the 560-kilometer race. We have Svenja Vance. Yeah, dominated this race. She's a really strong rider, and
yeah, it's really impressive. I think she still finished top 20 overall.
Wow.
So yeah, double shout out to her. If I'm right, she's part of the Castelli SOC team, so or SOG team. So I think there will be thrown out the big party already this evening.
We see Nathan there, so the party's starting already.
Yeah, the party's starting.
29 hours in 560 kilometers.
Yeah.
With a lot of elevation.
Yeah,
That's pretty impressive.
They went into the Pyrenees. I saw the course, and yeah, talking about what the guys from the 200 feel for the 360, I have a bit of the same feeling from the 360 to the 560. Like, yeah, a lot of respect for.
We're seeing the images here
women.
of the team riders. We see Nathan Haas there with Svenja. Really happy to see a teammate win, especially this kind of event.
Yeah, and I also heard she's on a regular basis. She's a teacher at school. So yeah, it's impressive what she showed here, combining probably a full-time job with preparing for a almost 29-hour race. Yeah, that's not easy to do. It takes a lot of motivation and a lot of discipline to make this happen.
Yeah, and as we said, for this kind of racing, you have to be really mentally tough.
Yeah, yeah. I never experienced a ride above 16 hours, so I don't know how it feels going into a night and just keep pushing and squeeze yourself out without sleeping. That's a lot of things in your brain happen. Of course, the positive and negative thinking is there, but it's also the chemicals in your brain that you can start to become dizzy, or you start to see things which are not there. It's for sure a specialty to race yourself through a night, and then when the sunset is coming again, you still have to do a couple of hours more.
Yeah, and then this is self-supported, so you need to see where the water fountains are, because yesterday they started and it was a public holiday. So every store was closed. You really had to carry a lot of food, prep really well, know yourself pretty well. And because I think the key of these distances is just eat a lot.
Yeah, eat a lot and bring enough food. And there, because it's self-supportive, you just need a really good strategy, a really good plan where to fuel, and it's important to not forget about it and be disciplined and keep following your plan, even if the legs are feeling good. If you forget fueling for whatever reason, you have to pay it back almost within 2 hours. So that's it's impressive, all the research they also put in to make sure that they survive this big effort.
Will we see you next year on the 560?
No. I have to come back for the 360 first another time, and make sure I end up on the podium. That's my dream. Let's hope it happens next year, and I give myself a couple of years to accomplish, and as soon as that's done, I might step to the 560 at one point for the experience, but everything step by step.
Thank you very much for being here. We'll see you back in half an hour. Yeah. I'll give you a bit of a rest so you can go and see the finish line and let me know what they're talking about. And please come back with the adventures they have.
Yeah, I will come back with a good report, and then maybe I might bring you a coffee as well.
Because please.
You can use
it was
one.
A pretty early start for the riders and for us as well.
Yeah, no. So also...
now you'll get to live it in the other part of the racing.
I see what the whole organized, what the Klasmark and everybody here is doing and putting in for effort, and it's impressive. I have a lot of respect, and thanks to all of you, we make this magic happen. So
thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm here with Emma Porter. She was the third place 2 years ago of the Traka 360?
23, yeah.
And you had Svenja as your teammate as well.
Yeah, and she's just come in from the 560 as the first finisher, and I'm absolutely delighted for her. No, she's had some changes this year, or she was super fun to ride with last year. She was always a really, really good teammate. But she's kind of gone into full-time work now and trying to balance training. But I mean, there was never any doubt for me that she'd have no problem doing it. So I'm so happy that I got to see her finish it as well. Because with the live timing for the 360, there's more points to follow. Whereas with the live timing for the 560, you're hoping that everything's going to plan. I wasn't up all night watching, so I was just I was kind of hopeful that I'd come down at the right time, and that's worked out. So no, I'm happy to see her finish, and I'm happy to see her finish with a smile on her face more than anything else.
What is her secret?
She just loves to ride her bike. I mean, the longer she can be out on her bike, the happier she is. She just loves to ride her bike.
How does she train?
We actually haven't done a huge amount of training together, but she she just loves to ride her bike, so she will go, okay, yeah, I'm going now, and I'm going out for the day. And maybe like last year she did the 360, but was it 2 weeks before she did Iron Gravel, which was also a 360k race, to prepare for her 360k race, which was a month out from the Unbound XL. So yeah, she just like, I'm going for the day, I'm going on an adventure.
And she won Unbound XL last year.
Yeah, yeah,
and
she
she's
did.
going back this year.
Yeah. No, it'd be super cool to see her do it again. But I'm just so happy for her today, because I think she was a little bit. Well, I haven't been talking to her properly, but I think maybe she was not doubting herself, but also very aware that her situation is different this year than last year. So maybe working full time and trying to balance training and racing, it's different. It's a different challenge. But she's it hasn't affected her abilities at all.
I think that's a woman thing. We doubt ourselves a lot.
You think so? Yeah. Well, yeah. I suppose if you even look at the presentation for the 360, I missed the presentation for the 200, but I know from prior years as well, there's no yeah, I'm gonna win. Whereas some of the guys will stand up and say, yeah, I'm gonna win the 360, and you're like, dude, you're gonna be 50th, you know.
Yeah, we did the documentary with them that I advise you to go and see, because it's pretty special. We present the riders. And the main thing about the riders that they say is like, I don't know if I'm good enough to be here. That was pretty impressive. And they were trying to convince themselves, and yeah, with the results they had, that they were there because they were good.
Well, I suppose it's different on gravel if you compare it to the road, which is, it's always kind of compared to, it's like, oh, you can be a pro gravel rider, but you could be a pro, but you're making your living off being a privateer. So it does come with a different set of challenges, in that maybe your income is based on your social media following and the brands that are with you rather than your results. So some people are like, well, I'm a gravel pro, but I don't make my living from my race results. So it is a different, it's a different setup to on the road. Whereas if you're on the road and you're on a World Tour team, you're like, I'm on a World Tour team, and maybe my job isn't to win today, but it's to ride for someone else to win. Whereas gravel, you're out there on your own and you're facing a different set of challenges. And maybe your income isn't solely reliant on your results, so maybe it also caters to those doubts. While it gives you a different set of securities, it also allows for a different set of doubts as well.
And why are you here? You were riding 2 years ago the 360, doing an incredible job. What happened to you this year? You had an accident.
Well, this year I had entered the 100, and I think it's 12, 13 weeks ago, I was out riding. I was on maybe a 5 or 6 hour ride, and I came around a corner on an hour road, and there was a car there, and we collided, and I've been dealing with long-term concussion since. So I got a little bit lucky in some ways, in that I had no other major damage, but I have this kind of, I have basically a mild brain injury, and it's taking me a long time to recover from, so lots and lots of sleep, low energy, high fatigue. If I get my heart rate up for a prolonged period of time, I get super headaches the next day. So I've been on my bike since, but I rode for 2 hours last week with a heart rate of 140, and I had to go to bed early that evening, and my head was pounding all day the next day. So it's back to the drawing board and some more scans, and talk to some different doctors, and try and create a new plan, and maybe get some more scans and see where we go from there.
Well, concussions are a big thing on part of cycling, and you really have to take care of them, because they're really, really big injury.
Yeah, no, it's a very serious injury, and I suppose it's one of the hardest parts of it is that there's no linear progression, whereas like you break your collarbone or you break your leg or something, it's maybe 12 weeks if it doesn't need surgery, and if it does need surgery, maybe your timeline is smaller again. But it's, you're in a cast or a sling, and it's a very obvious one. Whereas I'm in town at the moment, and people are like, "Are you coming to this social ride?" And I'm like, "No," because my energy even is limited. So like even coming to some of the events, I rock up, and within 10 minutes, I'm like, "Nah, I gotta go home." So it's not fun. Wouldn't recommend it. So wear your helmets. I did have my helmet on, but I managed to hit my face, not my head. So if you do have a crash, get your helmet checked, and take your time, because jumping back into it is one of the worst things you can do. I've spoken to a few people who've had similar injuries since, or people who have been close to people who have, and I've heard some stories about some of the mountain bikers who have appeared fine and raced a week later, and that's when the symptoms show up is about a week later. So I was similar. It took me maybe a week for my symptoms to really show up. So if you have a bad crash, take your time, and it's not worth making it worse.
Thanks for sharing that advice with us. It's very important. We're all cyclists. We don't want to fall, but accidents happen.
Accidents happen, and it's and some are worse than others, and yeah.
You'll come back stronger, and we'll see you in the race leaders peloton as we're seeing in the front. You know them pretty well.
Yeah.
What are their tactics?
So it's interesting this year because they are really getting their own race. I didn't get up at 6 a.m. to see the start, but
they were really nervous. Really.
Yeah.
Nervous.
No, and actually that's part of the reason I didn't get up is because like I get anxiety even watching the start of that. It's so tense, and I'm kind of glad they had their own start as well because
it
like
makes
the
a
last,
difference.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, 2023 was the year that I rode it well. I entered it last year. I didn't finish. It was a bit of a disaster, but the year before, I think my highest heart rate was in the first hour. But we had a mass start.
Oh no! Oh no!
Was that
no.
G?
Yeah, G just went to the ground.
Oh, she's back up. She's back up.
Oh whoa whoa! Oh.
Oh. Come on, G.
Something happened. Oh no no no
Oh,
no no
no.
no! Oh no!
Oh, that's not good. Oh, we're gonna be a while finding out as well if the.
Yeah, G just fell. We've seen it live. She was riding in the peloton on the front. Oh no, this is something you don't want to see.
She's trying to get back
Come
on
on, G.
bike.
Come on, G.
I just hope if she's getting back on, it's the right decision for her.
We're gonna go back and see the replay to see what happened. Oh no. Okay, she's back on the bike. She's pedaling. Hopefully she gets her heart rate back. Oh, this is what we're talking about. It's like, yeah, riding gravel on the peloton. Whew.
Like, it's actually, this is what I mean when I said I didn't get up at 6 a.m. to watch the start, because the anxiety, I feel it too, even watching this, and it's your friends and it's people you race with. It's like sometimes it's almost easier to see the results sheet at the end. But no, she's back on her bike. She's pedaling. It seems to be a small road stretch, so hopefully that gives her a little bit of a breather.
Something happened in front of her.
Yeah.
I think maybe somebody braked and then she got her foot out and then tried to save the fall, but
it looked like saving the fall. There was a bit of a jerk, maybe in her hips or her leg or something.
yeah, I
like
don't
she
know if
didn't-
the riders on the back hit her or it was just from a fall. We're back images of G.
Well, you know, she looks like she's pedaling strong now again, so hopefully that is it. I know Heather Jackson, the last time I checked, the live timing was only 2 minutes behind at the last point, and Heather Jackson, I've seen her get her second wind. She's powerful, so if this is a flatter section and Heather isn't far behind, those two could work together to bridge up, but G is also strong enough that she could be back in there in the next minute and a half as well, so.
Yes, G's the runner-up of last year Traka 360. She's a pretty strong rider. She's prepped this race. She's a local rider. She knows all the roads. So I know there's a lot of people cheering for her on the routes. So hopefully that gets her spirit back. She did nothing to herself and she gets...
I have seen her make some epic comebacks before. We had the Gravel Earth Series final in 2023 and she was haunted with flat tires that day, and I think she dropped back to 17th. And then she rode up to 9th, and then she dropped back to 14th or 15th, and she rode herself to 2nd place. And it was, I remember her going by me, and I was having a terrible day. She was like, "Come with me," and I was like, "I wish."
Yeah, we know her pretty well. She just flies on the flats. She thinks
this
she's
day
not
was
good
hilly.
enough on the uphills, but she flies on the uphills as well.
I don't know, that
think.
day in Berca, I think it was, yeah. Maybe it wasn't. I can't remember where, but that day was not flat, and she just...
Cardona, I think.
Yes, yeah, that was it, yeah. Oh, it didn't matter that it wasn't flat that day. She was just on a mission. And I think she was almost like a little bit angry about the flat tires, and it fueled the whole ride. I was like, wow.
Yeah, because she really gets angry. We can see her face. She's not happy.
No, she's
definitely not happy. The demons on her head are there. I think she's just trying to get rid of them, and yeah, hopefully this energy that she has just help her get to the front. I know this is a bit of an uphill that she doesn't really enjoy, but then she has a flat that she can catch up. She's a stronger rider, and
yeah, it just depends on what the group at the front will do. Will they push on? Will they see it as a moment to go in case they know she's back on the bike, or will they just continue as they are? They're still flying, but
yeah, Axel is pushing the pace.
That doesn't surprise me. She sees the moment. Yeah, she's definitely someone who would take advantage of an opportunity just in case, because she knows how strong she is.
Yeah. Axel's been racing in the US the last couple of days. She's had a couple of races on her legs. That's pretty good also. So yeah, I think she'll do pretty well today. Now we're seeing the men as well, the front lead. Tudor racing on the front.
That looks tough.
Oof.
I think this is one of the hardest parts of the day because you're not quite at halfway, and it's gotten hotter, consistently hotter to this point. And you know, like psychologically, you're like, I'm not even halfway yet. And if the race is going well, it's not too bad. But if it's not going well, it's not a fun place to be.
And they still need to do the hike bike section that everybody loves now. I remember last year Mattia telling me, it's like, oh, can I do it with road shoes? I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been told that G is chasing back. She's pretty close to the group. That's really good news.
Great.
So we've seen they're catching the men that started 10 minutes before them.
Yeah, so this is interesting as well. I think Taylor Finney pointed it out on Instagram a couple of weeks ago that he was like, I'm going to enter the pro race because you get to self-select. And, you know, there are a lot of people who are like, no, I can race with the pros. And, you know, it shows that it's a long way to go, and, you know, you've got to really think about that decision. But I love when the women are like, no, we're going to start 10 minutes behind and we're going to just pick our way through the men's field. But it is great that they've been told, like, no drafting off the men. And I really hope the men were also told, like, just do not interfere with the women's race, because that's been, I mean, we even saw it last week on TV. What was the race with that guy in the UAE kit?
Yeah,
jumping into just... Yeah.
That's just, no, not good. So please, yeah, if you're around, respect the woman, respect the race. They're pro riders. They deserve to have their own space. Yeah, just give them room. We've seen G, her knee looks a bit bruised and a bit of blood.
It looks a little bit of blood, but sometimes a small cut can leave a lot of blood, and it doesn't seem to be hindering her anyway.
Yeah, we have split screen, women, Axel, Ferran Prubat leading the group, the front group, and in the men, the Tudor cyclists from BMC ride.
Is it? No. I think the next step for this race is to be giving us time gaps.
Yeah, with receiving information, Jan Stockley is now in the front, pushing the face, hard attempt to split the group.
Avoiding the wildlife, yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of wildlife here.
They do not mind the bikes in certain areas. Considering they don't see them very often, it doesn't faze a lot of them.
You said it's not your favorite part of the route, but for me, it's my favorite part of the route.
It's one of my favorite areas when I'm not racing.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's my least favorite part of the day rather than my least favorite part of the route.
For me, it's my favorite part. It's just this uphill, and then you descend by the sea. It's just spectacular.
I think the route they had 2 years ago, where they used to be able to go through the park in Cadaqués, they've changed it slightly. Like, that was absolutely epic. But they didn't have the same kind of hike-a-bike. There was an unintentional hike-a-bike because the crosswind was so strong. There was an entire photo album of people at 160-something K pushing their bikes up this hill because the crosswind was so strong no one could ride it. Well, almost no one could ride it. And I did meet someone who rode it afterwards who didn't finish because they said their back was in bits. So, it was in your best interest
to walk it.
Yeah. No, it's super beautiful out there.
Yeah, now the course you did is the part of the 560.
Yeah, I met one of the guys who had finished the race there, and he said it was amazing. It was about 1 a.m. when he was passing through there, and he just said it was absolutely phenomenal to see the moon and the stars and the sea and everything all in one go. So, yeah, hopefully making a bikepacking trip this year or later in the year. Fingers crossed.
Count me in. I'm gonna be there. I just love that route. We have, this is the lead race. We've seen the lead men, and then we're seeing the lead woman on the drone. As we were talking, you could see the spectacular routes. And the cow in the middle of the path. That's gravel racing at its best.
At least it's just letting them pass. That would be some excuse, wouldn't it? Oh, my race is going really well, and then this cow chased me off the trail. It would be a hard one to believe, but there's footage of it, so.
So we see the race leader, Jan Stockley, by himself. We saw him laughing and having a good time. Not laughing at the moment
he is now. Yeah,
and now we
he
see
seems to still be enjoying it, but let's give it another 3-4 hours and see if he's still laughing the same way.
And we're seeing the chase group working together. This is a hard uphill, and this is what we've seen last editions of Traka. Not won, but lost in this uphill.
No, it's a hard race it's a hard course to point out where you could win it, but there are a lot of places you can point out where you could lose it. Can we see who's in that chase group clearly?
Yes. It was Arno van den Broek, and they're gonna show us in a minute.
Lachlan Morton has abandoned the race. What happened there?
Yeah, we talked about it before. He had a problem with his wheel. So, yeah, broken wheel. So he unfortunately had to abandon.
He's had very mixed luck here over the years. I remember the year he came in behind Mattia and he'd lost his saddle.
Yeah, we were just talking before about that as well. You're a rider, it's just bad luck.
Yeah. I mean, that's cycling. I mean, you get more bad luck than good luck on race day.
Yeah, especially on gravel. The bikes take such a beat that the rocks, the terrain, the river crossing, the sand, the mud,
There is a huge advantage to knowing the course. Okay, if you've done the course before or you've raced at 360 before, that is helpful. But there are local riders here who have just a huge advantage just by knowing, okay, it rained last week, or it's been super dry recently, so I need to think a little bit differently about my tire choice, or it's going to wear my bike differently. It does make such a difference, because I know from talking to one of the guys who works with Specialized for the 200, they were talking about some of the guys coming over saying, oh, well, we're going to ride 38s and this and that. And he's saying, absolutely no. You guys need to be over here and checking out the course and making sure that you're making those right decisions before you get here.
Yeah, yesterday here on the athlete presentation, we saw, I think many of the bikes for the elite riders were riding a 50.
Yeah, I mean, it's... yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's just such a rough terrain. It's the difference between American gravel and European gravel. You get a mix of everything. You have little roads, you have gravel, you have
It's such a diverse course.
Rocky, technical, rivers. And then also, it's a big distance. You have to be comfortable.
Yes, absolutely.
There's always the debate of the resistance. Is it slower? But I think at the end is, are you comfortable? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I remember coming down from the last climb. The last big climb is El Meches. Is that 9 kilometers?
Yeah.
And I remember going up and being like, this is the last big climb, it's the last big climb. And just psychologically being like, I'm nearly at the, this is like, once it's all downhill from here and then flat and great. And I started going down the hill and the vibrations in my triceps were so, like, I'd never been on the bike that long before. And I went, oh no, I want to start going back up the hill again. And that was something I never thought I'd experience.
And have you gone through it this month? Because we had the rains, yeah, you were injured, but we had the rains on March that it didn't stop raining for a month.
Oh,
and
it's crazy.
I went down Els Meges a week ago, and it's so broken. It's such a hard descent.
I've punctured there on training rides. I didn't enjoy the descent in 2023 because my arms rather than anything else were so like exhausted from holding onto the bike. And it was something I really hadn't expected. I hadn't spent that long on the bike before. So I think Els Meches comes in around 260k, and my longest ride ever had been maybe 285. So I was literally going into unknown territory as I started to go down the hill, and I went, oh wow, this is not what I expected at all. So it's a hard descent, even when the weather is in your favor.
Yeah, and it's a really long descent. We were commentating yesterday that I think that's where the race is going to be won. In that descent.
Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good point because your brain is tired at that point as well as your body.
There's still a long flat after it, but
a lot of it's false flat. So there's some drags that, you know, if you're out on a 2-hour spin, they're no big deal. But if you've got 8 hours, 9 hours in your legs already, you're gonna feel every little 1% drag. And if you don't have your nutrition right, if you've managed to hang on to the bottom of Els Meches, you could still just get dropped on a small drag if you haven't nailed your nutrition.
Especially with they just changed the course, the finish. Have you seen the new finish of the 360?
No, I haven't actually.
See, a lot of people, a lot of riders are gonna be cursing Gerard.
It used to come along behind the Nescafe factory in the single track.
Just before, after Constantine's, before the stop sign, the stoplight. Before that, they'll turn left, and they have an uphill.
Oh.
Yeah, they go up San Grau in a single track, really rocky, and then.
I take it back. Els Meches is not the last big climb then if they're turning left there.
No, and they're gonna hit this little single track and the kilometer 340.
You know, it's funny that you say a lot of riders will be cursing Gerard, as if a lot of riders won't be cursing Gerard anyway.
Well, I think, but this one, like, I went to do a recce ride to film the last part of that part, the last 20 kilometers of the 360, and I turned left and said, like, oh my God, I'm gonna kill Gerard. And I was riding, I've been riding 20 kilometers, so I wasn't tired, and I barely was on my bike. I think we're going to see a lot of riders and a lot of elite riders.
It's amazing that Gerard shows up for the start of the 200. He should be going into hiding. Oh, G is back in the group. Great, excellent.
Nice.
So G's made it back onto that front group. There seems to be four we can see there in that stream.
Yeah, it looks like Carolina Migan, Sarah Storm, Jerike Schurz, and Axel Duvan Prebot. We see G, her shoulder, something happened in her arm.
Is that the arm that she injured previously?
Oh yeah, because we need to talk about this. G was having a great season last year.
Oh, I was so disappointed for her.
I know, she was almost leading and wanted to win the Gravel Earth Series, but she was doing, just before Rancho, she was doing a bikepacking, just training ride. She went to see the Women's Tour de France because she's in the SD Works Pro team, and was riding with her friend and now rider of the SD Works, Anna van der Breggen. She was here with us as well on the live streaming last year. She was riding with her, and she got distracted, fell, and hit the barriers of the road.
Similar to what happened to Chloe Dygard a couple of years ago on the TT bike. It was one of those barriers, but it was her arm that she damaged. So she was a long time dealing with nerve issues, and the vibrations on the gravel were quite challenging for her to get back on the bike. I think she held on to hope that she would manage to finish the season, and then unfortunately she had to call it a little bit early. But she's one determined woman, and she was back before most people were taking their off season. So she's got something to prove this year, I think. But I do hope that crash hasn't triggered anything, and she's not dealing with any of those kind of symptoms again.
Yeah, we got to have. She didn't race Rancho, but she was in the live streaming, commentating with me the whole event. So yeah, it's a good opportunity. I feel bad when they get injured, but for me it's really nice to have inside knowledge, especially from friends here, so people can really know what to expect, what gravel riders go through, and their inside story as yours.
No, I would love to see G on the top spot this time around. She's been close. No, I would love to see her win this. I really hope she does. But then, it's
even the motorbike.
Yeah, even the motorbike's struggling. Yeah, that shows you what you're up against.
Little rivers crossing, as you see, you have to be really concentrated all the time.
So we have 4. Okay, there's a few more coming. Was that
We have Sarah Storm. Oh, Danny's chasing. I don't know who's in the back.
Danny is someone as well I'd love to see on the podium. I think she's been very close a few times, and I don't know, Bound as well, she's been 4th, and she's a super, super strong rider, but I think she had up on Instagram during the week. I haven't actually spoken to her in a few weeks now, but she was saying that she's got some blood tests and she's been fatigued a lot, so she's been told to rest and rest and rest. So I really hope that pays off for her, and I'd love to see her on that podium too.
Yeah, at the beginning of the week, she didn't know if she was going to start because her health wasn't the best.
And it's tough as well if you start a race like this and you have previously done well and then you DNF. I mean, I did it last year, and I spent I spent longer than a week being like, oh, why did I start and not finish, or what went wrong? And you go through it again and again and again. And if you DNF something like this, it's especially when you're based over here, it can just get in your head, and it can be tough to deal with. So I hope she's making. I hope the rest is paid off, and that she has a good race, and that she enjoys it, and that she feels good at the end. And
yeah, I think she knows herself pretty well. She's been racing in America the last weeks, so that takes a toll as well.
Yeah, the travel,
flying, the travel, the staying in hotels, different kind of food. But she got to Girona, she got to rest. It's her kind of home race as well.
Yeah. So no, that's it for a lot of these riders. They aren't Catalan, but it is essentially a home race because so many people are based out here.
And just surviving Traka week, there's so many events and so many things to do and so many commitments that you have to go to.
It's crazy. It's bigger and bigger every year. It's like, yesterday in town was insane. And what is there, 4,500 people here for this race to ride it? Yeah. So not everyone comes alone. I've never seen so many people out trying to film content as well for brands, and SRAM is a big one, and Canyon, and we're hosting a podcast, we're running a social ride, SRAM had a cooking class. I mean,
yeah, SRAM has a house.
It has
we
a
call
house.
it the SRAM house, and
yeah.
everything's been happening there since last Sunday.
Yeah.
And you have the Canyon house, you have the Pass house, you have the Enough house. So yeah, every team is taking it really seriously. Every brand is here. It's the place to be.
Yeah. I'm glad they got the weather for it this year.
Yeah, we were really unlucky last year. It was non-stop rain for the whole week.
I think the only turbo rides I did last year were Traka week.
Yeah, we've been pretty lucky with the weather. It's we're having a beautiful spring. Chilly mornings.
March, I don't know, March wasn't so beautiful. March was very wet, but
no,
it's been,
but
aside
now,
from that, it's been,
Beautiful spring, all the colza, the yellow flowers everywhere.
Yeah, but the pollen has been slightly delayed, so that's all come out in the last week. So I did ride last week, and my nose and my eyes, and I don't suffer with hay fever, so if anyone does and they're arriving to this race, they're in for a hard day. It gets in behind your glasses, it gets in your sinuses, and it's real sticky or something.
You see it here. It
It's
looks
floating
like
around in the air. Yeah,
if
it's
it
kind
was
of pretty,
snowing,
but
no?
yeah.
Sneezing, everybody's sneezing. Yeah, it's hard for the ones that have allergies.
Yeah. Oh, look, there goes some of it.
Yeah, we have a couple here on the set.
Yeah.
We're seeing the head of the women's race.
It's cool to see Sarah Sturm come back as well, because I know the first year she came, like Amity was here for maybe 3 weeks prior, and Amity knew the course inside out. And Sarah kind of rocked in that week and was like, yeah, no, it'll be cool. And I think maybe not took for granted what the race was, but I think by the finish she had a very different perspective, and it's cool that she's come back every year. And yeah, I don't know, she's been second and she's been third, so she's looking to complete that podium, but I think it'll be harder to do this year.
I think this morning Sarah was, I've never seen her so nervous for a race. Yeah.
Wow.
And she was saying she could barely sleep or eat. A couple of days ago she was a bit jet lagged. I think she's now gotten better. She just loves this kind of racing, but
it's so different with them having their own race, because they are like last year was, I don't know where everyone is, and maybe there's 3 or 4 up ahead, or someone might yell at you at the feed zone being like, you have 2 minutes, or they're ahead or they're behind, or you know where everyone is, and it's going to come down to, okay, well, am I going to take a chance here and try and go solo, or am I going to follow that person or stay with the group? And I mean, there's a few in there who definitely do not want a sprint finish, but it'll also be very interesting to see a sprint finish after 360k.
I don't think it will be a sprint finish. And last climb is going to be really decisive, the one I told you, the new part of the Traka 360. I think if they're together, it's going to be decided there. It's pretty technical up, it's pretty technical down. Then you have the single track to the end that had a big water puddle before it. And then, after that, I think that the one that crosses that single track at the front is going to be the queen or the king of Traka.
Okay. It's actually, it's crazy to not know the end of the course this year. Even other years when I rode different distances, I've ridden the 100 before, but I would have always have known the finish of the last couple of 10, 20k of all of the races.
So you still have time. I can lend you a bike and you can go and do it now.
I've lined up an e-bike for next week actually.
Nice.
So great, maybe I don't have to ride on my own.
Oh, I'm gonna go with you in the e-bike. I'm just in love with those bikes. They're so much fun.
Okay, well mine is one of the Trek ones that looks kind of semi-town bike, semi-e-bike, but so maybe you could probably ride your normal bike, because I've got to keep my heart rate super low. So
I did a hill climb the other day just to film the riders with my e-city bike, and I was so happy with it. The going down wasn't that fun, but the going up was pretty fun. So the ones connecting, we're seeing the race leaders on the women's side. We see Sarah Storm pushing the pace, Axel Ferrand-Prevot, Cara Migon, and G, that had a fall, came back to this group and is pushing the pace as well. Now here we're seeing a bit of a mix of the men and the women. This climb that seems that never ends.
You can hear someone's cassette there as well. And that can be soul destroying when you're like, do I have to listen to this until the next feed zone, or is this going to be an issue all day?
We see Luis Valentin here, really good
Yeah, she's
climber.
having a good race as well.
She got a great last year, and she's doing pretty well this season. She's part of the Enough team this year. She's having a really good year.
Yeah, she won a stage in Morocco.
The Sahara Gravel.
Yeah, she's pretty well on GC overall as well there. But I can't remember. Did she ride Sandoval? I don't remember that far back. Sandoval, though, it's very early to try and judge anyone's form off. The season gets earlier and earlier every year and ends later and later every year, so it's becoming survival of the fittest by the end of the season.
Yeah, Sandoval, we saw it at the beginning of the season. The form of everybody is just gotten so professional.
Oh, it's crazy.
I was riding and I decided why not like go in the elite woman field. And they just started the first time. I'm like, yeah, no, maybe this is not my pace.
No, I just I had crashed maybe 2 weeks before that or something like that, but I remember being in physio and Chavi saying, I don't know if it's a good idea for you to race. I said, I don't think it's a good idea for anyone to be racing yet, but noted, thank you. I will not be lining up.
Yeah, that was a hard event where we saw Annika Langbard win, and we'll see her tomorrow take part in the 200.
Yeah,
I think she really liked the course, and I'm also excited, really excited to see tomorrow's event, the 200. So
I'm excited for all of them.
Field.
And like Sina Frey is lining up in the 100. I got a sneak peek at her bike earlier in the week. It's got a European Champs paint job on it. It's super cool, amazingly light.
She's going to start with a European jersey.
Yeah, so it's super cool, the level that's showing up. I haven't actually looked at the rest of the start list for the 100, but I would love if there was only one distance and they all actually had to race each other this time, because just the names that have shown up for this, and okay, you're getting to pick and choose. Okay, maybe the 200 suits me better. Oh, the men have hit the hike bike.
Ooh, yeah. This is what we were talking about, the hike bike section. It's a quite long one.
And anyone who thinks, oh, no, maybe I could ride it on a mountain bike, maybe I could ride it in this, you can't.
No.
Because I heard all about it before last year, and I went out on the recce, and no, it is impossible to ride.
Yeah, if you want to see what we're talking about, we did a video last year of the hotspots, and this was one of them. Yeah, it took me 5 minutes running with my running shoes and filming with a camera. So riders that were thinking road shoes, no way. You have, if you see them suffering, this is Freddie Ovet. Yeah, he's just...
like your heart rate is probably 160, 170 if you're not going full gas up it, and then your auto pause on your Garmin or your Wahoo will go off. And it is, if you're not a little bit mentally struggling by this point, you will be by the time you get to the top of it.
Yeah. And as cyclists, we don't like running or walking our bikes. We always try to do the impossible not to walk it. So yeah, it's just, I don't know what it is. I don't mind walking without the bike. I just hate walking with the bike.
Well, especially uphill.
Oof.
Oh, it's so rough. It's not even easy to walk up. It's loose in places, and then there's big chunks of rock in other places. It's, yeah.
Ooh,
oh, someone's dropped something.
Running back.
Or no, maybe they're just there to watch. Oh no, it's the live stream is stuck. The guy on that.
Oh, the motto. Now we're seeing the team having a bit of problems. The bike is not, as we were telling you, it's not an easy uphill. It's pretty rocky,
no,
it's pretty loose. If a motorcycle cannot go up there, imagine a bike.
Oh, that's it exactly. That's how hard that climb is that if you can't get the e-bike or the motorbike up there, it's loose underneath, and then it's big chunks of rock, and it's just straight up.
And then you're coming from a downhill.
Yeah.
You're so fast, and then
it's
you
a real
turn
sharp
right,
turn, yeah.
And you're like, okay. And then it's like, you try to do a couple of meters, but then you see it's impossible. And it's pretty long.
No, I remember wrecking it last year, and like it's sharper than 90 degrees. It's almost like a 180 back on yourself. And I was like, oh, well, maybe if I rode down that way a little bit and rode back, I'd have some speed. And no, it's...
No. And then you're flying down.
Yeah.
And I think it's also that part that shocks your body because you're loose and going down and then up and walking. Your calves are just tied together and your legs feel horrendous.
No, it's pretty brutal at that point.
And I've heard we're gonna see somebody playing some music for them, and also Carla was gonna be on the course trying to interview some people. Maybe the first riders won't be interviewed, but the normal riders that have a bit or take a bit more time will be telling us their story from there because
I'd say there are people who are going to sit down at some point on that.
Oh, they had some chairs. They were going to put some chairs, and for sure we're going to see some pictures of them sitting down at the top of the mountain because it's a hard climb and it keeps on going. You get to the top and it's still like a falls flat.
It's a falls flat and it's kind of single tracky, and then does it take the... No, it's a left. It's not as sharp a left as I thought. It's just the left into kind of a loose, sandy-ish gravel. So yeah, it's not even nice at the top because it goes into that kind of bumpy single track before you get out of the trees. Oh, they've made it back, have they? It's hard to tell who that is. Is that the...
Yeah, no, I cannot tell from the back. But these are the top men riders. This could be the chasing group. See, we could hear the guitar. The guitar is playing for them. We love this in the Classmac courses, in the Traka courses. They always put the violinist or the music playing in the hardest places. So when you start hearing the music, you're like, okay.
Yeah, I remember coming across a guy playing the cello out in the middle of nowhere 2 years ago. I was with a group of people, and I'm like, okay, great, you guys are seeing this too. I'm not hallucinating yet. No, we see it too. Like, great, this is either a group hallucination or this is really weird.
But I find it really special because you're suffering. You're like just fighting the demons in your head, and then you hear music. You're like, okay, it gets me a smile on my face.
And like you never know who you're going to come across as well supporting the race in real random places. Like coming up Els Metges 2 years ago, Albert that runs Rustic was driving down the hill in a Jeep, and I remember thinking, oh, who is this coming along in a truck, and are they going to cut my line, and am I going to have to like get off the bike and go around, and it's already steep and I'm dying, and the guys pulled in and they like jumped. There's 3 guys in the back of the truck and they've got an air horn and they're like, venga, venga, venga. And I was like, oh great, they're actually out supporting the race. And just in the middle of nowhere. And so it's super cool, and it's great to see that like people are actually going out and supporting it the whole way around the course.
Yeah, that's super special. And as we said, it's a special thing about Girona. Rustic is the place we all go.
Yeah.
It's a typical ride. It's a really nice coffee place. They have the best food.
Oh,
and
so good.
Yeah, just the community supporting each other.
And Albert is crazy as well that he's I'm up at 4 and I'm going to ride before I open the shop. What? Up at 4 a.m. riding with maybe Uba or someone. And,
another rider that's a local rider, Ulrich. He was going to take part yesterday in the 560, but he's been working and he's been going to Germany to work. He hasn't been able to train that much. So that was pretty bad to see, really hard decision. He was out on the course taking pictures, supporting the riders. And maybe we'll have him here on the live streaming and later on today, and he can tell us. He's been doing the 360 for a couple of years, but he just likes the longer distances.
Yeah, I was surprised that I didn't see his name on the 560 all right, because he's one of those those crazy people that the further it is, the better. But do you remember you were on the podcast with him maybe a year or 2 ago, and we were asking like, what music do you listen to? He goes, no music. And how much caffeine do you take? No caffeine. I was like, what? He's like, I can go for maybe like 50 hours without sleep before I start hallucinating. And I was like, can you hear yourself say that?
Yeah, I know Nicole, her wife, and she's like, yeah, I think, yeah. He just supports him. I don't think she understands him, but yeah, he just lets him be.
I think it's a hard thing to understand. I think if you're married to someone like that or in a long-term relationship with someone like that, you have got to be very accepting. Maybe understanding it is kind of beyond most people's. It's, you know, makes you happy. Go do you, but
Yeah, cyclists underside cyclists, but it's a pretty crazy sport.
it is, yeah. And the longer I'm involved in it, the crazier it seems to get.
And I think it takes a lot of time. Riding is not like running. Running, you can run for an hour, run for 2, and it's a good workout. For cycling, if you cycle for less than 2 hours, it's like, why bother?
Yeah, I used to have a coach who would put in, oh, it's a recovery ride, go ride for an hour. Really? Like, it's not worth putting on my kit for, you know, and it's, yeah, well, like it was, but you would find it like mentally harder to go out and do an hour easy than to be like, oh, go ride for, you know, 3 hours and stop for coffee somewhere, and you kind of plan your day around it a little bit.
Yeah, it just takes a lot of time, and you have to be pretty consistent.
It takes a lot of food.
Ooh.
Oh wow, that was close.
Yeah, different. We've been seeing different kind of terrain.
That's what makes this a real challenging course as well, because people are always, the tire choice is such a topic of conversation, to the point that sometimes you're sitting there being like, are we really having the conversation again? And you know, some people can be limited by maybe their sponsors or the brands they're associated with and what they have on offer, but there's no one tire that I would say is perfect for this course.
No, it's so different terrain. I think you have to just stick to one.
And people ask about pressure. It's similar with pressure. I mean, you can't, if it slows you down here, it'll speed you up there, and it's whatever setup you can run that is the most puncture resistant for you is the right choice. But it's, you can see, I mean, taking these turns, he's sliding around there. And quite impressively, actually, the way he's taking them super close to the edge.
Yeah, this is the kind of corner you just fly off your bike.
Yeah.
What kind of pressure do you usually run in this kind of races?
I kind of aim for 1.7, 1.8-ish. And I always say the ish because by the time you take the pump off, it's changed slightly. And I would always err on, I would put in a little bit too much on the way over to the race, and then you can take a little bit out if you feel you need to. Like, not a huge amount too much, but just the tiniest bit. So you can always take it out. It's harder to put it in.
Yeah, now we've seen a bit of like the tire adapters that you can put air and take out during the events. So
Pauline was riding them in Paris-Roubaix this year, I think.
Yeah, Mariana was as well.
Yeah, she rode them at Gravel Worlds last year, I think. So no, it'd be cool to see more technology like that coming along, and definitely be helpful in some of these big long races as well. Like if you rode one of those and maybe.
Okay, we've just seen the women race leaders still riding together, and they've told us that G, that fell just a couple of kilometers ago, has asked for an ambulance in the next aid station.
Oh no, that's not good.
So that's not what we want to hear. Hopefully they can fix it, and she's okay.
So is she still racing to the aid station?
Yeah. So she'll try to. Yeah. That is G.
Yeah, that is.
She's just so committed and such a fighter that she'll try. So she might just ask for the ambulance to see if she can continue.
Okay. Wow.
Now we're seeing Freddie Ovets here on the course.
In the white kit, that's brave.
Yeah.
There's a few people. I think Joe Laverick is lining up in white kit tomorrow. Makes it easier to spot them out on the course, but it's a bold strategy.
I think once you use it, you can never repeat it. It's never white again.
I don't know, there's a friend of mine in town who wore white for Santaval. He says Vanish works, and his kit seems pretty clean, so.
We need to give him here in the live streaming to get his advice
I'll give him a call,
on washing, please. No, but Freddie, He's been doing this events for a couple of years. He just loves Girona, loves Spain.
Oh, it's a beautiful place to be. I mean, I came here for 3 months nearly 4 years ago. It's home almost. It's a hard place to leave. It's a beautiful place to ride your bike. There's just adventure on your doorstep. I mean, you can get the train to, out to Figueres or up to Portbou or something, and go for crazy long rides from there. Get the train back. So there's a lot of options, even road or gravel. So. And there's a huge mountain bike scene here too, which is much more local. So.
Yeah, people hear Girona because of the road cycling, but gravel is pretty special, and mountain bike is a local secret.
Yeah. I'm going to get kicked out for saying it, yeah.
We've also seen a lot of triathletes around. It's just becoming the mecca for triathlon
that's
as well.
Actually why I came here initially. A couple of months triathlon training, the Jeg pool. Jan Frodeno was based here at the time. You see Vincent Louis at the pool. There's like Martin Van Riel. Jonas Schoenberg is out here as well, but maybe more Olot based sometimes. I don't know. There's a big crew out there as well. And
they're also becoming gravel cyclists. We've seen Vincent doing the Santa Val.
Yeah.
I've heard maybe he's doing Traka, but we'll see.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
Okay, we see the tactics here is the extra water points that they get. So we see some riders stopping. It's a long day. It's a good decision to take.
Yeah, and especially when you're taking so many gels and if you've carbs in the other bottles, like you need to get your carbohydrate balance right, and it can be hard to do. And if you're not used to these kind of long rides, if you don't have enough water, you can't absorb them, which can really upset your stomach, and that will ruin your day before. Like if your stomach goes before your legs, just you'll be ringing someone to come pick you up. So that extra water point is probably going to save a few people's races.
Yeah, it's always a hard decision. Should I stop or should I not?
It always comes down to what is everyone doing around me and who am I with and how's my day going.
Yeah, and that's a cool thing about this this distance and this event. It's a bit of tactic. It's a bit of adventure.
And it's trying to
just saw someone peeing. And then
it's the trade-off as well between if I don't stop for this water, how bad will I be in an hour's time? And if I take the 30 seconds and I lose the 3 guys in front of me, but maybe I do an effort to get back on, but I have that extra 500 mils of water, it's like, for me, I'd say maybe 7 times out of 10 I would stop and take it.
Yeah.
But then again, the year that I did well in this, I remember crossing the line and my coach was here and he picked up my bike. He was like, "Why do you have 2 full bottles?" And I said, "I stopped at every single aid station." It was like, the last one was like 30k from home. And I said, "Yeah, I didn't care. I was just so wired that like anything could happen. Now it's dark. What if I puncture and I'm in the middle of nowhere?" And they're like, "You were less than 30k from home. You should not have 2 full bottles." Yeah, I know, but
in case something happens.
Yeah.
And yeah, for this distance, you never know. And if you have water and if you have food, you can still pedal. But if you run out of those, that's when you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So always it's good to be safer than sorry.
Yeah. And I suppose that year, like the field was completely broken up, so it was hard to know. I think like I was getting messages saying that, oh, like, you're making time on Sarah Stern, but we were going, I think she was going up Els Meches and I was on the flat, so I think in my head I was like, I think she might be going uphill. And I think the time gap didn't come down again, so I was like, no, that's what happened there, was that she's going uphill, I'm on the flat, and then you're watching, or then you're getting messages saying the time gap is going down on you and the person behind you, so you're like, okay, you gotta keep going. But always the fear that, okay, now it's getting dark, yeah, I'm on the course, everyone knows I'm on the course, but if I flat or something happens, you're just like, oh no, I want to know that I've got enough water for
for taking a shower. if you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to.
Like, oh, you're filthy by the end of this as well. So it's
Yeah, I still remember your entrance that year because that was our first year doing the live streaming, and it was pretty emotional.
oh, it was like definitely the best moment I've ever had on the bike. That day was so special. I had so much fun, and I'm someone, if I'm enjoying myself, I ride better, and that was probably one of the most fun days I've ever had racing a bike, like start to finish.
Your whole team was here to support. We
Yeah,
were so happy.
My dad had come over as well, and yeah, it was one of those days. So like everything went right, and that's rare in a gravel race. I used to be bad at saying, oh well, I got a flat, or I didn't want to talk about my race afterwards if it didn't go well. But I mean, it's gravel, and things go bad for everyone most of the time, or not bad, but like things happen. You get flat tires, or you puncture and it seals, or your chain is just, it comes off because you're bouncing up and down or whatever it is. But I used to find it hard to be like, oh well, it didn't go well because. But to be honest, a lot of the time there is a reason it didn't go well, because you have put the hours in. It's not that you've just not been able to produce a result. It's there are days where I think I went to Poland and I had like 3 flats and 2 chain drops, and I remember being like, no, I've come to Poland, I'm gonna ride my bike in Poland, and then I ran out of plugs and CO2, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna go sit in the feed zone and wait for someone to pick me up. So there are those days, but the Traka 360 that year was just start to finish perfect for me.
And the good days are always worth it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Emma. Hopefully you recover and we see you back in the live streaming.
And enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much. I
I'll talk to you
appreciate
later.
it, and hope to see you soon back in the bike and winning races.
I hope so too, but we'll see.
Thanks. So as we told you, this is one big climb, but you can see the sea that's always really rewarding. We have here Peter back with us with some coffee, so thank you. Thank you very much for everybody that's tuning in. We're 6 hours and almost 7 minutes in for the men and 5 hours 57 minutes on the women's side. Different starts, 10 minutes apart. Each of them have their own race, so this makes it really special. We've been seeing a lot of things happening.
Yeah, maybe it's good to catch back for everybody who is now new on the live stream what happened and what we saw. So in the beginning, in the flat part towards the first hilly section, we saw already attacks from mostly individuals, but I think they triggered the bigger guys in the bunch to also start attacking. So with the men elite, a group of 5 guys broke out with already some pretty strong names. Maybe not the favorites, but at least some guys you cannot underestimate. And then for the women's it was the same, but there a group of 5 girls broke out, or 6 even, with all the specialists there already, and they were working good, really well together towards the first big hilly section. And in the hill section, we saw a lot happening. There was a crash, of course, from G, unfortunately, but I hope she can still continue the ride. I'm not sure, I missed the update about this, but with the men we saw a lot of things happening. The front group, they kept working together, but also there some guys started to feel their legs. The elite group got a little bit smaller, but now out of this middle hill section, we see that they group together again, and probably they start work. Probably they will keep working together to the next climb. Now we see some more names of the first group. yeah, all the favorites are there. Arno, who was in the front group, had a mechanical, got back in the bigger group, but he could still hang on. And,
Peter had some problems as well. He's back in. We saw Jan leading the race for a couple of moments. Mattia De Marchi is back there as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lachlan Morton is unfortunately out due to a mechanical, so that's really sad. That's why we don't see his name on this list. But it's a group of almost 20 riders, and there's a long flat section coming with some little kickers and river crossings. So I'm curious if that's enough to split a bunch. At least it will give some tension, and you will see riders moving up to the front to make sure that they are there when the river crossings are happening, or to not get surprised on the little kickers in between. They are not long climbs, but for sure, they will feel it in their calves and quadriceps for sure.
Especially after the hike bike.
Yeah, especially after the hike bike. Yeah, also there you never know what this is doing to your legs. Like you can start cramping already, and if this happens, it at least takes half an hour to ride those cramps out. And if you then are hitting a kicker in the back, there's always a risk of getting dropped. But for now, it looks everything looks in control, and it's more than, let me think, 80k to go until we hit the next big climb. So looking forward to that already, and I hope we will see some surprises, because there are for sure some guys who are thinking not so positive for the next big climb, and maybe want to anticipate and get a little advantage before they hit the big climb. So let's see if there will be some attacks coming. The girls are still nicely working together. Was G back on?
Yeah, is Sarah Storm, is Axel
nice.
Ferran Prubots, is Jerike Schreers, and Caro Migon.
Yeah, so really strong effort from all of them, but especially G, who has to close pretty big gap already in this hill section. So hopefully now she gets some time to recover from it. We will see.
Yeah, they still need to do the hike bike section, so we'll see how her knee is feeling at that moment. She was moving her arm as well, so something is bothering her.
Yeah. Let's hope her body gets time to recover, or that she at least can push through, because it's never nice having a crash quite early on in the race, because we are only for the women not even halfway.
Yeah, we've seen the top climbers leading that group. Axel being so strong at this part of the season. Caro starting her peak form, because she really loves to win this race. She won it last year. Then Sarah Storm has never won it before. She's been second and third, and she won the top spot. G has been second, and she's dying to get the first spot as well. So yeah, I think we're gonna see a pretty tough battle between the four of them.
They are all motivated. They all have confidence that they can go for the win. So they will keep putting pressure on each other. To show today who's the strongest of all.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how everybody preps their season, because the gravel season starts pretty early, just February. So some riders were at almost peak form on that race in Santa Val, and some riders prefer just to do it as a training race, like Caro Migon. Caro Migon comes from Switzerland, so she doesn't get that much time on the bike, and then she likes peaking a bit farther on the season.
Yeah. Every rider has a different approach, of course. Some riders really like to be in good shape or almost top shape from the beginning, and then they try to hold on as long as possible. But it's, yeah, if you talk about February and now we are already May, it's a long time that you have to keep the top shape in your legs, and that's also the reason that some women and men tell to themselves like, oh, I take it a bit more easy in February because there are so many months to come, and also before Traka there are a lot of big races with the hills, with Tierra de Campos, with Utopia. So yeah, it's always a balance trick to get in shape, to stay in shape, but not to go, to top yourself over, and that you are now doing this event with your legs too tired, because that will not help. You need all the energy and all the freshness.
It's a long season, February to October.
Probably.
It's hard to pick at all of them.
Yeah, no, you have to be really selective and also be aware of a resting period. Probably, some guys will do it after Traka, and some guys and women have to pull through until Unbound. But then after Unbound there's mostly, let's say, a short pre-summer break, so that you are still capable of racing your bike in September and October as well.
Yeah, we saw Freddie Ovet having some fun there. He was leading the race at some point because they decided not to stop at the aid station. So we were talking with Emma. It's always a hard decision. No, either you stop or not stop in the extra water station.
True, that's something. You really need to make a plan. Make a plan. Be confident what you're doing, because you know if you stop, there's always a risk that you're running behind a couple of seconds, and it takes energy to come back. But if you can manage not stopping, it's most efficient thing to do. But you really need to make sure you have enough fluids, enough gels, enough fuel in general. So it can be tricky, but all those people we see on our broadcast, they know what they are doing, and they already thought about it weeks or maybe months before the race is happening.
But sometimes you're in the heat of the race, and then you're supposed to stop, and you decide eventually not to stop.
Yeah, that's...
of course it's a mistake, but it's like, it's racing.
Yeah, it can happen. Like if it stresses you out, or you don't feel confident with your stop, and forget to grab your hydro pack or forget to swap bottles, those mistakes, they can turn out into bigger problems towards the final.
We're seeing some beautiful drone shots here, so you could see the landscape that Girona has to offer. It's just gravel paradise.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. 360 degrees around Girona, it's gravel paradise, and every part has its unique things. This part in the north, close to Porta la Selva and Cap de Creus, it's stunning. It's stunning. It has the really smooth gravel roads. It has single tracks. Everything what you craving for as a gravel cyclist, you will find in this area.
Yeah, this region is famous for its little town called Cadaqués, really picturesque. Is where Dali had its house. He has a museum, and if you're around, you have to go, because it's just a beautiful little town. You come up the mountain and then you descend, and a white little town appears with a pretty nice bay, and we see somebody walking their bike.
Yeah, this is a really steep part. Like, I think it goes up to 20%, and it's also quite rocky. So what can happen that you just slip with your back wheel, and as soon as you lose your grip in the back wheel, it's really hard to get back on. And like you can, as you can see, it's a struggle. You have the only thing is you have to keep walking towards a little less steep section, and then hopefully you can jump back on the bike. But there are a lot of surprises on the course, and you need to stay focused, especially on this climb.
Yeah, we were saying to Emma that just getting off your bike and pushing it the muscles you're using in your, it's just different. And
yeah, it's a lot of shocks also for the muscles. If you're pedaling, you still get the vibration from the gravel roads, of course, but it's totally different than every time crushing your leg, or every time having those kicks in the muscles. And it's a tricky point where cramps can happen because of the extra buildup of tension in the calves, the quadriceps, hamstrings. Also, it's possible that they also don't like it, and then it takes a time, quite a while, for the muscles to relax again and get back on what they need to do, and that's pedaling for most of the hours.
yeah, we're back here with the race leaders on the women's side. We see Axel for Robots pushing the pace on the front, but Caro Migon opens up. She maybe wants to go faster, and we'll see Sarah Storm back in the wheel of Axel, and just back of her we see Jerike Schreus that just fell, but she's hanging on in there.
Yeah, it's always a tough decision what to do. Like if you have to feel, or if you feel your legs are really good, of course you want to make use of it and tire the competition. But if you are now already showing that your legs are too good, it might be a risk that after the hill section the other girls don't want to help that much anymore, and they will force you to do most of the work, and then you never know 4 hours later if you can still do the same effort. So it's important to make a tough race, but it's also important that you don't show all the cards
this early.
Yeah, this early.
Now we're back with the race leaders in the men's side. Big peloton back together, a lot of attacks at the beginning, but back together in the Emporda flats.
Yeah, and as you can see, they are making a nice echelon, so everybody is working, nobody is hanging in the back, and taking it really chill. So it's good to see this type of teamwork. Even if they are competitors, it's still you can say they put in some good effort together. And of course it's a long way to go. And at the point, some guys will start playing poker a little bit more. That might be the chance for some other guys to open some gaps. But now the speed is too high, and there's nothing left than working together for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's the first time we've seen such a big group at this point of the race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it shows a lot about the quality of the 360, the riders who are working towards it. Like, all athletes prepare for this, but now seeing the amount of quality in the top 20 guys and how they are still together, it's it tells a lot about the importance of the race.
Yeah. Peter Stetina had some problems at the beginning, the same as last year. Everybody thought he was out, he came back and won the race. So nothing is lost till the end.
No, for sure not. It's a mental game. You always have to keep believing in yourself, and mechanicals can happen to everybody. So at the point you have a mechanical yourself and you think like, now I'm all on my own. Maybe 5Ks later, some of the other favorites had the same, and then your chances of coming back when you work together are higher, and it's important to never give up.
We saw Esther Griffin there giving some stretch, because it's not common to see them riding on the road. There's not a lot of road in this route, so they're just taking advantage, relaxing their bodies, stretching a bit. Esther has won last year Rancho event, so he's pretty used to this kind of gravel, this kind of racing, and he's hoping to get a win here today as well.
Yeah. All the guys are now still hoping and having faith in themselves. That's for sure. Now it's also the point where you can fuel up, because in those hills it's much harder to drink and to eat your gels and your bars. So they will take some time to fuel themselves, because the final it's even going to be tougher for what we already saw today.
Yeah, and they know it. They know that El Smetjes climb is pretty key today. It's almost a bit more than 8K, but after so many kilometers, it just feels pretty tough.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's also not a how can you say, a stable, or it's a climb which goes in steps. So there are some like flat sections, slightly down, but then it's followed up by steep kickers of 20% or more. So it's every time a little sprint you have to do. It's not that you can find a nice pace and to ride it like a time trial. It's always pushing yourself a little bit over the limit. Try to recover as much as possible. Make sure that you're not falling behind a gap in the group. Because when a little group of 5 guys launch themselves into one of those kickers, they can make much more speed and open a gap pretty easy.
But we were also talking about the descent after El Smetjes. This year is pretty broken. It's been raining a lot in March. It just started raining non-stop, so the downhill I think is going to be pretty key for today's race.
True, there are a lot of washouts. There are not many lines to take, so you will not see guys riding next to each other going down this hill. And it's so technical. So the most important thing is there to keep your tires safe. And the guys with a mountain bike or cyclocross background, they will probably put some pressure there as well to open a gap or to try to close it again. It really depends on how good they survive the climbing part before.
We're here back on the women's race. We see Luis Valentin has catch up to the group. She's a really good climber, and it's good to see her in this pretty top group.
Yeah, it's impressive effort she did. I'm curious if she's also good in climbing or running uphill. That's a specialty you only know when it's happening. But if you now look to her cadence, the effort looks in control. I think it's also giving her some confidence that she could close this gap. So for sure, keep an eye out on her.
Yeah, good tactic, because she knows after this it's gonna be pretty flat, and I think this group will work together. Between all of them, we see how they're searching for food, different ways of packing their food. Axel has them tied in the top tube of the bike. Some we're still riding with their camelbacks.
Yeah, everybody has a different strategy or things they prefer. There are many options. You can, like you said, you can have pockets in your hydro pack, so it's close to your body. You don't feel it bumping on your bike too much. Other riders, they prefer to have more lightweight around their body and using a top cap, or maybe even taping bars and gels on their bike. It's fun to see the different variations. As long as you don't lose any fuel, then you're fine.
We see G just starting the descent in front as she likes it. She loves going downhill. She's pretty good technically, and she's not gonna take any more risks. So she just wants to control the downhill, see everything that's in front of her. She knows the course pretty well. She's been doing some recce riding, some stage racing, recce riding, and then some days that she just went and did part of the run. So I think she knows it pretty well. She wants to be in that position at this moment. She knows it. She's chasing the motorcycle. He's gonna put them in a bit of a
Yeah, and as you can see, there's already a little gap opening up behind. Maybe this is just out of safety reasons that the girls are opening those gaps, because yeah, you need to see the rocks coming and save your tires for any punctures. And as we saw with G, even on a flat part, yeah, if a girl in front of you hits a rock and you touch the back wheel, before you know, yeah, you're crashing yourself. So it's a really smart move of her to be in front and to feel safe in this situation.
Yeah, that's a tactic she loves using. She really enjoys the descents. So, and yeah, if you push some riders that don't like descents that much, you waste a bit more energy.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, no, of course. You have to, if you know, if you're a specialist or feeling good about parts of the race, then it's always better to put in some extra effort, because yeah, using this skill can help to make the competitors yeah, getting more tired or feeling less confident, and yeah, that's always a good thing and part of racing.
all back together. Nobody wants to lose a centimeter. Bit of up and downs.
Yeah, it's yeah, this is a bit of a plateau or middle section before they go into the big downhill and the last downhill towards the running section. So I think they are also aware of this and that they now also like to save their legs as much as possible to make sure the running part goes a bit smoother.
Yeah, we're also seeing how the motorcycle is doing. The images that we can see in our screens. We're now filming with the drone.
It's a beautiful view, and on the top of this hill you also will see Port de la Selva, which is also a beautiful white village. It's similar to Cadaqués, but little less magical, but it's still stunning to see. So let's hope that we get a good drone view there as well, and then yeah, seeing those women flying down, it's impressive. It's really fun to watch.
Yeah, and as you said, Port de la Selva, for me, it's my favorite town, because I think sometimes Cadaqués, it's hard to get to, and then sometimes it gets a bit crowded. But Port de la Selva is just magical, and then the bay is a bit bigger, so
Yeah.
you have a bit more space.
Yeah, it's really
Easier
a
to
lot of
get to.
space.
You can take the train to Llançà and then ride to Port de la Selva on the road.
Yeah, that's a beautiful combination, and really recommended to do if you're around in Girona. Don't be afraid to jump in the train. It's easy to get to different parts in different beautiful villages in this area, and yeah, make sure you bring your bike.
Yeah, and the train that gets you there, you can put your bike inside the train. And it's pretty simple to get there.
That's
100% recommend
yeah,
that
that's-
part of
nice.
the Catalunya region.
And if you are in that area, I would also recommend to go to the Cap de Creus, to the fire tower a little bit in the north of Cadaqués, because that's the part where Dali also find a lot of inspiration for all his paintings and art he created.
Yeah, he's a pretty famous painter around, and you can go and visit his houses. There are museums now, so you can go one that it's in Port Lligat, that it's around Cadaqués, the other one in Figueres, and then they have the house that they used to live in the middle of the medieval region in the Catalunya region. We see G here in the front pushing the pace. Hopefully not feeling the crash that she had just a couple of kilometers ago.
It looks good. Like you can see, she is relaxed on the bike. Maybe her left elbow is still hurting, and also we see the blood on the knee, but she's not making weird movements with her legs. So I think her legs are fine. Just let's hope she can keep her bike in control, and that her arm is not hurting too much. But for now, as we can see, she is getting her confidence back again, and now she's also showing the other girls like, hey, I might have crashed, but I'm still here in the game, and I'm still here to play it hard as possible.
Yeah, and hopefully she gets to feel right as well, because when you crash, you lose a bit of energy.
Yeah, it takes energy. It's also the stress hormone, which is then really high in your body. The adrenaline can be a nice thing, but adrenaline is rushing out again. So you will feel okay for half an hour, but then it's your body and the stress and extra tension, which takes a lot of energy. So it's always tough to catch back on after a crash.
Yeah, you get the high, but then you get the low.
Yeah.
Low.
Yeah. True.
So if your body wasn't hurting and is recovering, you're feeling the adrenaline going down, and it's really important to hydrate correctly, get a bit more energy, a bit more food to get back on the horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Or on the bike.
On the bike, yeah. And as long as you can keep moving, it helps also to get the stiffness out again, and then most of the times the next day you will feel it even more. But yeah, like I said, as long as she just keeps riding her bike, I think the pain can stay under control.
Yeah, we can see here really clearly how the terrain is. It's a pretty rough gravel, because you see the rocks, big rocks falling from the mountain.
Yeah.
So you have to be really, really careful and attentive all the time.
No, that's for sure, because if you hit one of those big rocks with your front wheel, there's a risk of crashing, and for sure a risk of flattening out. But now, all the women are taking their responsibility, opening little gaps so they can see what's coming, and probably at the bottom they will start to stick together again. But
something
it looks
happened
like,
to Louise. She has a flat.
Unfortunately, flat.
Exactly what we saw. We saw a rock hitting her wheel, and we were just saying that this kind of terrain. Ooh.
Yeah. It's on her back wheel. Hopefully, she can find the hole, get a dyno plug, and repair it. But this is taking some time now. But as soon as she found the hole and plugs it, she can be back on the bike within 30 seconds. But it's always stressful. You have to stay calm. Be aware of what you are doing, and don't stress out too much, because then you're making mistakes, and then maybe 2K later you have to stop again to redo the plugging and the pumping.
Yeah, it's pretty important for the riders to know how to do it, because it's easy, but you need to practice.
Yeah, you need to practice, and so if it happens on training, always be happy with it, because it's a good practice.
She's in good spirits.
Yeah, she's in good spirits. She was talking with the camera guy for a bit. It shows that she is calm in those circumstances, and that's the best thing to do, because putting extra stress on yourself doesn't help to repair your tire faster.
Yeah, she's a great climber. We just saw her getting back into the group in the last climb, so hopefully she can plug the wheel. She's going to do the flat by herself, or maybe somebody chasing behind. She can team up with her to get to Elsmetje's climbs, and maybe she can get to the group where G, Caro, Axel, and Sarah are riding together.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the time gaps in between those groups, but now for her it's important to get back on and don't miss the second train towards Girona, because then then it's a long flat part to do it on your own. And I have to check the wind directions, but I think there was a little bit of headwind, so that's even tougher to be on your own.
Yeah, they told us it was a bit of wind, no tramontana, that's the really bad one.
Yeah.
Everybody that lives around here hates tramontana, especially if you're a cyclist, because nobody wants a 40-50 kilometer headwind riding by themselves.
No, no, exactly. What we now see, it's a headwind going back to Girona. So for big groups, it means you can save quite a lot of energy, and probably it will keep the riders a bit more calm, because it's really tough riding on your own with the headwind. But in general, the wind is not too hard today. Which is for me as a Dutchie a bit sad to see, because I like to see echelons. I like to see guys also pushing themselves on the flats and make the wind work as a companion. And it's nice to see groups breaking on flat sections. But now now the weather gods are having different plans, and they might help the guys and the girls to recover a little bit more.
Oh, Dutch cyclists, why do you like the wind?
It's the only thing we have in the Netherlands. It's it's all flat, so we call them the Dutch mountains. They can be your friend, but they also can be your enemy. And it's another skill again. Just like guys who are good in climbing or good in descending, there are also guys and women good in playing with the wind and use it as a benefit.
But I think wind just makes you crazy.
It can make you crazy, especially if it starts to become your enemy and you cannot make friends with them. Then the wind is a really bad thing. But if you're in a group working together, or you use it to start an attack, then the wind can be a lovely player in the game.
Some riders will agree with you, but some riders think it's like me. Why?
Yeah, why?
I'm a pretty good rider on the wind, but I just don't like it.
I must confess that I don't like it when I'm on my own. But if you're in group and you can help each other out, then it's always doable, let's say.
I'll need to ride with you.
Yeah.
You'll need to teach me some
teach
tricks.
you some slipstreaming and playing with different wind directions.
Yeah, and we're here sitting on the plateau in the beginning, on the start and finish of the race, and the weather has changed a bit. It doesn't look like sunny anymore.
No, it's pretty cloudy. It starts to become more and more grey, so who knows that we will see a wet final with rain and hopefully no storm. That will be maybe a bit too much, but if it starts to rain on the course, then then we will see different conditions and different tactics played out, and also it will be colder, and cold is the muscles don't like it that much, and it takes more energy to keep yourself warm. So it would be interesting to see how the weather influences the race today. And this is not good. So what we see is she punctured really close to the rim, so it might be a cut, or at least really tough to repair this type of flat. Most of the times you need multiple plugs, and if you are having really bad luck, you even need glue to repair a tire like this. We see some white stuff coming out of the tire. That's the sealant, of course. But with a big hole, you're losing a lot of sealant, and at one point you are running out of it. So let's hope for her it's not the end of the race. See.
I think the carbon wheel is broken.
Yeah, that's also can be one of the problems. For sure, the tire was hitting the carbon rim quite hard, and that's why it cut itself. So
it's so frustrating to see.
It's really frustrating. Yeah, really frustrating, and there are a couple of things you can do about it, but it's always a struggle if you have this type of puncture.
Oh, that's something you don't want to see, especially if she was back on the race. She did that effort, and just in the descent, we saw it. We saw the rock flying by.
Yeah.
Just hit the wheel.
Yeah, and that's like she was opening a good gap. So, but because there are riders in front of you, it gets much more dusty, and with the dust, it's hard to see where you're riding, and out of nowhere, a rock can pop up. And those things can happen.
I'll let you rest for 10 minutes, and if you can come back with us, we have a special guest from Singapore that we want to hear about first time in Girona, and see you back in 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, and
thank you very
enjoy
much.
the next guest. I'm looking forward to his stories.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
Luis Valentin still fixing her wheel. She was back on the women's lead group. But rock hit her wheel and she had a big puncture. She's trying to plug it, but the plugs are not working.
Oh, doesn't seem like a very good situation she's in.
Can you present yourself?
Oh, hi everyone. Yes, I'm Ash. I'm from Singapore and really glad to be here for Traka 2025. Looking forward to it. I'm doing the 200 tomorrow. So
first time in Girona.
Yes, my first time in Girona as well. And I don't feel like going back after this week, so
you're staying to live here? That's what happens. Everybody comes for an event or for a vacation and then stays.
Yeah, I mean, I've had the luxury of being here since the first week of April, so I've seen Girona a little bit more quiet, trails a little bit, could be in tune with nature that we don't have that much in Singapore, and all the trails have just been so beautiful.
How's the gravel in Singapore?
Gravel in Singapore is... We got a good crew, we've got people doing it, but we don't have much gravel. I mean, we probably have about 10 km max, and that is including some mountain bike trails. So we make do with what we can, and most of us that race also, we go to the neighboring countries. So we go to Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, where we do have some races that is growing. And we have a good, good number of gravel racers as well. And in fact, actually, we have one that is from Philippines doing the 560 now.
Wow,
so,
how's she doing?
He is, I think, at the 420 km mark. Yeah, so super stoked that he is doing it and it's still going on.
What impresses you about the gravel around here and the culture?
Wow, I mean, the culture has been so giving, if I can say, like just riding out. Most of the times I've been like training alone, and you bump into people that are riding, you bump into hikers, and they're just so friendly. Everyone gives you a greeting and not just like a stare down that sometimes we do get in Singapore. But yeah, I just feel everyone has been really nice and really loving the sport of cycling here.
What brought you to Traka?
Well, I mean, Traka, it's been on my mind for the last few years, since probably 2022, 2023. It's the pinnacle of what gravel is. To me, is you got a beautiful town. You got so many good people riding here. The level of cycling is really high, and just nice also I managed to meet some Girona locals, so that kind of okay, let's make 2025 a plan, and here I am.
Who is your friend? Who was the local that got you here sitting down with me?
Oh, that would be Xavi from Athletic Affair. You know, he reached out to me actually in Singapore when he was trying to get some of the business done, and well, I mean, he's moving to the Philippines. Yeah, so it was just a nice time. Everything fell into place that I managed to meet him, and yeah, can't wait for him to move to Asia. We got some ideas up in our minds. So all the Asians that are listening now, yeah, you know, we got some things to come. Be excited, and maybe one day we can bring something about the Traka level to Asia that would really get the scene going and, you know, people excited.
Yeah, we need to go with Gravel Earth series to do an event.
Yeah, no, we had the first Gravel Earth series this year. The first event for GES was in Philippines. Yeah, that was a real nice area, and we had a 125 km course for a short distance and a 240 km course. Yeah, that was it was first week of February as well. So
yeah, that was the first event.
yeah, so it starts early in Asia now, right?
Because of the weather.
Yes, definitely. I think for that period in Philippines it's a little bit cooler. So I've only gone there February and November. So I'm not sure how hot it gets in the real summer months, but from what everyone tells me is, yeah, it gets real hot.
Yeah, in Singapore as well. Oh.
Singapore does, but our temperature is a bit more consistent between 28 to 33 to 35. But we do get a lot of rain. Like.
Okay, we've seen Luis Valentin on the screen. Finally, she got her wheel fixed, and she's on the chase to get to the front group on the climb. Yeah, it's sad to see. She was riding in the 5-woman group in the front. In the descent, she got hit by a rock and then punctured. She took a bit of time. It took a bit of plugs and air to fix the bike, but she's back on the chase for the win today. You've ridden part of the course. You've ridden the gravel around there. What's so special about this route?
Oh, I think we have so much diversity in the gravel that Girona has to offer. We got real good, almost pavement kind of gravel. We have dusty, blown out corners. We have rocky climbs and some real rocky descents, eh? Like you're rolling and then you see the rocks rolling next to you and you're like, ah, okay.
Yeah, that's why we just saw Luis Valentin puncturing there.
Yeah, and sometimes it's real hard to prevent it because...
Oh no, she's back with a wheel problem, tire problem.
Does it look like a sidewall cut? Because that is going to take some effort to try to patch back again.
Yeah, this is what you don't want to happen in a race. It's a bit frustrating when you get mechanicals. But it's part of racing. It's part of riding.
It is, you know, it's the unexpectedness that happens, that sometimes it's your day and sometimes it's not. And that's the beauty of racing. You can be on top of your game, but you also have to look after your equipment to that extent.
Yeah, so she's lost by now. I think she's been here around 10 minutes, so it's gonna be a bit hard to get to the front group. but we're seeing the incredible shots of the drone with people still riding up. And yeah, on the far side, you can see a bit of the mountains, a bit of the town. Luis Valentin is back on the bike again. Hopefully no more problems for her with the tire. Yeah, she's looking strong.
And this is where you will see her grit, her fight, you know, doing all she can to get back into a group, or hopefully she manages to get into a smaller group so that, you know, she can save some energy and then try to fight back together with the rest of the girls.
Yeah, we'll see in the next time control how much time she has lost, but she's nodding her head. I think she still has a problem with the tire. But we'll
based
see.
on the shots we are having, it does still look real soft.
Yeah. Yeah, I think now she's going to take out the wheel, change, put an inner tube, and then try to fix it.
I can't even.
No, she's nodding.
Oh, we just heard that she dropped her levers, so I don't think she can even take out the tire now. That's such a waste. It's something that, you know, when you're racing you don't want to happen, but in the spur of the moment, you're taking out your CO2 and then you're just trying to get back as fast as possible. You don't pick things up on what you have opened and left on the floor. Oh, I feel her.
Yeah, maybe she tries the old trick with a bit of a stick, maybe, or...
We'll see.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we're gonna go and see the front group in a bit, the front women's group. So after 6 hours and 46 minutes of racing, we have G on the front joined by Sarah Storm, Axel Duba-Prevot, and Caroline Miga. And the route, it just changes terrain all the time.
It definitely does. But I think if you ask me, this gives the racers a lot of motivation as well. If it's, you know, just straight lines that you're riding, sometimes it gets a bit too boring, you know, so this allows them to keep the switch on a bit more, have them a bit more alert, and that, if you ask me, for a long race, definitely plays a big part, you know, keeping on, being alert, staying active. If it's all just straight lines, you get too comfortable, and that's where like something nasty can happen.
Yeah, and your head starts to play games with you as well because you're distracted. You're thinking of something else. So that's why I love about the Traka routes and the class mark routes. They're always fun. Like you do a descent, but then you have an uphill, but then you have a single track and then a river crossing. So they're pretty enjoyable.
Yes, I totally enjoy it. You know, when I did the recon rides, there are some points as well where I'm like, oh, class mark, what are you doing here, eh? Like, but I mean, that's the beauty of gravel and what we have now. Such beautiful landscapes, being one with nature, taking the trails where, you know, we can be just riding our bikes.
This is what we were saying. You have to be really alert on the corners. We saw Sarah Storm almost going out of that turn. Now Caro passing her. Sarah back on the track. she's really good mountain biker, so she loves descending also like G. Good skill to have.
Definitely, yeah. And I think also with the sunshine that we've been having in Girona the last few days, and the number of people actually doing more recons and testing out the trails, it's gotten really, really dry and blown out, especially in the descents. So it makes things a bit more tricky. It's sometimes, you know, it's under a layer of dust and you don't see what's underneath, and you just don't have enough brake point and grip. So that's something that is definitely playing into these high-speed descents.
Yeah, and it's funny because last Saturday we had so much rain that you would expect the terrain to be muddy, but it's just so dry.
Yes, the entire day of rain. But I think the rain that you have here in Girona is also not the tropical rain that we have in Singapore, you know, so I was expecting it to be really, really heavy.
No.
But yeah, we could still go out and ride our bikes, and it was real fun the day after, I would say. So, but now whatever you're seeing on the live stream is we had a good 4 or 5 days of full-on sunshine.
Yeah, and we're here in the finish and start line, and it's raining a bit. We're seeing people pass by with rain jackets, so maybe the terrain will change. Not as much, but a bit.
It'll definitely help compact at least the top layer, you know, so we might have a real good fast finish. So I think that's going to be exciting, yeah.
There's still some puddles, so it's still fun.
Yeah.
Even the moto is having trouble following them.
I think now Sarah is being a bit more cautious, giving a little bit more space so that she can anticipate anything, especially the corners that are coming up.
Okay, we were just told that we lost coverage with the woman, yeah, how many nationalities do you think it's in Traka this year?
How many nationalities?
Different nationalities.
Maybe about 60? Hopefully more, hopefully more.
74.
74, okay. That's good to hear. I mean, I think within the Asia continent, we might have 3 or 4 riders now. I'm not too sure, but come on guys, we gotta come here. Yeah,
it's incredible gravel.
It is. I'm not gonna complain about it, but I'm gonna go back and rave about it. Yeah.
And yeah, just pretty cool. It's 20% Spanish, 12% German, 12% French, 9% from Britain, 8% from the Netherlands, 8% from Italy, Belgium, and North America. So yeah, different countries, different types of riding. So there's a lot more countries every year, and yeah, we have gravel for everyone around here.
Yeah, and I think it's also going to grow from strength to strength, you know? I think the state of gravel riding and racing is becoming more acceptable to everyone. And also people who are racing really enjoy the racing, and those that enjoy the adventure, you know, are starting to find these events more appealing because you don't have to race it, but you can spend you know, a big day out with your friends. And I think that's where the beauty of what gravel has become and is becoming.
Yeah, now we call it, it's not just Traka, it's Traka Week. Because we started the week before with so many events, so many ride-outs, cooking classes, stretching sessions. Yeah, A lot of the teams have their own house, come together. It just looks, yeah, it's like a holiday.
Yeah, and it's bringing, I think, the culture of these people from different nationalities together. I mean, managed to be with the team Amani for dinner on early last week, you know, and understanding where they're coming from and how gravel is also booming in Africa and trying to change their lives as riders as well. So that has been a good time understanding where they're coming from, and also being in Europe for them opens up the borders of what they have been doing. And I mean, I've also seen them talking to a lot of the other pros, you know, so I think there's a lot of cross exchange of knowledge that is, I think that's the beautiful part of cycling.
Yeah, they've been coming for a couple of Trakas. It's been really nice to see their progression as well, because they started just taking part, and now we saw them at the beginning just making escapes, trying to attack, trying to break the race. And we saw, just here in the images, we saw Sarah hugging G. They're really good friends. Sarah knows that G fell, so maybe she's giving some support words. We don't know what they were talking about, but hopefully G is feeling good. They're stopping in the extra water station to get some water. And, yeah.
Well, give me some gels or whatever.
Yeah. Here. Good that the four of them decided to stop altogether.
I think it's nice to see that they're all stopping together as well, and no one's at this point where they're starting to attack the feed zones, and they're all asking kind of each other what they need.
Yeah, we saw really good friendships here. They're racers, but they're friends as well, and then they're riders, and then they know how hard it is to be there, and they support each other. And we heard something about G that was complaining about her elbow. She said, I just heard her say that it might be broken, so maybe that's why she wanted the ambulance on the next aid station. So hopefully not, hopefully.
Yeah, that's not a nice thing to hear at all.
No.
And it's a little unfortunate because she just got back from an injury as well.
Taking a bit of a breather, getting some food. Yeah, they're telling me that G might have her elbow or hand broken, that she's complaining about the pain she's feeling. So not something good to hear.
You know, I think they are such pro athletes at this point in time where they have just learned how to push through all this pain.
Hi, Ash.
Hi.
Good to be with you live during a little break from Maya.
Oh, no problem, no problem. She needs this break as well.
Yeah, no, that's true. She's already working hard already from the beginning of the race. So yeah, everybody needs a bit of a break. But I'm happy to sit next to another professional, talking through this race. So yeah, as what we can tell now about the race situations, the men are 210k in, so it means a little less than 50k to go to Matjes, the biggest climb of today. It's a climb of 8 kilometers. It goes in steps, so really steep parts up to 20% and more, and some flatter sections. So there we will see a mix of the climbers, but still the punchers and the bigger engines. Pushing on this climb, they will make it hard for each other. It's hard to tell who will be the strongest there, but we will see this coming pretty soon. The group is still all together. Or wait, sorry, I have to...
I think we have
a little
6 people in the front group, and then 20 seconds back we have the chasers, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you're correct. So there's opening a little gap. It's led by Tobias Kongstad, the really strong rider. He was third last year in Unbound, and already this season he is putting in some good top 10 and top 5 results. And in this, he's leading on his own. One other rider by his side, and that's we will see it in a couple of seconds in our display. Going out with 2 riders, it's how can you say, it's they have big balls to do it, because there's headwind. They have to do still a couple more K to the bottom of the climb, so they have to work really well together to make this breakaway into a good one. But they are strong, they are experienced, and they probably know what they are doing.
Yeah, I mean they are the real pros here that are going for it, and I think we just got a little update on G. I think she's in a lot of pain and struggling to hold her handlebar due to her injured hand. I think which she managed to get bandaged, but man, that's the true display of the gravel spirit, eh? I think the group, from what we heard, has just maybe paused a bit and tried to get her some medical help. So, but cycling, beautiful sport, eh?
Yeah, beautiful, but really rough. Let's hope the girls in front keep this a little bit in mind, that they don't push full gas right now, and hopefully this gives a chance for G to come back. At least it's really strong mental power she's showing now by now taking care of her wounds and jumping back on the bike. But a crash in such a big race with still more than 160k to go, it's really hard to recover from it.
It is, and I mean, for the amount of effort that they've been putting in all morning, you know, it's gonna start feeling it in the legs as well.
Yeah, that's true. You need those races to be as smooth as possible to also keep your legs as smooth as possible. But so much can happen. It's almost full focus for 12 plus hours.
Yes. But I mean, I think these days with the amount of nutrition that we have been taught and been training with, you know, I think that mental wane as well has subsided a bit. You do get tired, but with the nutrition and the amount of carbs that we're getting, it hasn't. I mean, I feel it hasn't been super bad, unless the day goes wrong and the stomach can't take it.
No, it's for sure less bonking than a couple of years ago. So the engine always can keep running, but the fatigueness in the legs is still there. They still start to hurt.
Of course.
And then it's much more a mental game to push through and say, like, shut up, you have enough fuel, and it's me deciding the pace right now.
Definitely, eh?
Yeah.
I mean, that plays so much now. Everyone's at such a top level that's where we see how the mind works and the beauty of it.
Yeah, no, that's you're totally right. And what also might be playing in the mind for all the women and guys out there, that in the Girona area it started raining, so for sure it will change the circumstances on the course for the final. And then if it keeps raining, it's also a tough thing, because the body gets cold. The legs will start to hurt more. There's a risk of getting cramps or too stiff legs, and that will change the way the guys are racing. And it's something to be mindful of.
Yeah, and okay, like seeing from our booth now, it's really raining, eh?
Yeah. So it gets more slippy into the last downhill, into the single tracks. We still have to wait a while for it, but you never know where those clouds are moving towards, and maybe on the big climb they will. On the big climb, they will already get some rain. We have a little recap now from with some highlights of the race. So let me talk you through. We saw a aggressive start. Okay, we are not live anymore. Okay, sorry. I made a little mistake, so we can talk you through some highlights. It will take 3 minutes, now a little less, of course. But for men and women, the race started aggressively. There were a couple of individual attacks from the outsiders. But we could say there that it triggered some of the main women and men to also start pushing harder. So a group of 6 riders, they broke out already before the first big hill section. The same thing happened with the women, where some of the specialists were really working well together. G unfortunately had a nasty crash just before hitting the climb, so she was pushed into a position to chase back on. And also, as you can see, not even the gravel is making this race hard, but also the cows on the course.
And the wildlife, we've got to factor that into the racing as well.
Yeah, it's something to be mindful of, and better not crash into a cow. Make sure you stay safe. We saw G coming back, unless her injury, so she did a really strong effort. Unfortunately she's still in quite a lot of pain, so she had to take care of the wounds. More people crashed, of course, today. Not too bad, but those are things which unfortunately happened during the race, and they changed the dynamics. Into this hill zone we saw a big group of men coming together again. And they are working pretty well on the flat section. With the women, the favorite group stick together, but they had there were a couple of mechanicals, so 2 girls they dropped out. And on the running part, we saw nobody cramping, but for sure everybody would have felt this in their legs.
And I think those that were on the road shoes as well, I think the conditions were just nice. If it was rainy, I think that would have made things a bit more tricky. But everyone's all safe up there, so that's good.
It was important section in this race to make sure you stick in your group and don't have any mechanicals according to your shoes. And it was already for everybody some homework to decide, am I going for my road shoes, or should I grab the mountain bike shoes?
And I think that's such a big debate these days in gravel racing, don't you think?
Yeah. It's a culture thing, but also a debate, like what's the biggest performance benefit. I don't know, do you prefer your type of shoe?
I think it depends on the course. If you have to hike a bike, I think that definitely is into mountain bike shoe category. But if it's real smooth gravel and you know the weather's going to be good, I mean, the road shoe does have benefit, I think, especially in the aero department. Yeah, and sometimes it just feels more secure, especially when you're trying to sprint.
Yeah, no, I agree. The road shoes, they are really stable, and I think I do most of the races on my road shoes. But as soon as I know there are tricky parts with mud or running or surprises, then I also go to the mountain bike shoes, to have this security. And we are back live with the first women group. We see G, she gets
still struggling with her hand, trying to, put her hand off the bars, just trying to relax it a bit.
Yeah, so it's a long way to go for her hand and her elbow, and now here she's also relaxing it again, so it's not a good sign. It's really sad to see. We know that she's an experienced rider, and tough rider mentally, so she probably knows how to handle it. But no, it's not a benefit at all, and it can be tricky as well if you don't, if you cannot hold your handlebars in a good way. So let's hope she makes it through, and most important that she stays safe and don't have any other crashes happening.
I mean, she's definitely, pushing herself through this, but seeing her just fighting through the pain and staying with the group, I think it also gives her a real good mental boost in that way, knowing that her legs are there. It's just now the hand is a bit pain, but
luckily there's now for the women the long flat section towards the big climb is starting, so she has 80k to rest her hand and elbow for a bit, but for sure it will never fully recover. That's impossible, but let's hope the tension in the muscle will release. And as you can see, she's still leading or guiding the group, because
I think they almost got lost.
Yeah, they almost got lost. It's Traka is also a navigation game. It's not only pushing hard, but you have to be aware that you stay on track. And it really helps if you have some local riders or riders who put in their effort to do the full recce. Because if you miss a turn, you easily lose 30 seconds or more.
Yeah, I mean, we've even seen some go real off course, only to realize later on. But yeah, I think they are really good at it now. So, and they are working together. You could sometimes, play the game a little and just delay in telling your competitors. But I think everyone's at a real good level now, where we're just trying to help each other, but yet race each other at the same time.
Yeah, no, true. You want to play it as fair as possible, but it's also the responsibility of each rider individual to know where to go.
Definitely.
And of course people will shout if somebody takes a wrong turn, but it's also not a thing that you then have the responsibility to wait against. So sometimes,
yes, that's correct.
You can use it as a benefit, but in the basics you want to stay together and not have the group going in the wrong directions. You want to make it work as good as possible.
See, now we also have the front group of 4. Did we lose anyone in this group? Oh.
Yes. So we lost a girl of the Panama because of a flat tire in the back, and it took more than 2-3 minutes for her to repair it. It was a side cut, it's not easy to pluck. So it was sad to see her struggling. The good thing is that there's still a group of 5 or 6 girls behind, and if they
in the chasers, yeah?
Yeah, in the
so
chasers.
they can work together.
Yeah, they can work together. The gap it's pretty big, but it really depends on how good those girls are working together and if they want to bring each other to the bottom of the climb. So this we never know, but we will see how they will play it. But now it looks like they trust each other and they still feel strong together. So it doesn't look like they will lose much more time and speed.
And they're working together real well, right? The ladies, you know, they're each doing their turn. They are, you know, cooperating with each other. I think that's something that's also beautiful to watch, you know. And this year they have their own start.
Sorry,
this year they have their own start. You know, and then like no drafting of the pro men as well. So I think that's a great step forward, especially for women's racing.
Yeah, I agree.
I hope we see that more. I think
that's
we'll get more events with that happening, and you know it can really show. Yeah, that they belong in gravel as well.
Yeah, no, they are a big part, and they show a lot of nice racing tactics, and it's really nice to watch, and I think it's important that they can play their own game, and that they stand on their own as a professional sport. So
and I think it's something that maybe even the guys can learn from. You know, like all our minds work differently, but if sometimes we can cross and share, like maybe they have a different tactic in a situation that we guys might not have even understood or seen, and maybe that can also be something interesting that we can bring towards the way that we race.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's inspiring, and I agree that we for sure can learn from each other. Our main host is coming back after a little break, well-deserved break. We have the not the privilege, but we are lucky that we can have breaks in between. All the men and women out there, they don't have breaks. They just need to keep pushing through, and it's now grinding it all the way to the bottom of the big climb.
Yeah, thanks for letting me run to the bathroom. It's always hard to be here sitting down for 10 hours without a break, so thanks for covering with me. And it's nice to see the woman pushing. G, I've heard she's been complaining about her elbow and her wrist. So let's see, she's gonna see the ambulance in the aid station number 2, see what the doctor is saying, and see if she'll continue or not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle and a big mental game now. What she needs to do. I think on the flat part she can recover a little bit, but knowing the crazy downhills which still has to follow. You need to make sure that you are safe on the bike, and that you're also not creating a bigger injury by pushing through.
Yeah, definitely. It's a hard decision to take, and they still have Els Metges climb and a pretty broken descent. I've seen the replays of how G fell. It was Luis Valentin had a problem with a rock. She braked a bit, turned a bit, and G was a bit distracted, so had to put her foot out. She didn't expect that movement from Luis, and then just almost the motorcycle hit her. She just hit the floor and tried to get back on the bike again.
Yeah, and that's the difficult thing about the Traka 360. There are quite a lot of flat parts where you want to recover as much as possible and go really close to the wheel to have as much slipstream as possible. But if you then lose a little moment of focus or you're just unlucky and somebody has to.
Yeah, you don't expect that to happen. That's
No,
the thing.
no,
You're
that's the
just
thing.
pretty confident, and then yeah, it's gravel, so that can happen. A rock
Yeah.
can happen, and then you have to quickly turn your bike and.
Yeah, and hope you stay on the bike and don't crash like G did. She had to sit down for a couple of seconds also to
fix her bike.
To
fix her arm.
fix her bike and make sure the body was still capable of continuing. But yeah, you saw she was in pain, and yeah, she's still in pain, of course.
Yeah, I think this is the hardest part of the course because they've come from uphills, downhills. This is the flattest part. They're prepping before the big hill on Smetjes, so they're stretching their body. They're trying to see how their legs are feeling, their backs are feeling. Just we see almost every rider except Caro with a camel pack.
Yeah, that's.
Or a hydration pack.
Yeah, I think she has one underneath her jersey.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like so. She is using probably one of the most aero options according to hydro packs. And now at this part of the race, because it's such a long flat and quite a long time for the second feed station, you need to make sure you have enough liquids with you, enough to drink. Starting dehydrated on such a long climb, your legs will not be happy with it.
Now we see Axel and Caro having a chat over there. Maybe they're talking about G's fall or what the plan is to do, if they're gonna work together, or just having a friendly chat.
Yeah, now it looks like they are having more of a friendly chat. There's not so much competition going on now. I think they are all aware that they need to get to this second feed station and then to the bottom of the climb. And from there on, it will be less chitty chats and more racing and attacks. But now they need each other.
Yeah, here we see Sarah giving some encouragement words to G, trying to give her a push in the back, maybe making it feel better.
Yeah, it's nice to see this type of sportsmanship.
She is suffering.
Yeah, she's suffering. She already asked for medical support. So yeah, hopefully it means that she just needs some assistance from a doctor and that she can continue. But maybe it also means that the doctor can advise her to not continue. For this we have to wait a little bit.
Yeah, but what I've heard, it seems her hand is broken. You could see how painful it is to put it on the handlebar. So it's gonna make the descent pretty painful for her.
Yeah, and there you don't want to create a bigger injury by pushing through. Sometimes the best decision is to step out of the race. Although it's also painful, of course, to step out with the injury.
Yeah, especially if it's in the hand and all the pounding on the gravel, on the rocks. The last single tracks that they'll have to go through. And now it's heavily raining in the start and the finish of Girona, so this will change a bit, not much the course, but it will make it a bit more muddy, a bit more technical.
Yeah, a bit more risk of a slippery surface. So the girls and boys who took care of some more grippy tires, they will be happy with the changes. Everybody with more slick tires, they might not like it.
No. And then today we were expecting a really warm day, and a lot of riders were worried because it's the beginning of the season, of the spring season, so it's starting to get a bit warmer, and not all the riders were prepared for the heat that we were supposed to get today, so maybe they're happy.
yeah, maybe they are happy they can cool down a little bit. I know quite a lot of riders, they are preparing with heat training on the rollers indoor, but yeah, not everybody is doing it. And also on the day itself, you never know 100% sure how your body is reacting to the heat or to the cold, because yeah, if it keeps continue raining into the final, it also changed a lot inside the body. Yeah, and yeah, we unfortunately see G struggling, yeah, with her hands, especially on the bumpy parts, and then it's again risky as well if you had to let go of the handlebars because you cannot hold them. It's a big risk of losing them.
We've gotten into one of the river crossings. We saw Sarah having a bit of trouble. She had to get off her bike, do a cyclocross jump, back on it, but yeah, she'll be fine on the group.
Yeah. She will catch back on, but yeah, the river crossings, they can be tricky. You never know how deep they are, and you don't see the lines where to go. So it's shoot and pray while you're going in.
Yeah, you never know.
Maybe it's also interesting to give a little update about the men's race. We don't see live footage yet, but what we saw is that Tobias and Ingvar are putting some pressure, and they opened the gap of more than 1 minute before this climb. So yeah, they are starting the game in front. In the back, there was a small group chasing with Ben Berry, Peter Stedina, Jan Stolik, and 2 other riders. And behind this group, there was where the other favorites again with also a gap of 20 seconds. They came back together, but I think it's quite a lot of tension in this group now, and they have to come up with a plan to close the gap on the 2 leaders, because 1 minute it's already some kind of gap.
I think in the screen we see Heather Jackson push.
Yeah.
I think this is Heather Jackson just passed Dani and told her to get on her wheel. I know she's pretty strong, especially at the end of the race. She's really used to running long races, doing long races, and yeah. We'll go by, we'll see the standings of the women's. So we have G. Schreus, Axel Dubois-Prevot, Caroline Migon, Sarah Storm, Dani Shrosby, Heather Jackson, Liv Pichpers, Ruth Assel, Sophia Sugar, and Lucy Hempstead. This is your top 10 for the moment.
Yeah, and there are gaps opening. 5 minutes for 2 girls chasing try to chase back to the front group. In the men's standing, we see that the gap now opened up almost to 2 minutes. So yeah, Tobias and Ingvar in the lead, and then the group of favorites 2 minutes behind.
It's kilometer 226 at this point. Yeah, some difference are made. It's starting to rain so much. We see Heather Jackson on the screen joined Dani Shrosby. They're gonna work together. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna leave you with some videos. It's really raining here on the start and finish line and on the course. We'll be back at 2:30. So enjoy the videos and see you soon. Hello. Hello and welcome back to the Traka 360 kilometers live streaming. We're back with the front part of the men's peloton. As you've seen, a lot has happened. It's raining cats and dogs here in Girona and on the Girona region as well. The terrain has changed a lot, and yeah, but we're starting to see fireworks. They're heading to the last big climb of the day before entering back Girona. So less than 100 kilometers to go. Seeing an escape on the lead of the men's ride.
And here we see Tobias Kongstad, number 3 in Unbound last year. Started with a really started good in this during this season. The whole team did, I must say, from Panama. They have a lot of strong riders out today and also tomorrow in the Traka 200. Tobias is one of the specialists on the flat and the small hills, but he is really strong. So even the longer climbs he managed pretty well. So I'm not afraid that they will catch him back on this 8-kilometer climb, which is following with Els matches. I think he will survive. Maybe they will come a little bit closer. The gap is now 3 minutes, according to the last update. But yeah, this guy is strong. He knows what he's doing. He is capable of doing this. So they have to come with some fireworks to chase this guy back down. That's one thing for sure. But what we see here, it's impressive, and he is showing a lot of courage doing this with more than he's starting it with more than 100k to go. So the legs must be good, I think.
Yeah, he seems like going pretty strong. It's pretty brave move to go away on the flat, especially with a big group chasing back. But could be a strategy if he doesn't like big climbings. No, you can be in the front a bit, let them catch you.
Yeah, no, exactly. And we didn't saw exactly what happened. Like at one point, it was Tobias himself launching some attacks, and in the beginning, 2 other guys who tried to follow. But yeah, because he's such a good specialist and really good in cornering and pulling up out of the corners, he dropped the 2 other guys, or the other 2 guys thought like, this is way too far and I will take it easy. But with the big group behind, you also never know if they keep working together, because everybody is looking to each other like, I don't have to do the work here. But if 18 guys out of 20 are thinking the same, then they lose a lot of speed and they lose a lot of time. And then Tobias is the guy for this type of work by just keeping the pace as high as possible. Also, don't forget that in 2023 he finished 2nd in the Traka 360 and 5th last year. So if we talk about the experienced rider,
he knows the course pretty well.
Yeah, he knows the course pretty well. He knows the effort it takes to make it to the finish. So he for sure knows what he is doing. And I think now also those circumstances with getting wet, it's in his benefit.
Exactly, he's from Denmark. No?
Yeah, he's from Denmark, so he probably still likes the rain and he can handle the cold. And with the big bunch going on those slippery single tracks, it's also not a good thing to keep the speed high with a big group.
Yeah, like this you avoid any crashes, anything's happening, and you control your own speed. You go your own pace and the uphill, because it's a pretty challenging one, especially after so many kilometers.
No, it's true. Like it's always a tough climb, but now with more than 200k in your legs, it hurts even more. And it's one of the key moments in the race which we are going to see.
Yeah, we can see from this morning that the terrain just changing, a bit more muddy, a bit more slippery, a bit more technical. So yeah, you really need to choose your line. You see him like changing from side to side, just choosing the fastest and smoothest line to avoid punctures, to avoid a bit more getting tired. The body does get tired after with the gravel bikes if you don't have the right pressure on the wheels and on the tires.
Mm-hmm. No, that's true. That's true. It's this is hard now because I think nobody was expecting this change in weather. So yeah, maybe most of the women and men out there are riding with a bit higher pressure, but in those circumstances you actually want to go a little bit lower and get some more grip. But I think we will not see anybody stopping to lose some air out of the tires. I think that's not going to happen. It's now more about yeah, which tire did you choose, and if you are lucky or played it smart enough, you have a more grippy tire, and that's going to help for sure.
Yeah, a lot of riders yesterday were still undecisive on which tires to choose. Hopefully they made the right decision because the weather didn't seem that bad yesterday or this morning. But it's Girona, it's spring, you never know. The weather is really unpredictable.
Yeah, that's true. I think most of the guys will ride on full slicks and maybe with a knobby tire in front to make sure you always keep grip with your front wheel. But there might be some guys out there who have double gripped tires. So let's see if that will be a big advantage for them.
Yeah, that looks like 45.
Yeah, he is riding on a specialized truck, so they go up to maybe 47 according to tire clearance space. And then I think Tobias is running 45 millimeter tires.
Yeah, I really love the debate always between the ones that still want to ride the 40s because they think they're faster, but then the ones that just go 50 because they think it's fast enough and then they're a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, that's it's a big discussion. We see a lot of testing nowadays, but it's always hard to make the decision because every course needs a different type of tire, also a different size of tire, and it's also what you like as a rider and where you are used to. There are benefits in both tires. 40 millimeter tires, they are still lighter. The 50s are a bit heavier, but give more comfort and a bit more puncture protection. Yeah, it's a big game, the tire world.
Yeah, now we see him arriving at the Garmin point. So Garmin is gonna give a watch to the fastest rider to do this climb, El Smedges climb. So
Okay.
it's around 8.5 kilometers with enough elevation to feel your legs. So it's gonna be a fight till the end, and yeah, he looks pretty strong.
Yeah, he looks really strong. Yeah, it's a guy who knows what he's doing. He knows how to keep the pace high. I must say, with this climb, it's really hard to get into a rhythm because it's not a smooth climb. It has steep kickers, it has some flat parts, little downhills as well. So every time you get out of the rhythm, you need to pull yourself into speed, and before you know, you're grinding on your smallest gear again to get up one of those little walls in between.
We see Tobias here searching for the right line. It's pretty important because the rocks are pretty slippery. You don't want to lose any energy just fighting with that. So it's pretty important to search the perfect line, be as smooth as possible, and yeah, lose the least energy that you can.
Yeah, exactly. And if we look to his gear ratio, I think that's also something interesting to see. He has a pretty big plate in the front. I think it's still a 50 or maybe even a 52. And then this huge cassette in the back, which I think also goes up to 50. So it's probably a 1-to-1 ratio. It's just enough to get on the top of this climb. But yeah, he will for sure feel this in his legs, and hopefully they are still fresh enough or strong enough to pull this big gear up the climb.
Yeah, this is the point we usually connected on the live streaming last year and the year before. This year we're able to connect a couple of hours more, so we've been seeing the different kind of terrain. We've gotten some amazing views of the terrain of the route of Traka in Porta region. Yeah, all the mountains, the little towns, and yeah, we're really glad we can show you this beautiful, beautiful country.
Yeah, the nature is stunning, and riding here around in Girona, sometimes it feels you're crossing these 3 different countries on one day. It's a totally different course and environment we saw in the north in the beginning of the race. This is there's way more forest here, wider gravel roads. Yeah, as you can see, it's sometimes only rocks, like you're really riding on the edge of the mountain. And yeah, it's so diverse. Yeah, big pleasure to ride your bike.
Yeah, this is part of the Gavarras. That is the mountain just behind Girona. That's our nature park where we all do gravel and mountain bike. And it's a natural protected area. And it goes from Girona to the sea. So you can cross like mountains up and down till you get to Palamos. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of the gravel that we do here. And it's surrounded by cork trees. So you know that from these trees that you see on the side, they take the cortex out and then they do the corks for the wine.
Oh, I didn't know, but that's it's a fun fact to know, and I will keep an eye out the next time I'm riding.
You will see, yeah. If you ride through Gavarras, look at the trees. If you see the bottom that is really red, is they taking the cork out and then they put it in the wine bottles for you. So
yeah, all local equipment and nature supporting the wine industry. That's nice.
It's a really nice community. We go through olive plantations, we go through vineyards, we go through cork trees, we go to hazelnuts as well. Last year we did a video with all the producers around and we talked to them because it's we're gravel, we love nature, it's a nice community and we try to support each other and it's really nice too.
No nature, no future. It's
100%.
Simple as that.
That's the logo of this event. So yeah, it doesn't look that as a harder climb, but they've been riding for 8 hours and 54 minutes. So imagine that on your legs with an 8-kilometer long climb. Ouch.
Yeah, ouch, ouch for sure. It's already a tough climb during your training rides when you only have 2 or 3 hours in the legs. And now with almost 9 hours, yeah, it's from a completely other level. Yeah, but there's nothing left for Tobias to keep grinding and keep pushing, and he knows the course pretty well, so he also knows how to pace himself up this climb, and that's a big benefit, because if you come here the first time, maybe 4 or 5 times you think, oh, I'm already at the top, but you're still not there. It just keeps going on.
Goes up, goes a bit down, then goes a bit up. Technical, rocky, slippery, and yeah, Tobias, a rider from PAS. What do you think about the team? It's a pretty cool concept, no?
Yeah.
Being able to ride your own bike, have a bit of your kind of privateer life, but with a team?
Yeah, it's a really nice collective to see out there. I think they're managing really well. They travel a lot to races together. They do training camps, but also give the riders a bit of space and freedom according to their equipment. So it's nicely balanced. They attract a lot of strong riders, former pros. Yeah, so it's great to see what those guys are doing. And maybe a fun fact as well, Tobias himself is working behind the screen really hard to make this team rolling through the season. So he is not only riding his bike, but he's also managing a team, and that's an impressive combination. And seeing him doing a thing like this, yeah,
a lot of respect for this guy.
It's also kind of what you do. You're also the same. You manage the team, you ride.
Yeah, that's true. I also help out on the backside of my team, classified rows. I'm not doing it on my own, and probably Tobias also has some help. But I think it's also part of gravel because we have such small teams. Everyone needs to put in some effort and. You need to do it together. Not only the racing, but everything what needs to be managed around. It's a multi-diverse team effort.
Agreed, 100%. We see the riders on the screen, but behind these riders, there's so many people working for his success and all the team success. Now you have the mechanics, you have the managers, you have the photographer, you have the videographer, you have, it takes a village.
Yeah. It's a big team effort, and a lot of people around. But it's also creating this magical vibe around the Traka.
Yeah, for everybody that just tuned in, we're here with the lead men, just going up Els Medges, so less than 100 kilometers to go to the finish line. We saw a big of a fight at the beginning, a big group come together, and then Tobias is riding by himself in the almost top of Els Medges. In the women's side, we have Sarah Storm, Jerike Schreers, we have Axel Ferran-Perbot, and then we have Caroline Megan riding together. We haven't seen images from them, but we'll have them pretty soon. It's kind of stopping raining, no? It's a bit of a drizzle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drizzle. We can see the sun almost coming through, so it looks like they will not finish with rain, but it rained long enough to change the circumstances on the course, so they will not have dry roads getting into Girona. We will see a lot of muddy faces.
Nobody expected this rain today. It wasn't on the forecast this morning, so maybe it's not that cold, but it's pretty cold.
Yeah.
So that could change a bit the water situation, a bit of the eating situation as well, because it changes. If you're colder, I think you need more food.
Yeah, you need a bit more fuel to stay warm. Probably a bit more gels because they are easy to absorb, and fast sugars help to keep the engine running on a higher gear, let's say. And I'm also curious if guys and girls out there will need rain jackets to stay warm, because sometimes that also helps to save a little
especially in the
energy.
downhill after Els Medges. But I don't know if anybody planned for the rain jackets.
No.
Did your team plan?
I think not. So now it's if they want to stay warm, they just have to push harder, if they still can.
No, the forecast at the beginning, like 2 days ago, it looked like it was going to be a super hot day. It said 28 degrees, but I don't think we've gone above 20 today.
No. So it's it changed, and it makes it even more fun, I guess.
Yeah, it's an adventure, always.
Also, it's an adventure.
Pretty long day, 360 kilometers on the legs, and then a bit, almost 6,000 meters of climbing.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's tough for everybody out there.
And that's not the only thing. The pace they are holding, especially the men at the beginning. It seemed like a 100-kilometer race.
Yeah. This they always do, and a lot of guys they pay for it at the end, but they go out if it's in the same way if it's a 4-hour race. So,
why do they do it?
I just think they get too excited and feel the adrenaline, and then you're in a bit of a rush, it's really tough to stay calm and keep yourself cool in the beginning of a race.
Yeah, especially if you want to be in the podium and then you see that the race is slipping away. It's hard to tell yourself, like...
Yeah, stay calm. And it's also
tactically a hard decision because when 20 guys go and they keep the speed high on the flats and you're back with 3, 4, 5 guys, you never can get the same speed as the guys in the front. So you always need to be aware or make sure that the gaps in between don't open too far.
Yeah, but it's always hard because then who closes the gap? There's not really teams here. There's teams, but usually they work a bit, but it's a bit more by yourselves.
Yeah. In the basics, it's mostly individual race because so many things can happen that even if you have your main guy in the front, if he has a flat, his race can be over. So you always need as much guys. If you're talking about the teams, they need as much guys in front as possible, and they all need to save a little bit of energy because if somebody has a mechanical, somebody else has to step up and fill this gap.
Yeah. It's so many things can happen. It's a big distance, it's the weather, it's the terrain, it's the changing of everything, and yeah, it's pretty cool to see. We're seeing fireworks. Elsmetjes always delivers. I'm pretty excited to see what the pure climbers are gonna do, if they're gonna catch him or not.
The last update at the bottom of the climb, they said the gap was already 5 minutes. Closing 5 minutes on one climb, it's not possible, but they have to start racing in the back because if they don't close it with a couple of minutes or if they don't get close enough, Tobias may be out for a long solo.
Ride. Wow. For the people asking, we're getting our updates on the Fantasy Gravel app. You can download it for iPhone or for Android. There you can see we have people out there telling us what's happening. They've been getting us some nice drama and letting us know who's out of the race, who's in the race, and also you can vote for the winners. Not the 360 anymore because those closed yesterday, but you can still vote for the ones or the 200. So download the Fantasy app, it's pretty cool. We have a lot of news there, and it's a really nice project from a Girona company here.
I agree.
We all get our data from there. It's pretty accurate, and people that know the riders have been riding themselves. So
yeah, and that really helps if people with the knowledge are behind such an app. They know where to be on the course. They know which updates everybody likes to see, and it's also impressive that they also get the little side updates we don't see on screen, but they have a lot of people out in the field to make sure we get all the information we want to
and
hear.
a really cool thing that I like, that they have the athletes' profiles. So you can go on an athlete and see which bike they're using, their photo, their clothing, their gears. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And the information of the races they've done, if you want to follow them in Instagram or any other app. So yeah, I definitely recommend download it and you let us know what you think. Now we are with the chasers.
Yeah, and I have to quickly count, but it's already a smaller group than when they were riding on the flats. So I think they already pushed each other a bit to the limit towards the bottom of the climb. So this is a group of 7, 8 guys. We see Adne Koster, Ben Perry, Mattia De Marchi, Peter Stetina. Adne Koster has a little mechanical, but I think his chain dropped for a second, but it's already back on. We see, I think, still Chet Haga in the back from Panelmao. And then, if I'm right, also Arno van der Broek, who's my teammate and doing a pretty good job today. So now let's see how hard those guys will push up this climb. They don't look fresh anymore, but still strong on the bike.
Somebody told me yesterday that this rider looked like Valtteri Bottas.
Yeah.
Somebody was like, "Oh, Valtteri's there." I'm like,
Yeah, it could.
"No, I don't think so." But yeah, he
Yeah.
looks pretty similar.
It could have been his little brother. We also saw Magnus Bak, by the way. Really strong rider from Panama. He won Santaval, of course. And yeah, it's I think one of the strongest climbers together with Mattia De Marchi in this group.
Yeah, Peter Statina is also there. He knows how it feels to win this race. He wants it as well. He's not riding his bike. He got a problem on the flight. They destroyed his bike. So luckily the Canyon team, SRAM and SIP were around here. He always brings his mechanic. So the team made an incredible effort to give him a bike that was supposed to be in the expo, but now he is riding.
Okay, yeah, that's a bit of a stressful thing if that happens to you so close before a big event, because every rider prefers to ride his own bike, and it's always in the small details of your bike if you feel confident enough or that it feels like a different bike to you. But I hope for him that that his mechanic did a good job and that he is also riding on the same saddle he is used to, because then you should be fine and will not notice many difference with his own race bike, which is unfortunately broken.
It's funny how you get so used to your bike, no? Even if they give you an identical one with everything the same, it just doesn't feel the same.
No, it's always it can just be the way how the saddle is worn in or not. Like if you have put on a brand new saddle, it's always a bit more stiff, and that can already feel so different. It's all in the details.
Do you think sometimes it's in the head as well?
Yeah, could also be possible, but I think the guys are so experienced that the small differences they will feel. But it doesn't mean like if you feel like, oh, this is maybe a couple of millimeters different, that it's directly a deficit.
Yeah, for me it's always more in the feel of the brakes. I think you're so used to how you get your brakes that if you just get difference, it just feels so weird.
Yeah, no, that's true. Also there, you for sure want to have this confidence in your brakes, and it's so important that that you stay used to the same way of braking. It can be different for each bike as well.
Yeah, we could see in the camera that it's pretty muddy at the moment. It's not raining anymore here in Girona, but in Els Metges it seems still a bit of drizzle with a bit of mud.
That's true, and as we can see now, this is one of the steepest parts on the Els Metges climb. It kicks for maybe 400 meters, so a bit after this corner they can see the top, but yeah, this part of the climb, it's killing your legs. Now the guys you see now, they are putting the cards on the table. There's no hiding here. You cannot hide if you had bad legs or cramps. Now they probably get back on, but it already shows who are the strongest in this chasing group, and I think it's still Peter Stetina in front with.
No, I think Peter was just in the back.
Oh,
they
just in the back.
Passed it. Yeah.
And then it's then we now see De Marchi, of course, pulling back to the first guy in the lead.
Yeah, it's funny how you can see it in the way they pedal, no? How the back moves, they're putting more power, they're using more their arms, they're trying to pull the bike, and then look the pedaling of Mattia. It's a bit smoother. He loves the climbing. He always says that Traka should have way more climbs.
Yeah, if I was Mattia, then I agree to him as well. Yeah, he is for sure one of the biggest climbing specialists in gravel, and yeah, his whole body is built to climb.
100%. Yeah, you see Jan Stockley here. His pedaling is a bit. He wastes more. He wastes more energy. Just using the whole body, trying to be there with Matthias. Even like moving the head side to side.
Yeah, true. He is. Yeah, he's struggling more than Mattia at this point. I think he also is using a bit bigger gear. It's always risky, like because of the flat parts, you want to have a big gear as well, but you need to make sure that you don't break your legs on this hard climb.
Yeah, it always looks easier from the camera, no? But once you're there, I've done this climb, I've done it fresh. Doesn't look that bad, but after so many kilometers, and especially if it's wet, it just, it kills your legs. And you can see them in their effort they're making. And once they hit the descent, especially if it's wet, it's gonna be pretty technical.
Yeah, the descent is it's already quite a sketchy one, and you have to pay a lot of attention to get to the bottom in one piece or safe, and then with the rain it gets more slippy. So yeah, the guys and the women, they know what they are doing, but they have to be aware of the extra risks the rain is providing now.
Yeah, after so many kilometers, Traka 360, it's usually always decided on this climb. I don't think that's going to be the case today, because there's one added hill at the last 20 kilometers of the race. But if they're looking like this, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think this last climb I also went out to do the recon there, and yeah, that's the last climb will make the final decision, but this climb will, what we see now on the live images, will already decide who can fight for podium and who is out for podium. That's something what we will know, but I think for the first, for the real, to say what's going to be the real podium, we have to wait for this last climb, which is brutal as well.
Yeah. The race in the men's side has changed so much. From attacks from Team Amani at the beginning, then a group of 5 managing the first hill, then a big group getting back together, and then now broken into pieces in the El Smeches climb. We'll see who comes back to the line together and who would be crowned Queen and King of the Traka 360. He's still wearing a camel water.
Yeah, a hydro pack also underneath his jersey, so it's not a it's not a hydro pack anymore, but only the bladder underneath his jersey. Gives some aero benefits, of course. And
but do you think it's comfortable? Because then you cannot take it off in the aid station.
You can always pull it out from the top if you want to, but now.
Yeah, you undress and then you take it off.
No, there's most of the times a zipper on top, so it slides into
okay,
the
so it's not like
into the jersey.
Like a bag. Okay.
Yeah, it's just like a bag or a little pocket made into the jersey, and then you. Can pull it out if you want to, but what we see with Adne Koster is that he still has quite a lot of liquid in there, so he will need this for the next upcoming hours.
Yeah, nice system. I've heard of it. I don't remember seeing it, but yeah, it's pretty cool how they develop different things for different needs, no? Especially for gravel.
Yeah, true. I think they started with this last year. I remember I was also racing with one of the first aero bladders in Unbound, and there I also figured out like, this is actually helpful for a lot of races where you don't need the full backpack, but just the extra fluids brought with you on the back of your back.
Yeah, and also, like, I've always liked hydration packs. They're a bit uncomfortable, but especially for gravel and mountain bike, it's hard to drink and it's hard to eat, and then you have to. It's really important to eat and drink.
Yeah.
So hydration packs are pretty important and easy because you just have a straw, and it's easier to do that than instead of doing that and then a rock comes and then you lose your bottle.
Yeah.
I've seen so many bottles lost in just the rocky parts.
Yeah, that's also the thing. Like with bottles, it's a general thing that you can lose it, and especially if you bring big bottles, you can lose 750 milliliters or maybe even 1 liter at one time, and that's a lot of liquid, then you get dehydrated, and that's something you don't want. So Hydro Pack also gives you the safety that it's always there, and a big benefit as well is that you can drink during the downhills where you need to hold your handlebars. You just put the straw in your mouth on top of the climb, and you can keep drinking while you're going down, and that's also a big benefit, I guess.
Do you think they usually put carbohydrates inside of the water or just water?
Most of the times they always put carbohydrates inside. If it's really, really hot, they might consider only electrolytes, but especially with such a long distance, everything you're eating or drinking needs some extra carbs. Otherwise, you can never keep up with the amount you need. We're talking about 120 grams an hour easily for those athletes, and then knowing that they are out for 12 plus hours, you can make your calculations. It's almost 1.5 kilograms of carbohydrates. So it needs to be in gels, in bars, and also in your bottles to make sure you get all the fuel in.
Yeah, it's funny to see because at the beginning, people always hated carrying those, but now we've seen almost every rider that wants to be in the top spot carrying it because it's so so much time without water. And then bottles, you can lose the bottles, as we said. And then aid station don't provide bottles. You have to fill your own bottle. So if you don't have any external assistance, you're dead. Without water, you have to stop in a store because there's no way of finishing a 360 routes without water.
No. Dehydration, if that happens to you, you lose more than 20% of your power, and when the cramps are coming, it's over. The only thing you can do then is standing next to the road, and hopefully they disappear a little bit with stretching, but if you cannot hydrate again, then they will stay there for a long time.
Yeah. Don't want to do that.
No,
and especially in this 7th edition of the Traka. 7th edition. Crazy, no? How the time flies. The first edition of the Traka, not more than 100 people.
No.
People don't know, but it was a stage race. It was 2 days.
Okay,
so people that had the least amount of time between the 2 days was the winner.
Okay.
And then it rained cats and dogs. So you could always have Girona, they say it's sunny, but it's spring. So sometimes we get the rain, sometimes we get the sun. And Traka, there's always one day that rains. So we got it today. The riders got it today.
Yeah.
But yeah, Traka always had their history with mud and rain. I think it makes it special.
Yeah, it makes it unpredictable, it makes it special, it makes it even a bigger challenge. So already the people who are just finishing this race, hats off, because it's not an easy thing. It's not a ride in the park, as we would say.
The second edition of Traka was 100, and then the 200 distances, those were the difference. And then the 360 started on the 3rd edition. And the only person that's won it 2 times has been Mattia.
Yeah. I heard this in the pop quiz Ben Perry was hosting a couple of days ago. Luckily I had the answer right, but for now Mattia is the leader of this list, and we have to see. But Peter Stetina can stand next to him after today, but they still have to close a pretty big gap on Tobias first to share this spot with Mattia.
Caro has the opportunity as well to get her second Traka 360. Two riders of the past normal team. What do you think?
Yeah, that would be something impressive to see if they nail this. Then
they almost did it last year.
Yeah, they almost did it last year. So then they can call themselves king and queen of Traka. But we are not there yet. So
nope.
But
still a lot of kilometers to go. A lot of drama. A lot of things that can happen.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited.
In a cycling race, you never win till you cross the finish line. Remember last year where Simon had the accident? 3 kilometers to go.
Yeah.
He hit a cyclist that was coming down a path, and then he was almost had the third position ready, and
those things can happen, and you have to watch till the end, and the guys have to push till the end. Because it's only over when it's over. It's a bit the same thing with Paris-Roubaix. They're also there. They also say, everything can happen, and it's all about keep believing, keep pushing, and keep doing the right things. Never think like, now I stop, or now I forget about fueling because I'm not going for podium anymore. It can change in 10k time.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's just bike racing at its best. So many things can happen, and that's why I think it's so special when you get to win this kind of racing. Peter Stetina was saying that he wasn't sure he wanted to come back. He just had the best win, and it was hard to top that up. So
that's true. That's true. But I think as well, once you did this race for the first time, you fall in love with it, and you like the adventure and like the challenge behind it. And even if you're not going out for a win, it's such a beautiful course. It's stunning. So you do enjoy your time on the bike here anyway.
Yeah, we're seeing here the 8th station and the people and the team, as we said, helping out with the water, with the glasses. Yeah, just trying to help as much as possible the riders.
Yeah, and especially those guys we see now on the live stream. They are pretty far behind, and probably also riding for a long time on their own. So they need a bit more. They need a bit more space or a bit more time to recover from their solo effort, and make sure. They are refueled to dive into the last 120k from that point on. Maybe good to also share a little update about the women's, or the last update we got via the Fantasy Gravel app is that they are still working together with 4. They are also one of the 4 favorites, so I think it's quite smart that they collabed for quite a bit going through the flat area, but it won't take long for them to also start to do the long climb of Els matches, and there we will for sure see some fireworks, because I don't think those girls want to go to the finish with all 4 of them, but until now they work pretty well together. And in the meantime, we have live images again from the men's field. Tobias is still in the lead. Not sure if the guys chasing him are coming any closer, but he has quite a lot of time to play with. It was 5 minutes at the bottom, and even if he keeps 3 minutes at the top, he still would be fine to at least get into the final for a podium spot.
For sure. Who have we got in the group chasing him? Because I've only seen the women's.
Yeah, so in the men's group chasing behind Tobias, we had Mattia De Marchi, Adne Koster, and it was not Matteo Fontana.
Ben Perry maybe as well?
Ben Perry was a little bit further behind. Let me check. Peter's there was a group of 6 chasing Tobias, but the group got split a little bit into 2 pieces. But they are not far behind each other. Now the question is, will they keep chasing with the 3 of them, or now as we can see, it's Ben Perry, Mattia De Marchi, Jan Stokely and Adne Koster. Yeah. So it's a strong group of chasers behind.
Yeah, the racing has been brutal so far, like really brutal. So, and I think the rain coming in as well just didn't help. Nobody was really expecting that. So.
No. It made the circumstances even tougher, and if you're a guy like Tobias, you're a bit more used to the rain and the cold than the really light climber guys like Mattia and Peter Stetina, who are more used to the heat and have a body built to challenge that. We have to see what happens, what the damage will be to their bodies.
Over 9 hours in the legs now, so they're gonna for sure start feeling that.
No, that's true. I think here we see Simon. No, it's sometimes the images are a little bit unclear, but I think it's Simon now. And of course he has one of his teammates in front, so it's not up to him to pull on this climb.
Sure.
But
they're pushing pretty hard here now.
Yeah, that's one thing for sure. And Jan, who we see now, he already did a really strong effort in the gravel race of Monaco. I think he finished 2nd or 3rd. So we know that he is in a good shape. And we also know that he's a good climber, but he has to give everything now to don't let Tobias get too far in front of him. And maybe a good thing to check how far they have to climb still. They just passed the steepest part of this climb, so I think they are.
It goes up in a few ramps as well. So and the descent off of this is really rocky and
with a lot of washouts.
Will be tricky after the rain as well. So for sure.
Yeah, they have to be really aware and paying attention in this downhill. The guys we see now are within 2 kilometers from the top, so I think Tobias already passed there. If his advantage is still more than 2 or more than 3 minutes. And here we already see a little bit of what's coming for the downhills. Washouts, rocks, and
it's going to be super tricky.
Yeah, it's going to be super tricky, and I hope the motorbike is capable of following those guys, so that we can see how the specialists go down on those parts of the course. And yeah, at the feed station we see, of course, a lot of people because also today, yeah, hundreds of people are out to nail this challenge and to finish it for themselves. Most of the times we see a combination of a mechanic and a helper or a swanny who is responsible for bottles. Now we can see a mechanic working on the bike, make sure there's oil on the chain and that shifting keeps going smooth. But yeah, most of the times you need two people at the spot to make everything work smooth.
I think the rain will throw some spanners in the works as well for mechanical.
Yeah. The chains out there, they are not happy and probably creating a lot of sound. And then sometimes you're questioning, is it the bike or me screaming?
My legs,
now?
yeah.
Or my legs.
Sure.
And maybe good to know that if after this long climb of else matches, there's a little downhill of almost 3K, followed by another kicker of again 2K of climbing, and then they go into a much longer descent all the way to the flat part behind Casa de la Selva. And then if they are on the bottom of the long downhill, it's, let me check, it's then the last 60K. So if we see the riders
hitting that at 300K, so
so that's really hard if you then think about how tired those guys are handling those technical downhills. And then, yeah, they still have to push for a small 2 hours to make it all the way to the finish line.
2 more sticky climbs as well. So
yeah, 2 more sticky climbs, and especially the climb in the last 10K. It's new added to the course thanks to Gerard.
I haven't seen that one yet. So
no, but it's going to be spectacular, really spectacular up there, and I think. We will see a lot of dead bodies going up that climb, but if you make it over the top and you're in a good position, you can probably stick around. Then the only last tricky part can be the single track going into the last 5K of this course. But it's flat, so if you don't start cramping, you should be fine to make it to the finish.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Exactly.
How's your shoulder feeling?
It's the pain is okay-ish. I can sleep pretty well, so that's a big benefit for recovery. I cannot move it too much. I cannot support anything.
I have something similar at the moment as well.
Yeah. So it's being patient and taking good care of it. And then after Unbound, I'm back on the gravel. So it's sad that I have to skip Unbound as well, and even more sad that I have to skip the 360. But the season is still long, and it continues until half of October. So we just changed the plans a little bit for now.
When did that happen?
During the recon of the Traka 360 now 1.5 weeks ago. Yeah. And we are back in the race with 2 guys chasing Tobias Kongstad, one of his teammates.
Having a slightly easier ride, but not by much.
No, not by much. Not by much. And I have to check now, or I'm now curious if they already passed the top. I don't think so.
Not yet. No. Not quite.
Not yet. So, but Tobias, I think he already passed it.
And then if we can get some information about the time difference.
Yeah, we're really interested to see if the guys can come up, make up any time on the descent here as well. So.
Knowing Tobias, he is really good in the downhills as well, and I think there they cannot close too much time. It only will happen when Tobias has a flat, but yeah, of course. We hope that it doesn't happen to anybody, and that we see a lucky race for everyone.
You think he's strong enough to make it to the finish?
Yeah, knowing Tobias, knowing how big his engine is, knowing his experience on this course with already a 3rd place and a 5th place in previous editions. He knows what's coming. He knows how to keep the pace high enough, but not too high to kill himself. He is one of the better experts in this race to finish an effort like this in a good way.
Very close to the top here now, I think.
Yeah, and like I said before, I really hope the motorcycle can
keep up with them.
Keep up with them, because that would be something spectacular to see. And what I actually now thinking is that they are already at the bottom, because now they take a 90 degrees left corner, so it actually means that they are pretty close to Casa de la Selva, which means they go into the flat part and the last 60k of the race. But now I'm also wondering, what happened or where Tobias is.
We haven't had images for a little while.
No, exactly. So, or those guys might be really close, or we had a change in positions. If now this motorbike says or is telling us those are the race leaders, then I'm afraid something happened in front with Tobias. And maybe a next weather update from the finish location.
Much brighter.
Yeah,
than
much
it was,
brighter.
so.
The sun is coming through. No rain anymore.
No, it's actually gotten warmer as well. So.
Yeah. I could take my jacket out, which is nice again. But I do think it rained too much. To tell all the people out there that they will finish on dry roads. That will not happen.
Not
but
today.
Luckily they don't get too cold with those circumstances.
That was such a difference from this morning. Like this morning was, even early when they started, was really nice, really beautiful.
Yeah. That's a big difference, and it's always the challenging part in Girona. You have to be prepared for everything.
Well, everyone was expecting heat today, or more heat than we got for sure.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Still no news on Toby.
No,
Tobias.
still no news on Tobias. I'm really looking forward to see a new update coming in. So what we know for now that the 10 guys or our top 10 riders are Tobias Kongstad, but it looks like he is passed by Jan Jan as well. And
maybe also his teammate Simon Svensson, and then behind probably with a little bit of gaps in between are Mattia De Marchi, Peter Stetina, Adne Koster, Ben Perry was also up there somewhere. But we need some more information, and we expect to get this after they are passing in Casa della Selva, and it will not take long because most of the riders are now going into this long downhill all the way to Casa della Selva.
Ya está. Ciao. Ese ja el cap. Però una cosa, jo quan ells no venien direccions els escoltaré més fort.
Sí, si no puges aquí al...
Clar, però llavors escolto molt el live streaming.
We are getting some live images again. The two leaders are chatting a little bit with each other. I'm wondering what they are.
They look very relaxed.
Yeah, they look relaxed. They know they at least have to work 2 more hours together if they want to have a sprint finish. But let's say they have to work together for quite a while, getting through the flat part and getting up to the last 2 climbs. So. Yeah, I think they try to make a friendship.
Yeah, he's encouraging him to give him some turns, but will he do it?
Yeah, that's the question. Or what can also be happening because they passed Tobias, that now his teammate is telling him no, I will wait for Tobias to come back on me, and it helps me to save energy, and it gives a bigger chance for Panomau to win this race. So here we see a little bit of team tactics inside gravel racing.
Yes, not so often we see it, or not as often as on the road, for sure.
No, that's one thing for sure. I do remember the Panomau guys played it really well in Unbound last year, where they had Chet Haga in the front, and also Tobias and Simon Svensson behind.
One of the bigger teams, or one of the teams with more members.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they have more cards to play, and they can also poker a little bit more. We still might to see some small pools. Let's see. Now he will talk again. Will we take a pool in? Will we pool in front, or will they just stop riding? I think he could convince him.
A lot of chatting going on.
Yeah, a lot of chatting. Maybe he says, I will give you a good bottle of wine if you now keep pulling with me. And it looks like they made an agreement.
Yeah, they're working well. It would be interesting to get the gap back to Tobias if it is, because he had 4 or 5 minutes the last time I saw him.
Yeah.
In front, and then he's obviously behind now again. So it would be super interesting to get a gap.
Yeah, that's. That would be really helpful information. So if there's anybody around on the course, let the guys from Fantasy Gravel know, or send a message to the studio, and we can provide everyone with the right information.
9 hours and 46 minutes of racing. Wow, CP.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks for coming here.
My pleasure.
Local voice, local legend. You know every path they're doing.
I've done a few of the lanes they're on for sure. For sure.
I think you know them with your eyes closed.
A little bit. This is the first year I actually haven't raced since it started. I haven't finished every one that I started, but I started every year.
Let us know a bit about it. When did you start?
The very first one, the first year that we had the 2 stages, was amazing.
The Mudfest.
Yeah, it was amazing. Well, yeah, I wasn't really prepared for that either. I think I had slicks on that year too.
You love the slicks.
Yeah, slicks for the win. But yeah, it rained a lot. And,
how did you know about Traka? What made you start?
I think that time it was really, the community was just getting up and running here in Girona at the time, and the gravel hadn't really taken off, certainly to the level that it is today. And I think there were about maybe 60 or 70, and mostly locals, and a few of the internationals that were in town at the time. And I wasn't actually living here then. It was just before I moved, and yeah, it was a lot of fun that year.
And what do you remember about it?
I do remember it being very wet, like a complete. I think the second stage was
They
super
had to change
wet.
something of the
Yeah,
course.
they shortened it. One stage was supposed to be about 100k. I think we did maybe 70 something. It was a lot shorter. But
Who won this
no
year?
less
That
hard.
year?
I'm pretty sure Olivia won the
Yeah, Olivia on
women's,
the women's side, 100%.
and Christian Meyer
Oh yeah.
won the men's. Yeah.
He's tried a couple of times the 360. He has not finished, no?
No, not the longer ones. I don't think.
Now he switched. Maybe he can do it running.
I'm pretty sure he just as fast.
Yeah, 360 kilometers running. Yeah. Now that's his thing.
That's his thing. Long running. Everything just keeps getting longer every year, and I'm quite amazed. The 560 this year, incredible.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now the riders, G started on the 100, then went to 200, then the 360, and now next year maybe.
Natural progression.
Yeah. It's funny, the first year we did the 360, it was like, wow, that's an adventure. And now you see the 360, it's like, oh, it's not that much.
It's normal, like a regular training ride here. It's just gotten crazy, the distance.
360 kilometers on the gravel. That's a lot.
It's too much. So we've got pictures here still of the men. The 2 guys seem to be working.
Yeah, this part is pretty flat, so it's good to be together.
Into Casa, yeah.
Yeah, into Casa. A smaller group, it's always better.
If everybody's working.
Seems like it.
They seem to be moving fairly well.
Have you done the last part of this year's Traka?
The new climb I haven't done, and I can't actually recall it from memory.
No, I don't think you've ever done it.
No, I don't think so.
It's just behind the chicken farm.
So when you're coming in before the traffic light,
Yeah.
take a left and
You take
and
a
up there.
left, a right, and then it goes steep up.
Steep.
Yep, pretty technical.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're gonna see maybe not the first riders, but a couple of them will be walking.
Yeah. The second climb up Sangrao is, or the final climb, super steep. Steep pitches on that as well. And I certainly wouldn't like to be hitting that with 10 hours, 11 hours racing in my legs.
No, I think none of them would like that. We're also seeing Ben Perry over there. He's doing a great day,
Having a
great
super
day
ride.
today.
He's come into form really nicely in the last couple of weeks. And then he had that great win in Canada in the Paris to Lancaster.
We had him last year here in the live streaming. He loved it. He's a Girona local, married to a Mexican. So his Spanish is getting better. And yeah, he's super strong. He looked really strong on El Smetjes climb. He knows every corner. I think he's prepped this event with a lot of heart.
Yeah, I think he's done a lot of preparation for this year as well. So.
And it's nice. He's riding a Waba bike with all the paint job. That's
it looks
pretty
really
cool.
good. I like Ben's one. And his the kit that he has from Castelli as well.
Yeah, Hodgkinson tires that he was telling us the other day in a video why he was choosing which one, and he's really specific. He really knows his tire pressure and the width of the tire. He just lives it. And we have updates from the women riders. All 4 riders are back together at Vuelta. Sarah Storm, Axel Dubau-Prevot, Jerike Schwarz, and Caroline Migon. So G still fighting. We'll need to ask her how the pain on her hand is doing, because it looked pretty painful the last time we saw.
Yeah, when I looked, which was a little while ago now, but she really seemed to be struggling even on the flatter, easier sections. Obviously in pain with it. I'd say there's a bone or two broken.
Yeah,
in the hand or the wrist.
Start hitting. I'm a bit worried on the descent about El Smetjes, because it's pretty broken and that you need both hands working correctly to.
It's pretty washed out anyway, and then with the extra rain today. So hopefully they make it down there.
Have you ridden with any of these riders in a race?
I'm trying to think. I haven't ridden so much gravel in the last year, so and there's so many of the new faces in as well as the ones that have come back for the last few years here. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, Simon Snordle's having a great day today. He was really close last year. I don't think the gap is small enough to get to Tobias, but yeah, I think this group will fight for the second spot of the podium if nothing changes.
Yeah, they were showing that the 2 in front were the race leaders, but we didn't see them pass Tobias.
No, Tobias is in front.
He's in front still.
Yeah, Tobias is in front, and then this the group with Simon and Ben.
So the 3 that we're looking at now.
Yeah, those are the fighting for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position. Jack Stockley, the 2-door rider. That they started a gravel team this year, so we've seen them on the road.
I saw them here, and I was wondering who was on this, but it's completely separate from the roads. So
yeah, they did a gravel team. It's been a new thing. We've seen a lot of bike brands doing that. Good mix, because it's brands of clothing with riders with different bikes, and then teams of bikes with pretty cool.
Similar to the Paz setup.
Yeah, similar.
You know, you have their own bikes and they have the
no,
support
but the
of the team.
they're riding with a BMCs.
BMCs, yeah.
See the crossings with the police taken care of, so the riders don't need to stop. Stopping the traffic. It's always really important. You forget sometimes that this pads, it's a gravel event and it's open. It's Friday today, so it's not that busy and it's been raining, but this during the weekend could be a bit more.
Dog walkers and hikers, and we had a little bit of trouble last year, wasn't it? Chad ran into somebody last year with the.
No, that was Simon. Yeah, coming down from almost in the factory, just in that little corner.
A bike coming the opposite
A
direction.
bike coming down. See, we see Tobias. He's here in the front, pushing by himself,
Still
trying to get the
really
most
strong.
aerial possible.
Yeah, he's still looking pretty smooth for almost 10 hours.
It's crazy, no? 10 hours of riding, and they look that fresh. So it's gonna be less than 60 kilometers to go. You know this part of the course pretty well.
300 in the legs, yeah. We come in this last section quite a bit. That second last climb is the only one that I haven't done.
Asking for time. Tobias is asking the moto.
Yeah.
It's a bit desperate.
He's trying to manage the effort as best he can, and
yeah, it's hard not knowing, no, who's chasing, how far they are.
things can change so quickly in gravel as well with mechanicals and with whatever. So you really need to know the gaps.
Yeah, we saw Luis Valentin getting in touch with the woman on the top of the climb, then descending and getting a flat. Almost taking more than 10 minutes fixing it. And yeah, it's just a pity, and it's so frustrating, but it's things that can happen in cycling.
Especially part of gravel. He looks good now, he looks smooth.
Yeah, pushing big power.
You're just never really off the pedals on gravel, and especially with the rain, it would have made the tracks just that little bit tackier as well.
Little relaxing time, trying to get a bit of a rest in the legs. But yeah, as you said, this part, you have to push all the time. And then I think from here till the end, you won't have any free spots.
And you still have to stay on top of the nutrition and stuff as well. So it's kind of, you get the more tired you get, the harder it is to stay on top of all of that as well. So.
Yeah, and the people who are watching us, yeah, this is Tobias Kongstad from Past Racing. He's done Traka a couple of times. He was second on the 360 on 2023 and fifth on the Traka 360 on 2024.
Yeah.
And yeah, he wants to win this year, and it looks pretty good. I think he has a bit of a chase. We'll get back to you on the gap he has with the others. We'll have some time checks in a couple of minutes. Yeah, trying to stretch the back. You know how the body feels
just after the climbs as well, and I presume they felt the cold a little bit because it got much colder here when the rain came and when the sun went in, and it's much warmer now again. But it's hard to, like, the body will respond differently.
Yeah, I mean, us here, more little puddle crossing. This is also hard on your bike because the lube you use.
Yeah, and I saw, like, on some of the bigger ones earlier, people deciding to kind of run with the bike out of the water, which I think is kind of smart.
But then, do you want to go with your feet wet all day?
They were getting wet feet anyway going through that one, so.
Yeah, even here we've been changing, no, from t-shirt to jersey to puffy jacket, taking the puffy jacket out. So we kind of feel what the weather has been doing today in Girona. And yeah, people that are hearing our voices, CP is the voice of the Gravel Earth Series video.
Yeah. Don't ask me to say anything, I've forgotten the script already, so.
Come on, I want to hear it.
No way.
No, come on, I love that part. Yeah, we'll have them here in less than 2 hours. It's gonna be a fast.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fast one this year. Yeah, 12 hours.
Yeah.
Last year was similar.
Yeah.
I think.
I remember. Let's look it up. Don't remember exact time, but I remember it was around 12. No, 11:42. But it was shorter. It was 3:40 instead of 3:60 because of the water organization had to cut a bit of the track, so it wasn't the same. And it's changed a bit this year as well. It's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a bit No, a bit tougher.
Little longer, a bit tougher.
Yeah. So yeah, we cannot compare. But last year was pretty hard as well with the weather. But every year they're going faster.
I don't think there's ever been an easy edition.
No.
Not even the first one.
No, but I've never seen a group that big before Els Matches.
No.
Usually breaks a bit before the hike a bike. It's not as a big group. And then this year, at least more than 15 riders before they hit the Els Matches.
The level is higher, and yeah, the level is higher, and everyone's prepared much better. And this is definitely one of the key events of the year, I think, in the worldwide gravel calendar. And you see the caliber of riders that we have here year on year, and it's improved.
What kind of training do you have to do to get to this level?
Lots and lots and lots of mileage for any of the multiple hour events. Like if it's more than, I mean, the 100 is still, a few years ago, 100k on gravel especially was a long race, and now we view it as the sprint event here. And then the 200, they race almost as hard, but it's twice the length. You really need to look at the specifics of the course or the specifics of the route. And if you've got multiple short climbs, your training needs to reflect that, or with longer climbs also. But yeah, for the 360 and stuff like that, where you're 10 plus hours, just even training the body to take the fuel on board is a big deal. And that's all changed in the last few years as well. So.
Yeah, if it's hard for us to be 10 hours sitting down in a chair, imagine 10 hours pedaling your bike.
They just don't get a break. I mean, that last little descent we saw the leader on, Tobias, when he was there, it's one of the first times you see them coming off the pedals. Like, they're literally on the pedals all day long. And it's completely different than, you know, being in a peloton on the road or even being in a break on the road. Very, very different.
Yeah, now we see Peter Statina, we see Mattia De Marchi, yeah, riding just on the flats. Different kind of rider of every one of them.
Tobias still has a 6-minute lead as well, I think, so 5 to 6 minute lead, so he's managing that gap really, really well. .10 kilometers in the legs now. back to Tobias in the front, and he is still cruising. He just hasn't really faltered since he took the lead. And if the distance checker is correct, he's about a kilometre ahead or more or something. No. The gap must still be about 4 minutes at least.
Yeah, Mary's in the course and she's letting us know that's pretty big gap. Yeah, we're also hearing about the women peloton. There's still 4 riders together. Caro Migon, Sarah Storm, Axel Duban-Prevost, and Jerike Schers. They have an ambulance prepared for her in the aid station number 3. Let's see if she can continue. If she's been riding for so long, I don't know, maybe she would try to, but I'm a bit worried about the descent of Els Metges.
I think that will really be testing on the, even if you were fully functioning after that distance, and they're so tired now at this stage. But I think if she hasn't pulled in at aid station 2, was there an ambulance waiting there for her as well? Or did she get the medical attention there?
We couldn't see what happened.
Yeah. Because even shortly after the accident, she was kind of struggling to hold the bars. She needed the rest from that, even on the smoother parts of the gravel. And any of the road sections that they were on, you could see her visibly resting that. So I mean, it was obviously hurting a lot. And grip and control probably compromised a little bit.
Yeah, this shows you how tough these riders are.
Definitely not ideal, but there's not too many tougher than G, so.
And so determined. Once you want
just
something.
Physically and mentally, you're like just very, very, very tough.
Yeah, the fall looked horrible. She tried to get up, then she felt that something was wrong with her hands. She took a look, then got back in the bike, looked uncomfortable, and think she's been uncomfortable the rest of the ride. Yeah. Let's see.
I looked at the crash a bunch of times at home.
Just things that happen. The rider in front of you hits a rock,
there
and
was
then
2 kind of baby headstones just sticking up, and the back wheel skipped, and maybe they touched the brake as well. But like they were riding super close at that time, and just really unfortunate.
But hitting the legs, that means either his legs are cold, getting tired, or just waking them up.
A little bit of personal motivation.
Come on, yeah. 313 kilometers, so yeah, almost here.
You can start to smell the finish of that at that point.
Yeah, but still a lot. You still have 57 kilometers. no, 47 kilometers.
47 and a couple of really sticky climbs as well. So.
Yeah, 47 still a lot. Like, think about it. An hour and a half at least.
Yeah, which we'll have them here at 5:30.
Yeah.
In or around.
So yeah, if you're around Girona looking at us, please come to the finish line. We need all the public we can get.
Much brighter, and there's a lot more people here than there were at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, the sun is starting to shine. We're getting all the people picking their bib numbers from the 200 that we're gonna see tomorrow. More than 1,500 riders doing the 200.
Oh, that's a lot, huh?
Lots.
And you're doing the 100 on Sunday?
Yes, I'm trying to ride. Let's see if my legs will survive this week, the Traka week, the famous week for all the locals. It just gets crazy.
Everybody's just carrying more fatigue every day, whether you're riding or working or whatever you're doing. Even if you're spectating, I think it's just so intense for the week.
We started events on Sunday, and then I think by Tuesday I thought it was Thursday. I didn't really know what day of the week I was at. So yeah, I love the atmosphere, but
it's been really incredible this year. So many people.
Yeah. And just walking in town and seeing so many bikes and so many cafes and everything pretty full with the weather, spring blooming. It's a pretty special time of the year.
Yeah, we've had beautiful weather up until this afternoon, and it's pleasant now. So.
Yeah, so if you're around Girona, please come by. We're just here in front of the finish and starting point. Come to say hi, watch us here, and watch the incredible riders cross this incredible adventure that they've been up since 5:50 in the morning for the elite men, 6 in the morning for the elite women, and 6:10 for the amateur.
Yep, I was here for the start, and then I went home and went to bed again for another hour.
I was here from the start and then just stayed for the rest. So, yeah, a lot of changing seasons this morning. Started pretty chilly, then got hot, then cold again, then rainy.
It was pleasant at the start, even though it was warmer than last year. I remember being cold in the start line last year.
Ooh, something's happening with that leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 hours. I don't think many of these riders are used to doing that. Especially at the beginning of the season now.
He's been off the front for quite a while as well. So.
Brave move. Just before the climb. Pretty wise move, but... Aerial position, changing the hands, trying to relax the body as much as possible.
While he's on the tarmac, just trying to...
Aero helmet as well.
Yeah, I noticed that.
We're starting to see a lot more of that on gravel. Yeah, as you see, the course is not marked. Everybody has the route in their GPSs. It's another thing you have to practice. It's pretty important.
Yeah, we saw it earlier with in the women's race. They were just coming to a junction that was kind of like 4 different ways, and G took over. She knew exactly where she was going.
Yeah, you can lose a bit of time and a bit of energy. So sometimes it's better to prep the navigation and go a bit slower, taking care of the junctions, that you don't miss the junctions and the turns.
That's the other thing now as well for the big races, and for any of the gravel races. Most people have been here for like a week or more, and they've been out wrecking the course in sections or whatever way, and most of them riding will have done the majority of the course, or certainly any of the key sections.
Yeah, but even if you recce the whole course, you don't remember 360 kilometers.
No, for sure.
Like even me on the 100, I've wrecked the 100 and done that route.
Ridden it, and you know,
and then I go to the middle, it's like, oh, I don't remember this part. I don't know why I always forget the middles.
Still looks strong. I don't think he's having much problems with that leg, even though he's hit it a couple of times and sprayed some energy drink at it as well.
That's your thought. I think that something's happening with that leg.
He's good.
We will see. I think the climb that everybody will curse Gerard. We will see that.
For sure.
That's gonna either you make it or break it.
That's what he said in the briefing, wasn't it? Like, save at least one bullet for there. So.
Oh, I didn't get to hear that briefing.
No?
No, you...
That was super good, yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I loved your AI English.
Yeah?
Super duper. It's nice to have. Now I don't have to do the instant translation.
I was wondering, because I was like, his English is really improved. But he has this kind of funny American kind of, he's got a funny accent.
It was more English, no? I thought that it was more
weird,
English than American.
That's strange. Well, yeah, it was super good.
Yeah, I really like him. He's doing really good. And not needing me that much anymore, so I'm losing my job.
No.
AI is winning.
Okay. I'm going to say goodbye to you then.
Thank you, CP.
Oh, thank you so much.
And I'll see you around.
Yeah.
Hopefully for the party, everybody enjoying their...
Definitely going to have a pizza here later anyway, that's for sure.
Nice. Thank you very much, CP.
See you later.
Adios. Yeah, thanks for all the riders that are coming with me. Now we have another person that's going to take my job, Hans Becking. He's just coming to tell us a bit about his story and comment about the people that he races with. How are you, Hans? Yeah, feel comfortable. We've been sitting down here for a couple of hours now. How's everything with you?
Everything is fine. We are the day before the race, so we are just doing nothing basically and watching the live stream, and now I'm here in the live stream.
Nice, thank you for coming. I know how important the race for tomorrow is. And why not 360?
It's 160 kilometers too long, I think, for me. Exactly. No, why not 360? Well, I think it's always a difficult choice. If I see the guy suffering now, I think I did a good job doing 200 kilometers. I'm in the middle of the season, and I think the recovery from a 200-kilometer ride is different than a 360. I think it's just a little bit too much. I have to race again next week, and I think I can recover from the 200, but not from the 360. So.
No. That's good, and I'm happy because I get to have you here. Thank you for coming and making that little space to
no worries.
to commentate with us. It's nice to hear your voice, and now that you're gonna do it full time, like me.
Yeah, I will need to speak with Gerard after this. If I'm doing a good job today, I can.
Okay, Gerard, if you're listening.
No, we'll see. I enjoy racing the bike too much, but it's also good to see the other side and see the other guys. And also, I think a lot of riders from the 200 were actually watching the live stream now and see exactly how the course is and how the race develops. And it's always good. It makes you a bit nervous to see them race if you have to race the day after. But in a way, it's good. You can see how the course is, and it's exciting racing. So, yeah, good.
What are you expecting for tomorrow?
A fast race. There's a good field of mountain bike riders here, so that's always fun to have friends. And I just hope for a good day and that everybody actually have a safe race and just can race his best, because I know all the riders, and also for me, you train so much for this 6-7 hours and you just want to perform, and I hope everybody can do that and that we have a good, exciting race for promote the sport, to promote gravel and the riders as well.
You're the pro. Who do you think is going to win tomorrow? I still need to do my betting in the Fantasy Gravel app, so if you can help me out.
I must say that I didn't follow the gravel racing that much, but I know some guys of Pas Normal, they are winning like almost everything lately. So probably they will be in the front. Mathieu Beers, he's a machine, so if this engine starts going, then nobody can follow, I guess. We have a good group of mountain bikers. Lucas, Georg are here. Also, I have Martin and Wout here, so I can give you 15 names and probably one of them will win, but I don't know which one.
Oh, we've seen Jean. Have you seen her fall?
No, I heard of it and it was quite hard. I hope she's okay.
Yeah, she fell just a bit after the first aid station, so now she's gonna get checked by the medic that she asked. So we see that she has a taping in her arm. She felt pretty bad, and we've heard she's been suffering and in a lot of pain. So hopefully she can continue, because she's doing an amazing race, and it would be sad to see it finish here.
That's what I say. It's just if you crash and you prepare so hard for this race and all the strategy and all the people in the feed zone and all the hard work, and if you abandon now, it's super sad. So I hope she's gonna do a good race, but it looks like she's on her way, and nothing is so bad that she have to stop the race.
Yeah, she's so tough, and it's hard to see her or any athlete suffer like that, because you know how much it takes to prepare to come here. There's a lot going around. She's been thinking about this race for, I think since her last injury. That was
since
October,
the finish
November.
from last year, I
yeah.
guess.
That one she couldn't finish, so she was just preparing and had this in her mind. So yeah.
And the live timing now is the women are still together?
Yes, that was the last that we heard. So we've been watching in the Fantasy Gravel app with our friends, Maria, and everybody's letting us know here.
It looks like they are everywhere. Like they have a drone in the air and they know everything.
I know, they're a big team and they're just everywhere. Maria, hi Chavi, hi Jordi, and all the team around. Really thankful for all the tips you're giving us. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So Tobias is in the
yeah, he's far out, like 5 minutes. Last time I
6
saw it.
minutes lead on Benjamin, and so
cool.
Jan Stockley, Simon Nordal, 2 minutes chasing Mattia, Peter Statina, and Athne Kostner. So
another Pasnormal rider in the front.
Yeah.
We see that a lot lately.
Yeah. They have. Yeah, tell us about it. What do you think about the team? It's a pretty cool concept, no? Big team.
Yeah, exactly. It's also cool that everybody can do their thing a bit more free. They're not like super strict, and also that embodies a bit the gravel spirit that everybody can find his way, and they have the opportunity to race hard, and the riders grab it with both hands, the chance to have, and showing the strength. So that's good.
Yeah, as a rider, I would have loved it, like a bit of more of freedom and personality. That's what gravel is. So yeah, it's a team, but at least you have your own stuff and do your own way a bit. And yeah, I really like the system.
It is interesting now also the racing with the teams, like more and more teammates coming up, and it's changing a bit the gravel. I don't know that much, but I see it from the outside more. I pick some races, and it's fun to see that it's like a whole team tactic thing also going on. But this morning I had a nice conversation with my teammate, with Wout, and I told him like...
Are you going to race together?
No, not at all.
No?
Like it's gravel, we don't work together.
Really?
I told him the first 150 kilometers, if you are in the front, I will chase you. And then the last 50, if you have a chance, because always the more riders you have in the front group, the more chance you have to win. So I hope Wout has a good breakfast. We're just joking.
I know. I know you love racing together, and if you race together, you know yourself so much that at the end you always end up together.
Exactly. Yeah, and also it's so much things you can, like that's the fun thing of gravel. The road is maybe you can predict a little bit more what's gonna happen, which team gonna pull or what. But in gravel, first of all, you have to be there in the front, keep your bike in one piece, feel good, and just go with it. So that's the first difficult part. And
have you seen the start of the course this year?
Yeah,
it's more
the
road,
asphalt
a bit
part.
to break
I don't know how long they're gonna neutralize it, but I would like to see that. But we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, I think in the first climb in the asphalt, that's gonna be.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. I hope everybody just take it a bit relaxed tomorrow morning. And like, it's like we're not racing, but like everybody wants to be in the front, and it's like I said, it's the same thing. It's a shame if there would be a big crash, and then we have 200 kilometers to race, and then this happens. It doesn't make sense.
So if you're watching us or hearing us, you know the tactics of Hans. Please keep it slow and
stay on the right side of the road.
Exactly.
Stop for the traffic lights.
No fireworks at the beginning.
No, just
a sprint finish.
Yeah, we can also do the restart and the first turn to the right, and everybody's safe. We just stop there again, and then we go. That would save a lot of stress and broken bike parts, I guess. But it's gravel, and everything can happen. You see the part now where Tobias is, it started to be a bit more single track, which is maybe breaks his rhythm a bit from the straight flat parts he had before. A little bit technique, you have some more rest for the legs, you left, right, and it will break a little bit like the racing speed he has. And after that, I think there's just two climbs left, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and not really long.
But just painful. After 300
painful.
kilometers, they all long.
Sure. Have you seen the last part?
Yeah, I see the last part, and I really love it. I think it's a good change for the course. I think the mountain bikers love it a bit more
I
than
think so
the
too.
road riders, and but it's good fun, and it looks also like that the course is in really good conditions. Like it was really dusty last week, and I remember last week Thursday we also had a day of rain, and then the next day I went on the course and we just could pin every turn, and like as you see now, he's like the dust is gone, so you slide less, and there's this little mud layer, and you just have a lot of grip, and he's using that to his advantage, to the limit, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the motto is just like.
Yeah. What do you think will go to his head now? Do you think he's counting down the kilometers or the climbs?
100%. He's just like, come on, come on. It's like when you see that 30 kilometers and then it's like, you look at it again, it's like 28. It's like, come on, come on.
Keep pushing.
Exactly. It's like kilometers never go by as fast as you want them to go.
I cannot imagine doing such a long ride and being 10 hours on the bike. My longest ride was, I think, Traka last year, 6.5 hours. So I have no idea how that will feel.
And you love the last single track, no?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
They took out now, there's not the logs, so you don't have to jump as you did last year.
Ah, okay.
So
yeah,
they cut
that
them
was
down.
cool. Yeah.
It's a bit closed,
Yeah.
but yeah, you don't have to jump. They
Yeah.
did it more for the gravel riders instead of the mountain bikers.
No, that's fun.
But you still have a lot of puddles to jump.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's long enough, and the distance speaks for itself. And I think the last year, we arrived with a group of 10 riders more or less in the last single track, and I think this year with the last climb it will be more fireworks and it will be split up a bit more.
I agree, 100%.
But then it's also then maybe also the part if there's more team riders, then it's gonna be more dynamic, I guess. Last year we just left with a big group, and then it was just the story of every duck left. After half puddle we lost one duck, and then there was like 8 or 9 left at the end. But yeah, it's gonna be good fun.
Yeah, I still remember like the race got decided in the last single track.
Yeah, it was.
And there was
yeah.
a sprint to the finish.
Yeah.
And
it's funny because I remember that I was going in a bit too far in the single track, and I was thinking, after the single track, I still have good legs and I can pull up, but I was just standing up and trying to push what the legs say.
like, no.
There's nothing left, Tom's. You can push what you want, but you're not
There's
going
no legs
forward.
left.
Yeah, and then you have even the last bumpy part here on the grass field feels like 10 kilometers stretch. It's really hard, but.
Oh yeah, we're seeing here.
I cannot imagine those guys. They
No, me
heads
neither.
off, a lot of respect. And
Simon Nordel is trying to get as much food as possible in his system. He won the Gravel Earth Series points last year. He was the winner of the whole series. This year the series changed a bit. You have to have 4 races, 2 points. Last year was 2. So it's you have more possibilities here. There's so many races around the world. They've added many races in the US as well, so it's pretty open for a lot of riders, and we'll see them on the final on Rancho, where it will be decided. But Siemens looking in top form at the moment.
I think it's a good change as well for the smaller teams with less budget. If you have to do all the series and go to all the races, it will be more open and better battle for the top steps.
Yeah, and Jan Stockley doing an incredible race.
How far they are behind? But because if you are pulling with 2 or you're alone, it's...
Yeah, the last timing we had, it was 5 minutes, so...
But as it is a teammate, I don't know if it's 100% or not.
Huh. Yeah.
That's the question.
Exactly. But you said there's no teammates at gravel, no?
Yeah, I don't know if the guys have breakfast tomorrow morning together or not, or how it works exactly in each team, or... But yeah, you see the gap, I know where they're going now, so let's hope the bikes stay together. And
yeah, 1-2 for the pass racing.
Yeah.
It's not bad. And then in the women's side, they still have a shot for the win with Caro.
I think at the moment it's more exciting than the men race, the women race. They're still together, so.
Yeah, now they told us Sarah still together with Axel Dubois-Prevot, Caroline Migon, and because G stopped for a bit, she's 2 minutes further behind, but still in the rain. So still have final moves, final podium still to fight, fireworks. And as we were saying, a lot of single tracks at the end of this part, bit muddy, bit slippery. So it's like a cyclocross race. You're like, you have to keep in the bike, like don't make any mistakes. You've been riding for 10 hours and a half. Your body doesn't respond the same. Your head doesn't respond the same. So you have to be a bit more cautious.
Yeah. I think imagine that you just try to keep the flow, try to keep the bike moving efficient as you can, and also that means less braking, but sometimes it's also risky. And yeah, but it looks like they are still putting in good rhythm and going strong. And still, I think also my team manager, Pau Zamora, he's still alive. We were checking on him today, and he had some problem with the stomach, which I think is for...
How does he do it? How does he manage to a team travel around the world and then still have the energy to do this?
Yeah, especially when you have riders like us, we give him a really hard time. But actually, it was super fun to see everybody that knows Pau. He's have a lot of energy, and he's like, yesterday he was motivated like a junior, and he was like in the morning counting his carbs, checking his bikes, speaking with his brother, which feeds him do you go? They make a whole plan, so it was really cool to see that.
With Marcel? Marcel is doing it as well? Okay.
Yeah, he's doing the feed zones, and for me it's super motivated to see that he's like really still super motivated and like a junior, like he's been very, when he's doing really well. He passed at kilometer 288 and he's in 68th position, so.
Yeah, we're seeing the women. We just saw the riders that we've been told are riding a bit slow, so they might be waiting for G, and that's a really, really nice move. We haven't seen that on gravel, so it's pretty cool to see. We'll get them back in the screen in a moment.
Yeah, that's respectful. That's what I like cycling, and I would do exactly the same. If somebody go down and you see, hey, is fighting back, and you still have the women have quite a while to go to battle it out. I think it's normal that we wait. Or you're not actually waiting. You're just like
not pushing.
You're not pushing. Yeah, you just give her a chance to come back without taking her breath away or just pushing her to the limit.
Yeah, we've seen Axel here and Caro just hitting the first part of the uphill, and then we see Sarah just on the wheel.
Oh, this is good footage. This is nice to watch.
Yeah, it's incredible. We get to see all the race.
Yeah, and it's a difficult climb because there's not it's bumpy, so there's only one good line all the way. So to overtake somebody here takes a lot of energy as well. So tough one.
You're gonna be doing that tomorrow, so take a closer look.
Yeah. I hope I will be in the footage, and it means that you're doing a good job if you're in the live. So. No, and I think the downhill after it's quite fun, so that's good.
Unfortunately, we are not doing the live streaming for the 200.
Okay.
We're just doing it for the 360 because we think this is the queen distance.
Yeah,
so
sure.
Tomorrow I'll be doing your job that you've been doing the last couple of races. So I'll be on the course,
live updates, yeah.
commentating from. So if you see me and you want to chat,
Give me the microphone and
exactly.
I can do some live updates if I still have
breath.
If I can talk, then it's not a good sign and I'm not racing. No.
So hopefully you don't get to talk to me.
Yeah.
But I'll be around on course, just getting the information out to you.
Yeah, will be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, we decided we're not fast enough to look at the group with the motos. It's just the riders are faster than the motorcycles.
Yeah, it's gonna fly by the time. It's gonna be so fast though.
Yeah, what are you expecting? How many hours?
6 hours and 28 minutes and 12 seconds.
Wow.
I don't know. Last year we did 6 hours and 15 more or less. I think I don't remember correctly, but with the climbs, the extra climb in the beginning, and then the bonus, the Girard bonus surprise at the end. That will take us a bit longer, but also last year we had a bit more mud. So yeah. I hope faster than 7 hours.
Yeah, but I think you'll have the perfect conditions tomorrow.
I hope so, yeah.
So it's not going to be that warm. The terrain is going to be perfect, not that sandy. So a bit of mud, how you like it, technical.
Exactly. Bit slidey, bit sketchy.
So you know who to put on the top of your list. Hans will be the winner tomorrow. I'm saying it here.
That would be cool. I would be happy with that.
Nice. Well, sign it here, please.
It's difficult. Looks like the tree broke away with a small gap. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Gerrit is not there.
No. G stopped in the third aid station to get the medics look at her hand. we know she's chasing back. This is the long climb, 8 kilometers, the famous Els Metges climb. 8 kilometers with almost 500 meters of elevation, so it doesn't seem that bad on paper, but once you're riding that, it's just what you said, there's not many places to go, there's only one line, it's pretty rocky, we've seen the men go through it, the descent is pretty sketchy, and then we have to be back in the screen.
There are like two steep steep parts in it, and sometimes in the climb there's a steep part and you just stand up and then you can make it standing like a small sprint, but those two are too long to sprint it, so you have to really sit down and shift back, and it's mean.
Yeah, it's a mean. Painful, really painful climb.
Yeah, exactly. If they are pushing in front, the pace that it's a bit too uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's why I think I saw Tobias just break away, because he just wanted to get his own rhythm.
Yeah.
I think that was a brave move, but it's been working for him pretty well.
Yeah, it's always hard to make the attack, and because probably it's been already a high pace all day. Then once you make the attack, the most hard thing is always to go back in a rhythm that you know you can maintain to the finish line. But he's doing it very well.
Yeah, we have the lead woman here in the screen again. Axel pushing the pace.
Yeah, she looks really strong.
Yeah, she's been racing a lot, and you can tell her pedaling is just super fluid.
I'm curious how far the others are behind.
Yeah, Caro is just in her wheel. She's an amazing climber. The third wheel is Sarah Storm. She's done second on Traka, 360, third on Traka, 360. Now she wants the first position, so I know her. She will fight with everything that she's got. The three of them will, so it's gonna be interesting finish.
Then empty the tank completely. And I know, for example, Xabu, and he's doing the 200 tomorrow as well. I don't know how he's going to get out of his bed tomorrow morning after doing this. I think it's going to be really hard. Maybe good training for Unbound, but it's insane.
Yeah, we have Axel and the photo on the right of your screen. She's from the new team, Café du Cycliste, with her boyfriend Hugo.
Yeah.
So French team for the French riders. They've been coming to Girona for a long time. We could call them even like local riders.
Yeah, they know the trails very well.
Really good at cyclocross. They started their cyclocross, mountain bike, and Axel, it's been having an incredible season. 5th in Santa Val this year, winning the last, second on the last stage, the sprint. Annika was a bit in front, but she won the sprint from the group. Pretty top form.
What do you expect from Annika tomorrow?
Ooh, I think she's gonna win. If she recovered from Cape Epic, she had a really tough Cape Epic.
It's like half a year ago.
Yeah, but it takes a toll.
We know it.
we're not that young anymore. I've been racing Annika for a long time, and yeah, she's just amazing. But yeah, I think the older you get, the harder it is to recover. I think she knows herself pretty well, and if nothing happens, she's gonna have a tough battle because the field is so deep. You have Caroline Shift, you have Sofia Gomez Villafañe coming from the US, her first time being here. You have Clara Sophie, that she's a local rider, she knows the course so well. You have Rosa Closer. Oof, I could keep going because the field is so deep, and so many that we haven't seen racing in Europe. So yeah, I think it's going to be an incredible battle tomorrow between the women and also between the men.
It's pretty cool that there's always a lot of riders, but now the top is really wide. There's so many strong riders that can win. That makes it really interesting. It's hard to make a bet this year.
February, we always have the first race of the season, Santa Val. It used to be our local race where we started our season, and now
it used to be mountain bike.
It used to be gravel and then mountain bike, and you could win the two. Yeah, it's always our first race of the season, and every year it's become I think this year was just the World Championships. Everybody was here, and the level was just insane.
Yeah.
And if you start in February like that, you're like, wow, I don't want to see at the end of the season or the middle of the season, what are these riders gonna do? Because they're supposed not to be in the top form, and then just doing some incredible rides. We see Carolina Migon here on the screen, the picture. She's always laughing. She got first on Traka last year. She was so happy and ecstatic to win that race. She wants to have it again. And she also won the Gravel Earth Series last year, and she will fight everything this year as well. She wants to do a lot of races. It's really cheerful rider. I really love talking to her because she always has a smile on her face.
The most important part, but the most difficult part. Even if you're struggling and you're in a lot of pain, just keep smiling and hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, they always say it helps you, it relaxes you.
It does. But it's a hard mindset to find sometimes.
100%.
It's the hard part of when you're already been 10.5 hours on the bike, but yeah, it's the best. It's the best way.
Yeah, the screen we see Sarah Storm. She's from the Specialized Ram Rafa team. She was third on the Traka last year, as we said, and she was second on the Gravel Earth Series. So, yeah, at the first time she came to Girona, she hadn't raced in Europe. She didn't know what to get, and maybe she was a bit too confident. And then she saw what it was, and then she came back the next year, just wanting to win this race, a bit more prepared. She's coming to Spain, loving the terrain. She also does a bit of mountain biking. She's from Durango, Colorado, so yeah, she just loves this type of gravel adventure, and I think this course suits her pretty well.
Yeah, I met her last year in Migration Gravel, so if you go to Migration Gravel, you like an adventure.
I know. That's on my bucket list. But the only thing is they say I cannot go with my dog. And I just want to travel with my dog. She needs to come with me.
Yeah. You cannot have everything in life.
I know. That's why I need.
But it's worth it. You can miss your dogs 2 weeks. It's 100%.
Yeah, I need my sister to babysit for me, and then I need to go to that race. Yeah. But Leo told me that I have to bring the mountain bike instead of a gravel bike.
At least big tires.
Big tires with suspension. I have suspension on the back and maybe a MTT on the front, so yeah. I'll be okay.
Wouldn't be that bad. It would be a good idea.
Yeah.
It's a nice experience.
It was nice to follow you last year.
Yeah, it was an insane battle. I was like, but the good thing from that whole travel is that we just had an amazing time, and not in the race as well, but just in general, the whole experience. We went to Eton the week before with Amani, and it's a whole another world. And then doing the Safari gravel race and then doing Migration after it was just.
I heard you won the last stage, no?
The party.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. No, it was also nice. Like I said, we just had so much fun, and it actually felt like a holiday, and not that I have to race and then yeah, it was good fun.
Yeah.
Tobias is looking back, but I don't know where he's looking, but he looks like he's
in pain.
He's hurting, but
yeah,
that's quite normal.
After 10 hours and 44 minutes of riding your bike.
Yeah.
Yes, even the position of his arms say it all. Everything hurts. Your back hurts, your elbows hurt, your shoulders hurt, your face hurts, everything.
Yeah, I think it's like it's a hard feeling, and I don't know, like I can imagine that at 10 hours, at one point you will bunk, or your body will say like, this was it, and you have to fight through it, and it's just a horrible feeling. And looks like he's going through one of those moments, but then all those moments you forget in about 1.5 hours. I think they are.
Yeah, but it's also different, the pain, if you're fighting for the win.
Exactly, it's another dimension. You can suffer more.
Exactly, it's like okay, I can suffer, I can win. This is gonna be for something. But
exactly.
If you're 10th, and then sometimes your mind just plays you a game, and then you're like, no, it doesn't. I cannot do this.
Yeah,
but yeah, if you're in the lead, you suffer as much as you can.
I think he's happy with a small stretch of asphalt here.
Yeah. It's funny, no? Sometimes we don't like it, and then sometimes we love it.
I'm always surprised when, like, how strong the mind can change your performance. So, for example, if you're racing and you don't know what position you are, and you say you're suffering, and then somebody told you you are fighting or 1 minute of the third place, then you can suffer another level to get to the podium. And if nobody would say anything, you probably do 20 watts less. And just because you can go to the podium, you find 20 bodies in your body, 20 watts in your bodies. So it's like, it's weird how you can change the mindset, how strong that can be. And
yeah,
he will
having
his battles now, and know what we talk about for sure.
I always say we all fight our own demons in our head.
Exactly.
Because
yeah.
you always have that voice of like, why? Why am I doing it? Everything hurts. I just want to stop. My body just hurts. Is this worth it? And yeah, it's just the other voice is like, no, this is okay. Okay, we can do this. Like, it's just a fight against yourself.
And that's the fun part. Like, and that's also that is for the professionals. That's for the amateurs. That's for everybody also organizing the event. You pass through a whole week of or a whole day or a whole week of emotions, and there's so many small battles and not only in the bad way, but also you have a lot of magical moments in the way you meet friends you didn't see a long time, and there's a lot of a donut. Yeah, I can use that for tomorrow. Sorry to interrupt, but
they're offering some Dunkin' Donuts here. Yeah. So yeah, please go.
Yeah, I have to because tomorrow is going to be a long day.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool donuts, eh?
This one, yeah, they look very good.
So if you're in this RAM booth, they're doing this. And,
we can eat the whole wheel, or?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Good.
And then I think there was some chocolate, some cream, and then some peanut butter donuts. So yeah, if you're around the SRAM booth, you can taste this incredible donuts. So happy.
It's all carbs. It's all what we need.
Yeah. I don't think if I need them, but yeah, I'll just grab them. Sorry, we won't be able to talk for a couple of minutes.
It's for sure chocolate.
Wow, 100% recommend. And then if you're in the podium, there's gonna be a competition of who can eat donuts faster.
I remember that.
You could win that.
You know if the final of the 360 is exactly the same as the 200?
No, it's different.
I see that.
So the 360, also the last single track, it's a bit steeper. The 200 you go up, but you come another way down, Sangrao. So it's the same as 100, but it's different than the 360. Back with the woman.
Still together?
Still together. Yeah, this is the last long climb that they will have. Still have the last one, but it's not as long. It's more technical, but not long.
Sarah's still pushing the pace.
Yeah, she looks super strong today. But she's fighting with two really strong riders, Sarah Storm from the US and Kara Migon from Poland, but living in Switzerland. Axel is from France, but spent a lot of time in Spain. And you see a lot of people cheering in that climb because they know it's so difficult. And as you said, it's so nice to have people cheering for you, especially if you're local and you have friends with you and helping you out. It just gets you 10 more watts or 20 more watts. You can hear the bells.
Sarah's going to the front now.
Yeah, Sarah wants this.
It's always nice to be in the front so you can put your own pace.
And choose your own line
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. Sometimes I go in the front not because I want to attack, but just I want to slow everybody down. So if I do that tomorrow, you know, it's one of the two.
Now we're getting all the knowledge of Hans' tactics for tomorrow. So if you're listening, you have the inside information.
It's a bluff.
Yeah, or not. Wow, these donuts are super good.
Yeah.
I think I only have donuts from year to year. Always on the front booth.
On the timing.
Yeah, as we said with the men, this is the Garmin timing. So all else matches is going to be timed. And the winner of this will take home a watch, a Garmin watch. So nice thing to have.
So if I know that I don't have the legs to win,
You just push it on the Garmin climb.
A last effort.
Yeah.
But that's from the bottom to the top.
You'll see. There's a timing chip once you begin, and then there's going to be a timing chip on the top.
It's always good to have a plan B.
Go for the Garmin watch. Yeah, I don't see you have a watch, so
No.
you need one. And they're really pretty. I was walking through the booth yesterday, and then I saw one white one with a cover just like rose gold. Like, ooh. I think it was
Fancy.
a phoenix. I don't know which phoenix, but it was pretty. I wouldn't mind having that. You want some water, Hans?
No, I'm fine, thank you. I
Wow.
think you see Gerard there in his element.
Yeah. Have you? No, I think Gerard did in his boogie.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Did you see his boogie now?
Yeah. He's leveling up every year.
Oh, he's loving it.
And I saw his English yesterday in the briefing. That's,
Yeah,
that's
super good,
spectacular.
no?
Right?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. It's gotten super, super good. I'm losing my job. He's
Yeah.
learning English, and now I don't have.
Exactly.
It's gonna be the live streaming next, and I won't have a job anymore.
I think I remember this from last year, the 200. We did more or less the same part back, or from Santaval.
Yeah.
It's like it looks so many times and there's so many connections that
Yeah, and there's so many different
Yeah.
ways.
Yeah.
The same happens to me every time I do a ride. It's like, oh, I've been through here, but then you take a different path,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
you get to the same place. So it's pretty similar to last year, but it changes bits and pieces.
it never gets boring. That's the
No.
the most important part.
And look how beautiful everything is.
Yeah.
Just so green. It's been raining so much during March that the spring has been just poppies everywhere, colza, yellow, red, green.
It's nice and not nice because the people are fighting allergic
Yeah,
reaction
yeah.
with.
We were saying this morning, we were
for
seeing
some
pollen
riders, it's
flying.
it's not the best time of the year, but
No.
the rain will help a lot, and there will be a lot of oxygen.
Yeah, I'm lucky
Yeah.
I don't have any allergies, but my poor dog just has allergy attacks and just starts sneezing on my back when I have her in the backpack. You know this path, no?
Yeah.
They're really, really, really close.
Yeah, we're coming from.
This is the Via Verde.
I think the 200 comes from the other side. If we go left, I think.
Yeah, there used to be a train track. Now it's called Via Verde, and it's a pretty nice ride to do with a family, with the gravel. Pretty easy.
Far from the road and the cars.
Exactly.
It's pretty lightweight now, no more backpack, just 2 bottles. We'll climb a bit easier as well.
333 kilometers on the legs. Almost here. He can feel it.
I know the wind today doesn't look that strong, but probably some open sections still he will be fighting alone against the wind.
Yeah, there was a bit of wind, but not the typical tramontana that we usually get this time of the year. So
The cold one. This is exciting to see those 3. Also, there's none of the 3 riders that have to leave a gap or.
and you see the tactics as well. Neither of them have a backpack in their back, and yeah, just carrying the bottles. It's the climb. You want to climb with at least the least possible weight on your bike.
It's been already discussion for our team this morning how we're gonna do the nutrition plan for tomorrow. It's,
And what's the plan?
That we still don't have a plan, and probably tomorrow morning we decide. That's how it
How
goes.
needs to decide once he gets back.
Yeah, well, the funny thing of the 200 is that it's like after 120k we have our support from the team, so or more or less. So it's about 4 hours of racing, or a bit less.
I know. Lots of riders were complaining about that.
No, it's not. You don't have to complain about it. You just have to
But
make
I
the
think-
best plan. Let's make it.
Exactly,
It makes
it's
it also a challenge, like how you're gonna work around that one. And
I think that's what
pretty
I
cool.
like, because
Yeah.
it's still an adventure. You have to plan your bottles, you have to
Mhm.
plan your water, it's tactics. You have one aid station, you still have help, and your team can help you. But yeah, it's 4 hours without anything that you have to carry it yourself. You can stop. There's an aid station, but you have to stop yourself. And I know you won't stop. So
no, it's quite funny because you want to arrive at the second feed zone, or you want to start with the lightest setup you have for the first 3 climbs. But then you have to also have enough drink with you. You make it to 120 kilometers. So luckily I'm like a camel. I'm enough with 4 bottles for 6 hours of racing. So for me it's not that complicated. But I know a lot of people they struggle a lot to find. And if you start with a camelback with 2 full bottles, maybe the first climb 1.5 kilo extra, you will feel it.
Yeah.
So
and I think you don't win the race in the beginning, but you lose the race at the beginning.
Yeah,
so it's pretty important to
exactly. It's like the small things that will add up. It's like maybe not this 1.5 kilo, but like you make some more mistakes like this, or mistakes, you have some more setbacks like this all day. It adds up in the end. So you have to make sure you do everything perfect in a day like this, and then also you have to have the perfect nutrition plan. But yeah, it's interesting. We'll see a lot of different setups tomorrow. Some people will go with the backpack or the hydration pack, some flask maybe, or huge bottles from a liter. I don't know.
I think flask is a good idea because then when you finish, you can throw it away in the trash cans in the first aid station.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think even like the really small bottles. Just take 2 big bottles and 1 extra bottle. I think that will be my idea.
They're bulky. Do you like riding with a bottle on your back?
Yeah, but if it's a small plastic one, just squeeze it together, put it in your pocket, and then leave it at the first feed zone where you can drop the rubbish and the trash. So I prefer that than having 1.5 kilo here.
I don't really enjoy having.
And also in the beginning, there's not too much single track. So if you have to drink, you can grab your bottle.
Yeah.
And a hydration pack is really nice that you can drink also on the single track. It looks like he stopped for a bit.
Yeah, something happened there.
It's a fast turn.
Oh, he hadn't. Yeah.
There was something.
There was an accident, so we'll see it in a replay.
He's checking his front tire if there's still air inside. There we go. Oh, he just slid down on the asphalt.
This is exactly what you don't want to happen. Ow.
But this is what happened when you hurt your body for 10 hours. It's like a little bit lack of concentration.
We're seeing it here as well.
Or maybe he had like the tire that loses a bit of air. I see he's using quite big tires, so he can go low pressure. And then on the asphalt, sometimes you start to wave a bit, or like you feel like you're a bit serving, and maybe he's losing a bit of grip there on the wet turn.
But also when it hasn't rained for a while.
Exactly.
No, and then it rains. It's just when it's most slippery. So.
Yeah. Now at this point, I don't know if the other rider if he's gonna wait or what it is. I think it's not that far from the finish, and they will fight it out.
Yeah, Simon Nordal has gone to the ground. He's back on his bike again.
Good to see. No mechanical problems.
No mechanical. He just
wiped out, but he looks like he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah. And also, the footage I saw that he was pulling all the time in the front. Some fair play, good to see. It's always nice to beat somebody, but not if somebody crashes.
Exactly.
And he's going directly to the front, I guess. Yeah. They're talking a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I love about gravel. It's just that friendship.
Cycling in general.
Yeah.
It's like, well done. We're hurting each other for 11 hours. I just inspect the ground and just give you a high five. Let's go.
Are you okay? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go and get this done.
Yeah.
I think that's really, really special, and everybody that's watching, that's, yeah.
And I think I don't care if they finish the second or third. They just want to get home. I'm not sure, but like how the race developed, they are in this situation together, 2 and 3, so they just.
Yeah, we're hearing here in the photo Jan Stockley. He is from the Tudor new racing gravel team. We've seen them on the road, but now they started doing a gravel team. 21st in the UC Gravel World Series, and then 7th in the Grand Prix. So he's done a bit of gravel, not much racing around Girona or Gravel Earth series, so he's new about these phases, but he's super strong.
Not a bad debut.
Not a bad day. We've seen him at the beginning also pushing in the front, so he's been there all day long.
Also, the safety looks really good, like the stop signs.
Yeah, that's
look like they have a good day out.
All the locals of Girona know this part. It's the Via Verde. We're just really near Girona. This is pretty fast. It goes down a bit, so it's like 1%, 2% down. Still pushing the pedals, but yeah, you get a bit of a breather here. And then the turn left, go through Constantine's flats, a bit of puddles, and then turn left and see the last little climb that Gerard has prepared for them before they hit the famous single track around San Gregory. Then, have you seen, besides the factory, it's not a single track anymore. They built like a pretty gravel path. So
I always have the smell of the
coffee.
the burnt coffee. It feels like the burnt coffee.
Yeah, but that
then
used
I
to be a
remember there was
pretty
also
technical
a cool technical single track, and now it's
not anymore.
Yeah, I think it was quite easy to take the common Strava there when the path was there in the beginning. Yeah, and now the girl's going down I think the most technical descent, because you already feel when you're doing the last part of the climb you don't have too much traction. The top layer is really fine gravel, which is it's a difficult downhill. But I think after for us the advantage of the 200, like everybody passes already here today, so the loose gravel will be a bit out. So we hope we can go a bit faster than we could go on training.
Yeah,
it's really a case of braking before the turns, because once you're in the turn and you start to on the washed out ditches, if you have to brake there, it's quite dangerous. But
yeah, we were pre-riding. We were saying this morning the pre-rode the course last week, and it was that downhill impressed me. It was pretty broken.
Yeah.
It's changed a lot because of the rains that we've had all of March. I've never seen it this technical.
Sketchy.
Yeah, sketchy. So you will love it.
Yeah.
But I think many of the riders will suffer a bit, especially if they're tired. Yeah, we haven't seen any images also of G. Hopefully she's doing okay. I think that descent is going to be pretty hard in her hand, especially if it's been hurting on the flats. We have the three girls fighting and a couple of fights around here. So Tobias trying to get his teammate Simil Nordan just away, but he's pushing. And then in the women's side, three fighting for the podium. So
they go up same as we do at 200, or they take the 100-kilometer route? The 360. They go all the way to the top. The last climb, or
no, half of it. But they go on a bit more technical uphill. So the 200 is not as technical, the 360 is a bit more technical.
That's so cool about Girona, there's so many options, it's not fair.
And if somebody knows the paths around Girona and the region, believe me, it's Gerard. He's been living here his whole life. He loves just researching, and every time I'm doing a route, I send it to him. I send my Ride with GPS file, and he's always like, no, do this turn and through here. I'm like, how does he know everything? And then in a map, sometimes if I'm in a place, I'm like, okay, this is better than this. But on a map, it's super hard for me. So yeah, that's a special skill to have. It's just like a route encyclopedia. And then, also if you're around Girona, he's done a collection in Ride with GPS with so many different rides, short rides, gravel rides. You have to try because they're just amazing. So if you still have energy after all the racing or riding this week, go to the collection, Classmark collection.
Yeah. He's about to hit the last climb.
Yep.
I don't know if he's happy at this point that he can finally start the last climb, or that he's relieved that he's finally reached the last climb. It's going to be somewhere in the middle.
will
The-
soon hear from him.
On the lifetime, the three girls are still together on the top, like you can see now.
Yeah, they're almost at the top. Maria Mutone, if you're hearing us on the live streaming, yeah, you should go and pick up a donut at the SRAM house because I'm still have it in my hand. Hans is pretty fast, he's way faster than me. But yeah, they're amazing, they're pretty good.
I'm very good in carb loading.
You win at everything.
I use the egos. This
Yeah.
is the first part is mean and steep, and
This is the climb we were talking about.
I did it last week and there was not too many lines in it, and then you see how big is the Traka. You come 1 week later and
Yeah, no, they
everything
clean
is
it
clean
for you.
Ah, okay,
Gerard,
but also
Gerard was kind enough to clean it a bit because it was really rocky, really technical.
it's the least he can do with hurting us that much. But still, also from many people riding there, like the line, the rocks are riding around. From other riders, they make the line a bit more clean, and you see now there's like a good path. And last week it just was jungle.
Yeah. How many people do you think will be reckoning this little climb the last couple of days?
I know my teammate have the com, so that's good. At least we have something this week. But yeah, let's see.
This is more like a mountain bike style single track. Before it used to be better, now it's more like a technical gravel.
I remember actually doing this climb on the mountain bike race, so that says enough.
Yeah, the Santaval.
Yeah.
No, we did that climb.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're around Girona, this is a great spot to go and see the riders today or tomorrow. They'll be suffering at this point, so you'll get to see them,
We will need you
cheer
here.
them on, help them out.
We will need you here, please, people. Come out. Bring your kids, family, everybody.
Exactly. It's not that far from Girona. You can take your bike and ride. Just leave your bikes down there and walk up so you don't bother the riders. And yeah, cheer them out. They'll need your help.
Yeah, it's always good to see people on the course, especially the young generation. If you can motivate them or they enjoy a day outside, seeing some sports, it's a good way to spend the day. He's looking like he's hurting, but as we said many times, but he's still going
still
super
pretty
steady.
smooth.
And I know this is one of those climbs, even just to get up, you still have to push hard, so it's not easy.
I'm almost done with my donut.
I will go for another new one.
I think the riders. What do you prefer when you arrive? Sweet, savory.
A cold cider.
Beer, no?
Yeah, but like the sweet girl, the cider drink, the sweet one, not the beer fan. The liquid carbs at the finish line is the best one for me.
The sidra.
Yeah. Now when it's really hot, the salty stuff is always good.
Yeah, I'm more of a salty when I
helps a
finish.
lot.
I cannot do sweet anymore.
No.
You've been doing gels,
Exactly.
and carbohydrate
Exactly.
powder, and it's like, nope, nothing more, please.
Now on the top he will go to the right, or he...
I think right.
Yeah, this last part, this part is still steep. There they go left. Still together.
This is the lead of the women's ride. Still 3 riders together. Caroline Migon, Sarah Storm, Axel Duban Prebot, all looking really strong. 3 really good climbers. They tried their best to break each other in this climb, but I think they're gonna be together till the top. Nobody's showing any weakness. Somebody's chain needs a bit of lube. That's something that happens a lot, especially in days like this. and especially if you didn't expect them. What is the weather looking for tomorrow, Hans?
It's one of those things I don't look really at. It's something I cannot change, so it's not in my control.
So you dress the same if it's like
No,
-5?
I don't dress the same, but I will choose tomorrow. But I'm just checking. It's going to be more or less like today, a bit cloudy, and I think it's going to be humid after the rain from today, and it's still going to be. It's going to be 25 degrees at 2 o'clock, so it's going to be a good day out. I just got a small.
What happened? Something happened on the.
He missed the road.
Okay, this is what we were talking about. It's really important to know the routes.
I probably start be stressing out because it's not what you want end of the race, but he's fine. I just got a message from Dennis van Winde, who was out on the course on the beginning of the last climb, and he had 5 minutes and 5 seconds in front there. So.
Okay, yeah, then he's fine.
That looks good. But he can do that often. Like look for a new route for Girard for next year. It's not the best time.
He can do this after, but
exactly.
not now.
Exactly. He better do it tomorrow. And now though it's so cool to see all the live timings. It looks like that Gerke didn't come through on the live timing at the moment.
Yeah, she's there, but a bit down.
But the timing is still
at
79.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's wait and see what they're gonna tell us.
And then for place 4, I heard that Ben Perry is on 4th place, 390 behind the two riders in 2nd and 3rd position. So that separate the top from the 4th place like around 8.5 minutes.
Pretty tight race.
Which is still after after 350
after 11
kilometers.
hours, 15 minutes.
Yeah, they're going up to the climb now. You see it, dragging themselves up there. I will come one day I will come back to do it.
When? Next year?
Yeah, in
560?
another life, but no, I will come back once. It looks fun. It does look fun, but I think this is the kind of things you have to do once and then see if it suits you or not, and then
you have to try.
And you have to do it like 2 or 3 times to actually get a result, I guess.
Yeah, or maybe not.
I don't believe so.
You could be lucky.
Yeah, I hope so.
Or
yeah,
strong.
that would be nice. Yeah, but don't count on it. I think this is the same part we did with the hill climb last year on Sandgrau in the Santa Val.
Yeah, and then they'll do a little single track that is pretty flattish, and then the descent.
That's mean. Also, you see now on his body language, I think the tank is quite empty. He's getting to the finish line.
Yeah, that body position of just trying to look back, trying to know where these 2 riders are, how far they are. Especially getting a bit lost and having to waste a bit of energy and stress.
And even it's 5 minutes. It's a lot, but if your
but
tank,
he doesn't know. That's the thing. Like maybe
probably,
somebody has told him, but
no, it's difficult because he's the first one. Like it's easier to be 2nd and 3rd, and they say how far you're behind to have some timing. But if you're the first one, you pass, and nobody can tell you what's going on.
If somebody that you know, or your teammate, or your coach, or your mechanic tells you, you believe them. But if somebody else tells you, you don't really believe them.
And it sounds weird, but it's 5 minutes. Like if you wait for somebody 5 minutes when you start to train at 9 o'clock, then it's a very long time.
Yes.
Normally in Spain this happens, but but if you're in a race and you are like completely empty, 5 minutes is absolutely nothing. It's one climb. If you're tired and you're done, then 5 minutes are gone like super fast. So
yeah, Jan Stockley looking really strong as well.
it's cool to see the people out there supporting. At the point where they really, really need it.
Exactly, they know.
Yeah.
So people that are watching that can be in the route tomorrow, you know where to go to cheer all the riders. There, I think there is where they will need it the most.
It's the darkest spot of the riders.
I will be there cheering for everybody. So yeah, come on and enjoy the party and this amazing battle.
So Pete and Mattia, they are 11 minutes and 15 behind from the beginning of the last climb.
Really strong, top 10, really good fight.
Yeah.
Pretty different race than
I saw
we are
them
used to.
yesterday on the presentation, and I was counting the FTP of all the riders and put all the watts together. It was.
How much was it?
It's just a lot. It was scary. But it's good to see that they.
But even for the 200, did you see?
Yeah, it's
we
insane.
couldn't even
We had-
take the
we had like
picture.
two lines,
We
yeah.
had to do a football
I feel uncomfortable between all those strong riders. It's a bit weird.
They feel
Yeah.
uncomfortable around you as well, for sure.
Yeah, he's going down this
Yeah.
last little part, which is like even he's drinking in the downhill. Is something if you're flat out racing is just taking up speed. It's just taking like all the energy in and try to get home.
And the downhill is pretty broken as well.
Yeah.
So it's not the
But
best
it's very fun.
place.
It's very
yeah,
very
for
fun
you.
downhill.
I
Yeah.
like it as well, but
Yeah.
after 300
Yeah.
and
But at least you are happy you don't have to pedal in this moment. No, it's rough, but you also have to, like, there are small ditches you have to get your bike over, and even at this moment the impacts on your arms and everything, it's not comfortable.
and also really taking care of your mechanical. Because
Exactly,
you
yeah.
don't want a flat in this
Yeah.
part, so
That's what I would do. I would just go too fast and break the bike. in this
yeah,
position.
because you're the mountain biker, and
Yeah.
that's the difference. With the
Exactly.
mountain bikes, you could just
Exactly.
go
I
down.
I
On the
feel
gravel,
always-
you have to
yeah.
be really clever at like reading the lines and knowing how to navigate.
Exactly. Yeah. I feel sometimes like a lion in a cage on the gravel bike. I'm limited.
But now you have the new gravel bike.
Yeah, no, it helped. No, the evolution of the gravel bikes and the people using the mountain bike tires, it changed so much. I think now we're back at the women race.
Yeah, we're seeing them still in the Elsmedges descent.
That's a long one.
Yeah, really long one. Sometimes you love it, sometimes you hate it. Sarah's losing a bit of ground in that part. Fighting for every meter here.
You have to be very careful in this kind of downhill, especially when you get tired. Even if you choose the good line, or you just like you cannot handle off the handle. There's coming an unexpected big impact on your arms. Sometimes you just slide your hand off the handlebar and then.
Yeah, your
a
reactions
mistake.
are not the same.
Exactly. It happens to me already after 4 hours of training, so I cannot even imagine like how they do it. It's good
After
to see.
11 hours and
Yeah.
10 minutes of riding.
A small gap now for.
Jan Stockley?
Yeah, I think he is. His partner said,
Jan Stockley.
"I don't want to get up this last climb anymore." It's this kind of climb also is so steep. Even if they want to work together to the finish, it's super difficult. Also with the gearing, maybe
Yeah, it's also...
one gear is a bit bigger and you have to pull it. So in the steep parts he goes a bit too fast, while the other rider maybe have a smaller gear and he just use more his tempo. And it's difficult to stay together in this kind of climb.
Yeah, this is where you have to take your line, look at it as well, because you don't really want to put one foot on the ground, because it's super hard when it's so steep to start, especially on the gravel and slippery. So it takes a lot of energy to do these little technical parts.
They go down here now on the asphalt. They don't take the
No, that's the
200
that's the difference.
rocky downhill.
So they'll just come out after the stop light.
Yeah.
If you see it on the map and if you know the course, you know, and if you've done last editions, you know that just before where you started the climb, you could go straight and then skip this part
Yeah.
So it's always hard when you know you're so close but still have that climb to do.
That's the thing. Is sometimes it's very good to do the whole course if you kind of know everything, but sometimes it's better
you don't know it.
You go in blind and just. No, I think if you go for a result, you have to see the track.
100%, yeah.
To know where
it's
you have
gotten
to
so
be.
professional that you have to. It's like a sprint. You always need to see the sprints.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even the motorcycle is having a bit of problems descending.
Now we have the live timing there. I see the math. And now he's just dragging his way home.
Yeah, he'll turn left.
keep on the speed, and I think now he will also have the adrenaline that he knows that he can win the race, and probably he will be hurting a lot, but looks like he will get there.
They changed this little part. It used to be more broken. Did you ride it the other day?
Yeah.
Half is better and half is still like broken.
Yeah.
So some riders will.
And still the support out there. It's cool to see it.
There it is. Last part of
Just looking back. And it's always a good side. Like it's always cool to see there's nobody. Like, and even if there are maybe some riders from the 560 still out there, or he passed all the riders, if we see, or maybe some people ride just the same route today. It's always you get nervous if you see riders, and then you can look back here like half a minute, I guess, and if you see nobody, it's like the belief in the victory started being bigger, and it's quite cool.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of double track on the gravel, then he'll turn right, cross a bit of rivers, do the single track, come back behind the factory, and then we'll have him here at the finish line. So everybody that's around Girona, please come to the finish and starting line, because we have the top 3 riders, I think less than 10 minutes will be here. He's looking back. He doesn't believe it.
And he probably is asking also now, like, please give me, I will give you my last gel if you tell me the time difference. He's trying to have a deal here.
Yeah. His face is it all, but I see a smile there. Still looking back. Bit of a smile, bit of a grinch. The tongue out.
Yeah. He's unlocking the last what's the part that you think you don't have in your body, and you still can do it. Like this moment, you just hope your bike stay in one piece and you can push.
We had some bad news from the women's side. G had to abandon. She's been taken to the hospital by her boyfriend and her friend. This is really sad to hear. She's okay. People that are cheering for her, she's good spirits, but yeah, we'll have her here tomorrow, and hopefully she comes back stronger next year.
Yeah, all the best.
Yeah, thank you, G. It's been incredible to see the fight you've been putting on. Last kilometers for Tobias. Pass racing, having the day of their lives.
Yeah.
They could be doing
1
1,
and
2 in the men's side, and 1 first, second, or third in the women's side.
Also wearing no gloves, which is quite.
That's something. What do you do?
If you want to give him a hand afterwards, probably it's gonna be raw.
I like training without gloves, but racing, I usually always have the gloves on.
Especially when you have some like. I don't think it's that bad for the grip if you have a good handlebar day, but it's just more when you start to sweat, or you have some rain, or you pass the river crossing, your hands get wet. It's hard to keep the grip, but he is just going left, right, left, right, left, right in the single track, 2 river crossing, single track next to the Nescafe coffee. Then you go to the field. So he's counting down those points.
You know it by heart.
Yeah, I can write it blind. No, it's not that bad, but it's just. Like you're counting down these points, and yeah.
Remember this part last year? Today it's a bit muddy and it has a bit of puddles, but last year it was just like mud fest over here.
I remember there was like a 2-kilometer long river crossing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It feels like that.
Everybody was covered with mud. They're covered with mud today, but not a mud fest, but it was last year. So 11 hours of racing with 26 minutes.
Yeah.
Last year, Peter Stetina won with 11 hours and 42 minutes. So yeah, I think it's gonna be there. And we were saying that last year it got caught a bit for the weather, so it shows how fast they've been riding.
If you go left. I think also tomorrow, if you arrive in the group, this is the most critical point, and everybody knows it. So I'm telling it now as well. So it's gonna be the river crossing.
So you're hearing it from Hans.
Yeah.
Right here, river crossing. Everybody's gonna fight for position. This river is pretty deep.
Yeah.
No, not this time.
No, the second part is a bit deeper. There's always, with Gerard, there's always this extra surprise. You think you're done.
Yeah,
there he goes.
Pretty deep. Oh my god. Okay, he made it.
Well done. Big respect. And then you see that the second and third riders coming together. And I just checked on the live timing. They're more than 5 minutes behind, or even 6 minutes. So they know.
Do you think they were checking who's gonna get second or third, or just push it to the line?
Probably say thanks, dude, for the nice day out, and we're gonna work together and we sprinted in the last line. I hope that's always good to see, and maybe Paz is happy with first and third, and I don't know. It's maybe they're best friends or neighbors. You never know. There's so many stories inside the race. So
yeah, when you suffer with somebody for so many hours,
it feels like your brother.
Yeah, 100%.
God.
You suffer together, you stay together, no?
It can be everything, but like I said, it's. I think all three of them are happy to be in the top three. So yeah.
Yeah, especially after such a long day on the bike.
Yeah.
It's such a hard race. So many things can go wrong, but they're having a really good day today. Simon went to the floor, but quickly went back up, and nothing happened to his bike or him. And that's always good to see, because last year he had a bit of bad luck at the end. He was fighting for the third position, and he encountered a rider coming the other way, just coming into town, and he
this last little bit of single track, and he's done.
Yeah, and super smooth.
But he's done for the race and done for the day as well. I think after this ride, big respect. It's.
Oh, you can see the brakes.
Yeah. Yeah, after the river crossing, you know exactly when you brake. You will hear it.
I did this single track a week or a week and a half ago, and the organization has done such a great job opening it, because you couldn't even see
from the grass.
The grass.
And now the people are coming to the finish line. It's very cool. It's good to see people showing up now at the finish line.
Yeah, it's getting pretty full.
Giving this champion what he deserves after a hard long day out. And it's the cool thing of cycling, like so many people started this morning, and so many things could happen, and he knew probably the chances, like you always have a chance to win, but to do everything perfect and then doing it, it's just a really cool feeling. It's not only winning a race, but knowing that you're doing everything right in a day like this, not making mistakes, having a good partner behind you as a teammate, and just. Oh, there's even a small foot out. You see it's a bit muddy out there. There are some roots and rocks on the single track on the ground there. But yeah, he's probably already.
Yeah, super slippery.
Imagine in the finish line and the glory moment, and yeah, it's one of the best. Yeah, as a cyclist, is one of the best feeling you can have, and just want to enjoy it actually. Yeah.
A lot of people down on the route, giving him some space.
There it is. It's almost done. Right, left. Then it's getting wide open.
Yeah, he'll turn right to the Via Verde, and he's gonna be in Girona. He'll just need to do the back of the factory. That it's not a single track anymore.
Still smells like burnt coffee, but I think he won't mind now. He's happy to smell that.
Yeah. I think he's been smelling pretty bad things during the ride, so he'll be happy with coffee.
Yeah, for
Even
sure.
if it's bird.
Bird.
Yeah, last turn to the right.
Curious to see what happened with in the women race this moment. I think after the downhill, maybe some gaps between the more technical riders or not. But
Yeah.
there he goes, another bridge. Still looking back.
Still doesn't believe it. And this is exactly the point where Simon encountered the rider coming down last year, and he got a crash.
So he will be careful now this time.
Yeah,
But now also you see a motorcycle probably clearing out the way for him,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. Also, to give the heads up so people are on the course or walking their dog. Everybody out there like this.
Yeah. We just saw the rider crossing, going the other way. It's pretty busy way here in Girona because it's just.
You just have to avoid the car. Can everybody tell the people in the car that he's winning a big race? But that's cool of gravel now. It's like he's still keeping the right side of the road, still respecting the rules, and at the same time doing a big inspirational thing.
Still looking back. This is what we were saying. This used to be a pretty technical single track with the smell. What you see on the left is the coffee factory.
Yeah, that's coffee.
With a burnt coffee smell.
It smells like burnt coffee, yeah.
That's hard saying.
I think they sell the good coffee and the bad coffee they burn there.
But look at now. They did an incredible path for the riders to have an easy way coming back to the Fontajau, where we're waiting for Tobias to come and be the king of the Traka 360 today.
If you could choose, you want to win today or tomorrow? What would be your the biggest thing for you? You want
Today.
If you can win the 360, is the big day.
If you want to win the original Traka, the good Traka, the Queen and King stage
It's
of
360.
Traka is 360.
So tomorrow is nothing.
Oh, still 200 kilometers, but as we were saying, it's like it's easier to do 200 and to recover, and 360 it just takes a bit more of a toll in your body and in everything.
It's a different style of racing, I think. Like 6 hours, you can start like a full gas racing. It's possible to do it on a really high pace, and with 360, you think you really have to manage your efforts. You have to make a good strategy with food, and it's another style of racing.
Yeah, 100%.
A small section with some rocks, but after that long way, it won't be a problem for Tobias.
Tobias Kongstad, fifth position last year. He's going to be happy, really happy with a win this year. He's just had an incredible day. He did a pretty brave move just before Els Metges, kept away his teammates. Not easy to do, and then now just surviving to the end, still looking pretty strong. Looking back a bit to see if he can see anybody chasing him, but now I think he knows he got it.
Yeah. And soon I think 1,000 people are waiting for him here. It's been pretty packed here now at the finishing venue. It's good to see people showing up.
Finally, we get some sun out. It's been raining. We had a bit of rain. Way harder than I expected. Now he's turning right. This is the last part. He'll almost be here in Fontajau. Just less than a kilometer to the finish for today. Gonna turn.
Now we get some news. Yeah! It's good to see.
Okay, the first time we see him really
also
smiling.
Maybe it's not allowed for the people following him to giving some time gaps, but in this moment, I mean, look at the extra watts you can put down. It's just the feeling you have when you know you can win such a big race. It's pretty cool that they can. Yes, now he's happy. Probably would stop looking back now.
Oh, but he's still looking back.
Yeah.
I think as a rider, you never believe it till... Yeah.
You pass the finish line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're like, no, maybe something.
Yeah.
Somebody is telling me. Yeah, we can hear. We can hear the people clapping. He's almost here.
Oriole's making everybody crazy again. The finish line. Time to zip up the jersey. Stay on the bike.
Just entering
There you
Fontagel
go.
Park. He can hear Oriol shouting his name.
I think.
Oh yeah, you can do it both ways.
Yeah?
Yeah. Is this one or the next one? So it's the same.
You see, even with the guy who following, you have a bond suffering together. There he comes.
Here you have Tobias Konstant from Denmark. Pass Normal racing team. Finally, what a day, what a performance. I think, yeah, he's gonna remember this for, wow, what a race. Incredible riding. Oh, he cannot believe it. This is what everybody wants. And
Cold shower. Also, look how many people show up. It's really good to see it. Cycling at its best.
oh, just so exciting to see. I even get excited. And
Yeah.
do you get nervous for tomorrow, seeing this? Wow.
This little bit of champagne will hurt him in a bit. No, no,
He's always been there, almost close, looking for this victory. He's got it. We've seen Gerard there. Yeah, getting all the people excited. He's
Yeah.
gonna see his teammates.
Soon enough, yeah.
Soon
That's
enough.
also going to be a nice moment. Yeah, and it's cool to see. You see photographers, video makers, nutrition sponsors, wheel sponsors, tire sponsors. There's going so much into this and in this moment, and just have to take it all in and enjoy it to the maximum.
Wow. What a day.
And now he wants the phone call to call his girlfriend, probably. Hey mom, did you see what I do today? Thought it was going to be something like this, but
He's calling his grandmother to say
Imagine.
that he's winning.
imagine this is what sport can do. Now the tears will come.
Goosebumps. I'm getting goosebumps. It's just so, yeah, he's been searching for this. He was second in the 360 in 2023, fifth last year, and a win finally. Third time is a charm.
Can somebody give the man a beer? Please do, if somebody's out there. Yeah.
The team is gonna celebrate tonight.
100%, yeah. And it's like you see, there's everything falling in place for him now, and as cyclists, as riders, we know how much work is in there from coaches, how many effort from the riders, from family, from support, and the chance to get to this moment that he's living now, it's so small, but it's where we all do it for, where we have the passion for us.
And also, as you said, you have to have the perfect day.
Exactly.
And today was the perfect day for Tobias.
The crowd is going wild.
Yeah.
Good to see, good to
It's
see.
going crazy. We're seeing
That's a
a
show.
replay. This is how it feels and looks to win a Traka 360. People are cheering for him. We hear his name around. Soon we'll get an interview from him. We have his team manager over there. All the work that goes, the videographer, photographer, mechanics. So much work to get this win.
Yeah. I think soon his teammate will also come. See what's happening for second and third place.
Yeah.
Would be
I think
amazing.
he's thinking, why didn't anybody tell me I had such a gap?
Yeah. Why I was looking back all the time. Yeah, but this is what you do. It's, you want to win and you don't want to let anybody. And he always probably feel that like he didn't have the legs like he had the first hours, which is absolutely normal. But then you know just that probably the speed is going down. You're already coming back, but everybody is fighting the same battle.
Yeah, all the adrenaline. His legs are not hurting at the moment, but tonight or tomorrow,
His head will.
he's gonna feel them for sure.
No, big job, big respect for Pas Normal and for Tobias for pulling such an amazing, flawless day, more or less. And still, probably he will have his stories what happened throughout the day that nobody see. And
yeah, hopefully we get to hear them pretty soon.
yeah.
You can see in the screen all the people that are around. It's just almost 5,000 riders taking part during this week in the Traka events. So we have the 560 that we've seen finishing around the whole morning and during the day, and they still have a day and a half more to finish. Then we have the 360 riders taking part today. They have 24 hours to finish. Then they have tomorrow, you're going to be the 200 distance, and then on Sunday we'll have the 100 distance riders. So a lot of people around Girona this weekend and this week.
I think it's a good week for the tourism.
Sitting in the chair. Now he's not going to be able to stand up. He's just going to get the crowd.
There they come, the second and third place.
Oh.
Yeah. First and third for Pas Normal.
Jan Stockley, second place, and Simon Nordal, third place. So he's happy with the podium for sure. What a day for Pas.
I think everybody's happy to be back in Girona.
I do bet.
Yeah.
We were asking this morning the questions.
Look now, the moment this is.
Oh, wow.
Probably the guys are traveling so many days together, training camps and all this kind of stuff. And
yeah, they've been around Girona for a couple of days. It's pretty broken.
Yeah.
What a race, what a fight these two riders had, but we saw also some good sportsmanship. Jan Stockley waiting for Simon Northern while he went to the floor. Yeah, pretty cool to see. And yeah, Hans, I don't want to keep you anymore. You have a race to do tomorrow. So really happy that you've been with me all this time. It's been great to commentate with you, to have some inside knowledge for tomorrow's race. And you know you have a job here, so...
You don't learn that much, I think, today.
No, yeah, I do.
GC, they still sprinted for the second and third place after that, but probably it was the deal, like, let's work together to the finish line. And
yeah, I think that's what they were talking.
Yeah.
No, es el de aquí del speaker.
No? I'm backwards.
Now we're watching here in the images Ben Perry, the local Canadian rider. So happy to be riding to Fondagao, to his people. And yeah, just smiling. What a great day, what a great run he's done. What a performance. You could hear the crowd cheering.
Now we get back to the woman.
Yeah, we've seen top 5 riders finishing. What a vibe. Mattia, Peter, Stadina finishing, fighting for the 6th and 7th position. Matti's done this race so many years, he knows the course so well. Federico with his team manager. Yeah, everybody has stories to tell about 11 hours and 49 minutes of racing.
Even these guys, they seem to have beaten, even coming 7th now, it's beating the time from the year before this now. So it's just so fast. So impressive.
I have Kat Stein here with me commentating. Yeah, we're Girona locals. We're going here to cheer the women as well.
Yes.
The men, top 5 men already arrived, and now we're gonna get back to the images of the women to see what's been happening.
Yes, exactly.
What a crowd,
Carla, ponte de ese lado mejor.
What a crowd that we've seen, no, Kat?
Oh, it's been super impressive. I came through after work today and there's hundreds of people here. And each year it gets bigger and bigger. There's massive festival feeling. There's people standing out, watching on the big screens. There's multiple big screens. There's
what means this
beer,
victory
there's
for you?
coffee, there's
I know it sounds a little bit like a cliche, but
their bikes looked
it means
out.
everything.
It feels like a festival.
Can you explain a bit what was your key moments of the race?
My favorite moment?
No, the key moment.
Yeah, I think probably when I did a stupid attack with 160 kilometers to go in the headwind alone, but I didn't want to pull all these small mountain guys on the flat, and they shouldn't benefit from me. So I thought if I just go solo, they need to catch me.
And what you thought when Tobias attacked?
Idiot.
No, it was crazy. He go full gas. In this moment, we was not sure, and it was still a long way. And yeah, he managed to finish this, and it's amazing what he did. Yeah.
What did you feel during the race? Let us know.
What did I feel? Pain.
Everything.
A lot of pain for like 12 hours. Yeah.
And did you expect this third position?
I mean, based on last year, yeah. I mean, I hope to be up there, but of course the level is higher this year, and I'm super satisfied with being on the podium, and this crazy guy taking the win is so cool to see.
Okay, guys, congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Pain, 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 pain. It just hurts. It hurts to go that hard for that long.
I know. It's so funny when people look at it from the outside. Why? Why do they do it? But I don't know. It's that kind of pain that when you see cross the line and then they're sitting there, it's just something that you remember with joy.
It's that type 2 fun. And the suffering with someone, like they will, well, they're now, if they weren't best friends before, they are now that group because they've been together now for 12 hours. So they're bonds that you don't break, you know. You remember those times, you remember that suffering together. It's you don't get it often in normal life. So I think that's why we keep going back. You get a bit addicted to it, I think.
Yeah. Still seeing sprints to the finish.
How do they still have that speed in their legs? That's insane.
I don't know. I don't remember the last time I've been riding my bike for almost 12 hours at that speed.
No, not at that speed.
Yeah, they've done everything they could. Nothing left on the tank.
Yeah, left it all out there.
Just, as Simon said, pain. And then we're back to the women's riding. Oh, we have a man over there in the back, but the top 3 has not changed. Axel, Caro, and Sarah Storm are still riding together. Their faces said it all. Yeah. 11 hours and 43 minutes of riding for the women. And please, the men, yeah, just give the women some space. They need to be the race, and it's not allowed to draft between categories. So this is what we're seeing. We don't want to see in the gravel races. So please, just respect.
It's actually been one of the really great things that I've spoken to a lot of female pros about, that they've really enjoyed having the separate women's race. It changes the dynamics so much. They have their own race, there's different tactics involved, they have to think about who they're riding with rather than having to think about the men in the race as well. So it's been super exciting to then see the women show their skills and their determination to have their own spectacle. And it's, I think it's super important for the sport, and it's another step forward to see that the women are doing the same distance. I was talking to someone today as a client, and the professional male, he was saying that it was so impressive that in gravel, it's the women and the men are doing the same distances, whereas in the pro peloton, in the road cycling, the women always have the smaller races, the smaller distances, which I actually really like on the road because you have a more dynamic race. But it's not that the women can't do the distance. Like, these women are super tough, these women are super strong, they can go the full way, and I think this is just a wonderful showcase of that. So the gravel is really special in that way, I think.
I still remember last year when the G's team was here, SD Works, racing the 100, and they were so impressed about G and all that gravel was and what she had done that, yeah, I was impressed. Okay, we have Tobias here for an interview. He's gonna tell us how the day went. Hello.
Because congratulations first. What a day.
Thank you.
What a race. You were a bit nervous this morning. What was going through your head?
Yeah. This year I got some amazing opportunity to be able to combine my daily life with a little bit more cycling and my work for past racing. And when you get opportunity to choose like that, it also means that you need to live up and do your best. And yeah, I've been training and sacrificing a lot of things. My partner has been sacrificing a lot of things for us, so I can chase and playing a professional cyclist. And therefore, when it's a day, you just get so, sorry to swear, but motherfucking nervous.
You're the king of Traka. How does it feel? It's just, you've been fighting for this, a 5th place, a 2nd place, and now the win. How does it feel?
Yeah, right now I can't imagine it or believe it, because when I was standing on the start line this morning, or the first 100 Ks, I was just looking around and there was so many good riders with my deepest respect, which has my deepest respect, and be able to beat them, it's incredible.
You kept looking back, but you had 5 minutes. You didn't know you had that gap?
Nobody told me.
Even if they told you, I don't think you would have believed them.
No.
And then, what happened you lost a turn? What happened on that mistake you did in the...
I was just get tired. That was just my own mistake.
And what happened in your head at that moment?
Could you see that I lost the victory? If I did a wrong turn, and then maybe I was also swaying a little bit by the camera guy, but that's not his mistake. So I apologize to him. That's on me. But you know, when you've been doing 245 Ks, you're not always thinking so straight.
360 kilometers, and then your body is not the same.
No, I think it will take a day or two before it's normal.
I can't imagine. No, you deserve it. What was your worst moment today?
To be honest, I think the first 130 before the first speed zone, because the group was so big, and it gets to my mind when there's so many riders, and I don't know if they are hurting or if they feel good or if it's just me which feel bad. So I was struggling a little bit. Then I think I did a super good feed zone. The first one went in like the first rider. Maybe went out a little bit too fast, but because I missed all my energy. But yeah, I survived. And to be fair, I think the last from when I attacked around after 200 Ks until the finish, the 1K from the finish line, I think that was the worst moment because.
Yeah, that was a brave move.
That was.
But that was the move.
Yeah.
So you were brave, and that paid out.
Sometimes, if you take the chance, you.
Today did.
You get the big reward, but I didn't believe that I was sitting there in the headwind alone. I felt like the biggest idiot on the planet, but yeah, sometimes it works out to do stupid things.
Yeah, and how did you plan this race? Did it play to your advantage that you've done them before?
Yes, yeah. I think it does, because even though it gets a little bit into your mind that people seem like they're so strong in the start, then you know when you start going 7-8 hours, or when you enter, then it's a different game. And I knew more or less that I will not get tired, actually, like proper tired. So I can keep more or less the same watts the entire race, which of course is good, but it's also a little bit hard on the climbs when the small climber guys, they go full gas. I'm from Denmark, and I like my candy each evening, so I'm not the smallest guy. I like to enjoy my life. So I think I was struggling out there, but the scenarios on the climbs out there is just so nice. So even though you suffer, you will still enjoy it.
You looked really strong all day today. What was your favorite part of the course? If you had one, the finish.
It must be from the last corner. What is that? That is 50 meters.
The last 50 meters.
I remember it from 2 years ago when I was sprinting against Didelin, which was third that year. And there's some videos of me crossing the line because I don't really remember it from 2 years ago. And that video I've been watching many times. It gives me motivation because I think that's what I love about gravel. It's so intense. It's super weird because when you're sitting out there for 160 Ks, you're just alone. Like, of course, in the end there's the camera guy, but for many, I think for the first 100 Ks, you're just all alone. And it's also waiting, and you feel like, is this the biggest race in Europe? And you're just riding and pushing, and then the contrast to suddenly entering this super nice expo area, finish line area, where there's so many people today.
And all your team waiting for you.
Exactly. I work for Panama. We're the sponsor of Traka, and all my colleagues is here. So that's just super cool to win in front of them.
You've done so many Trakas. How has the change been? Because it's changed so much since the first Traka you've done. What are the main changes you see?
Yeah, just better riders. I think from when I was first year, and the what I do today compared to that year, it's a different game. Back then, I think Mattia, he beat me with 15 minutes or something. It's just a different game now. There's more on stake, more sponsors, more money, which also means that you can't just train once or twice a week and then perform well. You need to do your homework if you want to perform well in this race.
Congratulations, you're the king of Traka. You earned it. Go enjoy, and incredible ride, incredible day.
Thanks a lot.
And thanks for giving us that show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go party. You deserve it.
I wish I could party, but to be fair, I am too tired for that shit.
We've heard from Tobias all the stories that we tell you. It's just so many things happen in a day, and now we're seeing the woman. This is your podium. This is the lead woman group.
Yep.
It's Axel Dubois-Prevot, it's Caroline Migon, and it's Sarah Storm. One of this is going to be the queen of Traka. They've been fighting all day.
Who has the best sprint?
With 360 kilometers in their legs.
Yeah. Have they ever tested themselves?
Could be anybody.
With 360 kilometers
Could be
in their legs.
anybody. I've heard Sarah's been practicing, but Axel's pretty strong on the sprint. So Carol lost Rift at the sprint, so she also said that she was going to practice.
Okay.
We will see, but they still have a couple of kilometers left to go. You know where they are.
It'll be interesting to see if they start to play some games, like if they start to not want to lead out, or at the moment are their brains so depleted of sugar that they can't think and they just keep riding to the line. So I don't know, are there going to be some tactics involved? I'd love to see it. I think that would be fantastic.
I think so, because as you see, they're not pedaling as strong as they were.
True.
They're saving their legs.
They're already thinking about the finish.
Yeah, they're not pushing that much power because they both, the three of them are climbers. They love climbing, and there's only one climb left. So, yeah, it's gonna be...
So there should be some attacks on the climb then?
I think before of the climb, because I think the one that gets in before has a bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
So they'll try to be first ones on that turn before the steep climb. And I think that's where we're gonna see the big move for the win. But yeah, they're still a couple of kilometers away and a lot can happen. Still have the 8th station here. Who's gonna stop? You see Sarah stopping. We're gonna feel her. But Axel didn't stop and Caro looks that they didn't stop either. Sarah didn't lose a lot of time, but...
And she's back.
Ooh, something happened here. Okay. They wait for each other. Wait.
So how many kilometers to go now after that feed station? Is it 30?
That's kilometer 350. Yeah, still we have a couple kilometers left to go. But not much. You know that part. This is the Vilablares, Belovidioñar, bit of a climb on the back of Brunyola, and then Bonmati, big climb to San Grau, single track, and then they're back in Girona.
Yeah. And also the climb with that much fatigue in the legs, those climbs just get harder and harder. Each little rock that you have to bounce over, each little time you have to change direction, takes that little bit more mental energy, takes that little bit more physical energy. It's so draining.
Yeah, we've heard it from Tobias. He didn't even believe it. Caro is kind of doing the same as he's doing. She's still keeping her job and trying to manage full-time racing with a job. And at this level, it's pretty difficult, but she's been showing that it could be done, it can be done. And yeah, I'm excited to see the finish of this strong group. We don't know how far back the chases are. We saw Heather Jackson was pulling pretty strong, and she's pretty known to be strong at the finish. She's really used to long races.
She's got a long history of being a professional triathlete. I saw her racing Kona a few years ago. She's a very impressive athlete, and her transition over to ultra distance racing has been really impressive, actually.
Yeah, we're getting some information. So Dani and Heather are riding together, still riding together after the descent of Els Metges, but they're 11 minutes.
11 minutes, okay.
Away. So you're looking at your podium on the women's side if nothing crazy happens. Unfortunately, if you're tuning in, Jerike Schroers had to abandon because of a fall she had after the first 8 stations. She tried to keep on going, but the pain on her hand was just unbearable. He had 2 stops to see the medics. The first one, she just got a bit of bandage on the arm, but the second one, I think she just decided to go straight to the hospital.
Yep. She's a local favourite of ours, so we'll be getting some updates from her as she gets to the hospital, but the medical assistance here is really good. She'll get some scans and she'll know what's happening soon enough, so hopefully nothing too serious. But she's pretty tough, so, and I know she was very motivated for this race, so it will have been quite a lot of pain that she was in for her to abandon, so we'll hope that, yeah, she gets the help that she needs very soon and can get back into her racing season. So, because Traka being one of those races, everyone's looking forward to this. It's the biggest one in Europe. Everyone's been putting this as one of their highlight events in their calendars. So, and that can happen. You know, the chances of having, I think I did see the footage. It's on the Instagram reel of Klassemark. So if anyone is looking at the Instagram, and I think it was a touch of wheels. And at that point, it's just, because I think the person behind maybe hit a rock, and then there's a touch of wheels, and there's not much she can do at
Luis
that point.
Valentin was a bit in the front. She hit a rock. She did a turn, and then it was hit of the wheels. G tried to save it, put one leg out, but yeah, she got a bit of a fall, and then had to stop it with her hand.
Put the hand down.
And at the beginning she tried to hop back but felt the pain, and then took her a while to get back onto it. She got back onto it. She got to the group. She kept on fighting, but yeah, the pain was unbearable. Unfortunately, this is part of the game. It's nothing we like seeing, and you've been treating a lot of the riders and see how hard it is for them to recover, not only physically but mentally. It's a pretty tough mental hit.
And particularly with things like, because you think, oh, it's a hand, it doesn't matter for a cyclist, but actually the gravel's different for the road. So the road cyclists can actually do a lot more if they have an upper body injury, because they don't have to use their arms, their hands as much. But the physical bodies of the gravel riders are actually quite different, more similar to a mountain bike rider than a professional cyclist.
So we have the top 10 men for Traka 360 2025. Tobias Kongstad, the winner of this year's edition. Then second place, Jan Stockley. Third, Simon Nordal. Fourth, Benjamin Perry. Fifth, Athne Kostner. Sixth, Mattia De Marchi. Seventh, Peter Statina. Eighth, Simon Pelod. Ninth, Roet Choburn Andre. And 10th, Arno van den Broek. So here is your top 10 of the Traka 360 men's edition. What a day. Every year they're going faster and faster and faster. And then we're seeing the top women. This is not final. This is just the last pass they did from Franciac 8th station. Axel on the front, Caro, Sarah in the top 3. Then 6 minutes after, Heather and Danny Shrewsbury. Then we have Ruth Assel, Liv Pippers, Sophia Sugar, Courtney Sullivan, and Lucy Hempstead. This is your top 10 on the Franciac last 8th station. Still a couple kilometers to go for the women, but soon enough, in less, I think a bit, between an hour or a bit more, we'll see the queen of this edition of the Traka 360 crown. Who do you think is gonna be Kat at this moment?
I think Sarah. I've just got a feeling. I've just got a feeling she's going to take it out, based on nothing, but just...
She wants it the most, I think. Caro's won last edition. Axel is her first edition, but Sarah is done 360. This is her third time.
Yeah.
She's gotten second the first year she did it, third last year, and today I think she wants the first, but we see her
neck
suffering.
Looks like it's in a bit of pain. And that is not surprising. The load that goes through the arms when they're racing downhill the whole time, just being in that position for that many hours, it is so much pressure on your neck muscles, the trapezius muscles, and then actually riders start to get numb hands because the muscles tighten up so much around the neck and the shoulders that it starts to pinch the nerves. So anyone who's done any long bike riding will know they just get these numb hands that it's then hard to change gear, it's then hard to control the bike as much. So you'll often see the riders take their hands off and shake them, and that's to try to get the circulation back, try to release some of that tension. But the pain that she'll be experiencing in her neck now is like a burning, boring pain. It's like this toothache in your neck that just doesn't go away, and it can start to spread. So it won't affect her legs too much, but it'll definitely be affecting her mental capacity, because that's going to be just on her mind a bit how much that pain is there. So these riders have to get really used to suffering through that pain and just pushing through it, kind of blocking it all out and going again. So, and sometimes even on the slightly easier sections, that's harder because you're in that flatter position. When you're climbing uphill, it sometimes gets a little bit easier because your body's a bit more upright, there's a bit less stress on your neck. So if she's going through a flat section, she might be suffering a little bit more. But again, we might see that on the climb, she might get a little fresh burst. Her neck might stop hurting a bit less, and we could see her starting to become a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, she looks really uncomfortable at the moment. What can you do to avoid that kind of pain?
So we tend to get the riders to, other than training and being in that position, we get them in the gym. So especially with the gravel riders, but even with the road cyclists now, we are much more proactive in getting them to do some exercises to keep their upper body strong. So previously the training used to be just on the bike, but now we know with the science coming through that if they do a lot of core exercises, upper body strengthening exercises, particularly ones that strengthen around the scapula, so anything that can... Ooh, what's she saying? Oh, the cameraman to the front! Take a turn, take a turn.
I think none of these riders like the flat section. They're missing G at this point.
They're missing G at this point. G is very good on the flats.
G loves the flat, but these riders are a bit more of climbers, pure climbers. And yeah, we see Caro, her typical smile that I just love making a joke
That's so
with the
fantastic.
camera.
Love that.
Like, can you pass to the front, please?
Yes, just have a turn. We won't tell anyone. Yeah, so strengthening exercises are the way to go. Yeah, not just lower body, it's not just legs and lungs, it's your core and your shoulders as well. So anyone who's out there looking to do some endurance cycling, get into the gym and start doing some upper body weights as well.
Yeah, you heard it from the vest. It's something that we've all encountered, and we still are watching riders sprint to the line after 360 kilometers. Yeah, Fontajau is pretty packed. It's nice to see everybody coming to the finish and to the start to cheer all the riders home. No, it's a pretty special moment when you cross the line.
And everyone's getting the barrier welcome, the applause of the barrier. The sound goes up as everyone's crossing the line, because it doesn't matter if you're finishing first, 10th or 200. It's such an achievement to ride this distance. And even like with the professionals, it's very impressive, but I think almost more impressive are the non-professionals, the ones who are out there for 20 hours on the bike. Like, that's, again, such a feat of just endurance and mental toughness. So I think this party atmosphere will be going on for quite a long time tonight as more and more people come across the line.
Yeah, because this year they changed it. Usually you had a bit more time to finish, but this year is 24 hours.
24 hours,
yeah.
Okay.
So nobody can stop for sleep. Maybe a bit of a nap, but not for a sleep. Because if not, you don't make it.
Right. I attempted the 360 2 years ago, and I got to the little sleeping spot, and I abandoned at 240 k's in because I'd had enough. It was fine. It was raining, thunderstorms, and I was able to get a lift home because I live in the area. But even that for me was a massive effort, and I'm super proud of just being able to even ride that far. So let alone another 120 again. Would I have made it in the 24 hours? I don't know. But
you would have.
Maybe.
I think the mistake is just stop to sleep, because once you get comfortable, you're like,
I wouldn't have woken up. I had a pizza, I had a beer, and I'm like, yeah, I've had enough.
We've seen Freddie Oved crossing the line. He's done Traka a lot of times. It's nice to see him crossing the line another year.
Yeah.
More riders going through the fit zone. I think it's Heather Jackson and Danny Rosberg.
And Danny.
Yeah, it's good to see these two riders working together. I don't think they're gonna get back to these three, but
I still think they're probably stronger than these three on the flat though. So
100%.
They might actually be able to close down some of that time. What did you say before? It was 6 minutes before. So that's a lot of time, but I wouldn't be surprised if before we hit the next climb they're actually a little bit closer.
And I also think they have an advantage on the back, because these three riders are a bit looking to themselves, a bit of the tactics. So while the others to push, I think it's a bit too much, but you never know. We see the picture of Axel Duba-Prevot. We told she's a French rider. She's done a lot of cyclocross, so she's pretty used to the gravel bike. She's asking the cameraman, I think, maybe the distance between the other group. It's funny why they always try to ask the cameraman. Now we see Sarah Storm in the picture. She's from the USA, from Durango, Colorado. Loves mountain biking. Yeah, she's so strong, physically and mentally.
And every bump that she goes over, it's going to be hurting into that neck. Keep going, Sarah. This is where you just wish you had a little paracetamol or something. This is where you need the team doctor in the car to go back and just give me a paracetamol, please.
Yeah.
But they have to do it all themselves. They don't get the support. They get some feed zone supports. Most of them have quite a good team these days, don't they?
Yeah.
In the feed zones. Soigneurs or friends helping them out.
We see Carolina Migon in the picture. She won Traka 360 last year. She won the Gravel Earth Series final standings, and yeah, she's just such a climber, such a strong rider, and always smiling. She's from Poland but lives in Switzerland, and she still mixes a bit of work and a bit of riding, and yeah, just incredible job. Such a strong rider, riding for Pass Normal team. And yeah, it's just always such a joy to talk to her. And it's funny now how the riders, when they finish these races, the legs hurt, but I think it's more their backs and all the body that hurts the most.
Yeah. Because at least their legs are moving, whereas that constant load is, yeah, it just hurts. Those muscles get so tired. Back pain, neck pain, wrist pain. Everything pain.
It's just so painful to see their faces because
still smiling.
Trying to, it's I think half of a smile. But it's nice to see Sarah in a good spirit.
Go Sarah.
Such a fighter, such an incredible rider. Yeah, we love to have her around. It's just always so fun. She's so cheerful. Axel has the poker face.
She does. She is game face.
It's so nice to see all the riders we have here. Yeah, tell us about her accident.
Sally's?
Yes, we just saw Sally cross by, and she's a local rider. She's done Traka also a couple of times. She's won the 200. She won one time, or maybe second after Olivia.
Could be. She was very, very strong, and she's done some other ultra races like the down south.
The Badlands. She's done Badlands. She's had a bit of problems with a knee.
So she had some knee issues for a long time. That's finally resolved. And then unfortunately she had an accident up here. She was mountain biking up in the Guevaras in the forest up here. And she had a little crash that turned into a big crash because there was a stick that went through her leg. And she had to get the helicopter to come pick her out of the forest, which, again, the emergency services here, excellent. They had the forest come through. We had all of our friends in Girona, everyone was on WhatsApp. Everyone was looking to help, and she got taken to the hospital, and in the end it was about a 9-centimetre piece of wood that was stuck in her leg. And it was pretty traumatic. So Sally, being a very positive person, she's turned that all around, and she's back on the bike already with very little muscle damage. So yeah, she's doing really well now, but it's a par for course. It's what happens. We all fall off of it. Well, you don't fall off very much. I fall off.
No, I do fall.
But but hopefully not with sticks in the way that then go through the leg. That is not a ideal situation.
No,
so
that was pretty impressive to see. But I also was really thankful for the community we have around here, because it's like we're all from around the world. But it just feels like a family. We take care about each other, and I think that's what makes Girona Gravel and Girona community so special.
If anyone needs anything, you just have to put the word out, and then multiple people will come jumping in to help. And because it's such a small town as well, everyone lives in about a 5-metre or 5-minute distance from each other. So you can easy walk to someone's house, you can meet for a coffee, you can, if you ever just walk around town, it actually takes a long time, not because the distance is a lot, but because you end up bumping into people all the time. So it's a good problem to have.
We love it here. We have Gerard around. Yes, please, and in English. So we have Gerard here, the
boss.
The boss. The big boss.
Jefe.
Always on the telephone. Okay, getting a call. Maybe
Something important.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't want to do this interview in English, but we'll see. His English got it real good.
His English has been amazing. It's better than my Spanish now.
No, she's pretty good. And your Catalan is pretty good as well, so yeah. The sun is out, all the people are around. Just love seeing so many bikes and yeah, Caro trying to take a bit more food, searching for what's left. What does she have?
Hey, hello!
Hola, jefe!
How are you?
Good, and you?
Nice, thank you. Bah, exhausted. It's a crazy day, it's an amazing day. I'm right 360 kilometers on side by side and boogie in front of the race. In the moment the race is good, the people enter very happy. The women arrive in 13 minutes or 40 minutes with a big guerra, ¿cómo es?
War.
War.
A big fight. A big war they're giving.
Big fight.
Who do you think is going to be the strongest? You've seen them on course.
You seen them on course?
You. Who's the strongest? ¿Quién es la más fuerte? ¿Quién crees que gane?
It's difficult, eh? Maybe I see the faces 5 minutes ago. The three faces, Axel, Carolina, and Sarah, is similar. Axel is more aggressive. Maybe Caroline is in back more conservative.
Yes.
Sarah is I have a lot of experience in the long distance. Maybe in the last climb to decide the winner. No?
Yes.
In the moment, the three women is very similar pace, very similar faces. The characteristics athletes to the women is similar. Is a real gravel woman. Very polyvalent women. They have climbs, flats. For me, is a perfect prototype to the gravel woman. It's very difficult finish Traka 300 and this performance. Traka 300 is absolutely a wall. People cross the rivers, climb, hike a bike. Many things in the day. Many flashes. And it's very difficult to upset or assimilar. ¿Cómo se diría?
Take it all in.
Yeah.
Like everything that's happening.
Yeah, in one day, it's impossible.
We had the rain.
Yeah, rain.
It's been cold.
Dusty,
it's been warm.
Yeah, the moment and sunny. Wow, it's crazy. And you, how are you?
Good.
Good?
We've been really enjoying all the images that we've been getting.
Okay.
We've seen you around on the buoy, enjoying all the people coming together.
Okay,
yeah.
Danny is in the race?
Yeah, Danny is fighting for the 4th position with Heather Jackson at the moment.
Okay, how many times back?
5 minutes the last time they told us.
Okay.
But they're working really good together.
Okay.
And I think they're cutting a bit of time. I don't think for the distance it's going to be enough.
Okay.
But they're working together really good.
G crash?
Yeah,
It's good?
Yeah, she had to go to the hospital.
Okay.
She tried to continue on. She was fighting for a big time. But at the last aid station, she saw the doctor and decided to take her to the hospital. They think her hand is broken, but we will have you informed once we have a bit more information.
Okay. Nice. Congratulations for the job. This is it's crazy. 3 languages in the streaming.
This is all your idea, so. All your crazy ideas. You always have the crazy ideas, and yeah, the people. This is the boss. This is the reason that Traka is here. The Traka is as big as possible. Your wife Christina is just amazing because you have the crazy ideas, but Christina makes them happen.
But Christina is the real boss.
I completely
am only
agree.
the mind. Christina is the executive.
Exactly. You have the crazy ideas. You always come to me with things that I'm like, what? Are you crazy? But then I see them done because Christina and the team are just incredible. And I think that's the secret of Traka. And everybody should know that, that's why this
Every
event
team
is so
is
special.
very important for organized Traka. The team is a big team.
How many people do you have working today and around this week?
200, no, more 200. Only in the control points, 120 persons.
120 people just on the control points.
The rest is 200 for the rest of people.
So around 320 people working at Traka during the week.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
It's very good for Girona, for the gravel sport, for you, for everyone, no?
Yes, we love it. We love Traka. It's our home race and a piece of our heart. So thank you for doing this. Go relax a bit. Go enjoy with men's podium and wait for the women's to come. And just give them a big hug and send them my way.
Thank you, Mayalen.
Thank you, Gerard.
Congratulations for your job.
And thanks for...
You are the best.
You are the best.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
Thank you.
Enjoy. Adios, boss. So you heard from Gerard, the Classmark boss, the Classmark mind. Oh, we've seen here a bit of the riders missing one of the turns. We know where this is. I've committed this mistake so many times. So riders of the 200, riders of the 100, if you're watching this, this is on the 100 and 200 track as well. It's pretty tight corner. It's really easy to miss. So just
be aware.
Take notes.
Take notes.
Oh, you see Heather Jackson. We knew she was enjoying. We talked to her yesterday on the athletes presentation. Her first time racing Traka. She's just a fighter. She does a bit of Ironman, a bit of trail running, crazy distances, but always smiling. And I love that she rides with her dog on the backpack as well.
Oh, I've seen that. That's very, very cool. Always keen for a dog in a backpack on the bike ride.
Yeah, we're dog lovers.
Dog lovers.
We do our mountain bike Tuesdays with the dogs.
Yes.
My dog goes in the backpack and then runs on the single track, and Kat's dog just runs so fast.
He can do the descents at the same speed as me, so
faster than me. And then we see Heather Jackson and Danny Shrosby in the image. We're back to the front group. Yeah, image good. A bit frozen. Nice to hear from Gerard. He looks a bit tired now, no? It's been a long day for everybody.
What a long day it is.
And we're saying hi to Maria Mutane. She's the mind after the Fantasy Gravel, getting all the information. She's going to get a donut because she was jealous at hearing.
Bye, Hi, Maria.
Yeah, she doesn't like the camera, so you won't see her in front of the stage. But yeah, she's a mastermind. She's a really big key person in the community. And
Lots of community events, lots of organising, behind the scenes. And for every person you see in front of the camera, there's usually about 2 or 3 or 4 behind the camera doing a lot of the organising. So it's a big event like this does not happen with one person. It's a big team, it's a big community event. And the brainchild of Gerard and Chris, and it's just been so wonderful to see it grow and then be a part of it. So it's very special.
Yeah, big shout out to all the motor guys giving us these incredible images, the drone, everybody chasing these riders. Just a long day for not just the cyclist.
And the soigneurs as well. So each rider will tend to have, if they're not even part of a team, they will usually have called in their partner, their boyfriend, their husband, their girlfriend, their wife, whoever, to help them at the feeds. And it's actually quite nervous being a soigneur as well, looking at the dot tracking, when are they coming, having the bottles ready, do they need anything? It's mentally tiring.
It's a big responsibility because if you don't make it to the aid stations, your rider is done.
Well, they're done. If they don't have the fueling, then they're not going to be able to, well, they'll just bonk, you know. And
Yeah,
if you're
especially
bonking,
because the external assistance aid stations are after the normal aid stations. So there's no turning back. So you're past the normal aid station. You cannot even stop for a bottle because you know your soigneur is there and you're waiting for them. So if they are not there, you're done.
You're done. And the other interesting thing, what we saw a couple of years ago when the non-professionals were going through, we were coming through after the professionals, and we saw so many bottles. They go so fast that often the bottles are just flying off the cages. And if you lose one of your bottles in the first 5 kilometres, that's got a massive impact to your fueling strategy over the rest of the day, because that extra 500 calories, if you're losing that 500 calories in the last 20 kilometres and you're bonking, you can go from riding at 25 k's an hour to 15. And at that point, your race can be done because people are going to catch you at that point. So the fueling strategy this race is, I think, as much about fueling and as much about preparing for it as it is actually about staying on the bike. And we know so much more about fueling these days than we used to. And we see it in the road peloton as well as the gravel, but I think it's harder for the gravel races because they have to work out how many calories per hour they need to consume. Can their stomach tolerate that? They try gels, they try bars, and obviously their bottles will have salt in it as well. The salting strategy is really important because if you're not taking in your salt, you're going to be cramping in your muscles. So the preparation that goes into these races is also extreme. It's not just doing the physical training, but the planning and the organising. It's like learning a completely new language. You have to start to learn how many carbs per hour, how much salt per hour. It's a science, and the people that do better at that science, I think, can just push for longer, push for harder, and I think that's why we're seeing also the times getting better and better and better because the riders are just getting better fueling in.
Yeah, they're so professional at that as well. We were really lucky to have G as a commentator as well on Rancho, and she told us about her fueling, how perfectionist she is. She knows even you have to mix the carbohydrate with special water. If not, they do not mix. So a lot of people, they don't know this part. But all these riders take their racing so seriously that they become expert at nutrition.
And that's when when these athletes often have individual sponsors, not everyone has a full team sponsor that will supply everything. So the athletes will often have a bike sponsor, they'll have a fuel sponsor, they'll have a wheel sponsor, they'll have a clothing sponsor. And so it's really important for them because not every person actually can eat the same fuel. So for them, working with their sponsors and figuring out what type of nutrition they need is also a super important part. And these athletes really do appreciate their sponsors because they're a really large part of the success of the day.
Yes. It's not just riding your bike. No. It's a lot that has to go through. It has, you have to have the perfect day in a lot of ways. Now we're still seeing riders arriving in the finish line of the 360. We see Sergio Mantecon. He used to race the mountain bike, cross country. He retired last year. Now he's managing the Montraker team. And yeah, it's nice to see a lot of the managers. We were talking to Hans, his manager, Pau Zamora, is riding the 360 as well. So it's a really nice community where even the people that work just love the industry and love riding their bike.
We seem to have the gravel spirit is still among us. I think we have so many people that just get attracted to the adventure part of it, and you just have that feeling like people are working together, and you've got that suffering that comes along with it. And anyone who's participated in one of these races, it's a story you get to tell again and again. How was your experience? Who crashed there? Where was that corner? Oh, did you see that part? Did you hit that puddle? Oh yeah, that person fell over. And you just get to share so many of these experiences along the way. So I think the riders that are going at the moment, a lot of the riders that will finish will just be blank. They won't quite remember exactly what's happened over the last 12 hours, but it will come back to them over the next couple of days, and then when they have a chance to absorb it, they'll be swapping a lot of stories, and that's what makes it super fun and again, quite addictive.
Yeah, I love sitting on the tables by the riders after the race and just hearing everybody's story.
Yeah.
Because so many things happen in 12 hours and a half of riding.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's pretty special to share it with somebody else, no? Because if you don't remember one thing, the other one will remember. It's like, oh, remember this happened. It's like, oh yeah, it was so long ago that I don't even remember.
Feels like multiple days ago, even if it was like 12 hours ago.
Yeah, and yeah, that's going to happen to us. We're going to ride the 100 on Sunday.
We are going to ride the 100. You are not allowed to leave me, Maya. You've
no.
promised.
I promise I'm going to stay with you. I'm just going to do a really quick sprint for the first climb, and then I'll wait for you on the top.
Yes.
And then we'll film and have fun.
And we will film and have fun. So yes, Maya's going to start with the professionals because she is a professional. And her racing spirit will start, and I can imagine she's going to be at the front there for a very long time, and then she's promised to stop on the first climb for me, and then we will have a day of talking and eating and enjoying the 100.
I just want to see if I can still push for 10 minutes or 20.
Oh, you can, yes. I want to see you lead it out. I think it'll be great. Set the pace. It'll be fun.
But it's going to be a fun day out, and that's the nice thing about Traka. There's so many events, so many distances. You can choose the 100, the 200, the 360, or just do an adventure and do the 560.
I think the 560 would be really fun. We should do that one day, but not like over one day. Bikepacking.
I would like doing it in 3 days.
3 days sounds pretty good.
3 or 4.
Maybe 4.
Yeah, maybe 4. We can stop and eat. Yeah, it just crosses the Pyrenees, and I would love to. Yeah, I've heard I've seen the route, and it's just really, really spectacular.
And the thing with those longer races is the amount of different terrain that you pass through is just fantastic. So you start off in the dark with a lot of these races, and then you're passing through fields, and then you can go to vineyards, and then you're in mountains, and depending on the time of year, you can go from different climates. You can be in hot weather, and then it can be raining, and if you climb high enough, you could be in snow, and then you're descending, and you just get this feeling of traveling through space, and you're just continuing to move forward, and there's something really special about that there's nothing else to do but just keep riding your bike. Ride and eat, ride and eat, ride and eat.
Yeah.
And it's that adventure that I think brings in the spirit of gravel as well. I think that adventure component is really part of what makes it all so special.
Yeah, you've been following along. We've been doing live streaming since 10 in the morning. And yeah, the terrain has changed so much.
Like what we're seeing now is so green.
Yeah.
The rain that we've been having in Girona has made just the nature here has exploded. There's flowers everywhere. The pollen, actually, that would be the point. Have any of the riders spoken about the pollen?
Oh yes, we've been coughing here on the set for a while. That's why we have like so many water cups around, because we've just been sneezing and coughing. We've been seeing like kind of snow just flowing around. The pollen is pretty bad.
The floating pollen.
I'm glad I don't have many allergies, but my little dog does.
Oh, poor Tiffany.
She suffers a bit. The little frijol.
So it's got to affect these riders as well. You know, they're breathing in so much of that dirt and dust and pollen over the days, so it will probably take them a few days to recover as well. After the hills, I did hear that a lot of the riders were sick for quite a long time, and just you saw the mud on their faces. It was just caked, and you've got to think that was probably on the inside of their lungs as well, so it's going to take a little while for their body to clear all that out. So they...
and it's also in the water bottles, because you're going through mud. You don't know what mud is. And then you're drinking from that water bottle, and you don't know what you're drinking.
And often if you're just out on a pleasure ride, you can squirt the water out a little bit. You can lose a bit of water, but if you're on a ride, you're not wasting any of that. If you're in a race, you're taking that
you're
that
neither
hydration
thinking
in.
of it. I think just drinking. Ooh, poker faces, huh?
They look in the zone though, don't they?
Yeah.
330 kilometers, so
less than 30 kilometers to go. We're gonna hit the Via Verde pretty soon. Go through Constantine's, turn left, do that uphill, come down, do the single track, back of the factory, and we have them home. So who is it gonna be? It's been 12 hours of riding, 12 and a half hours of riding. The sun is shining, and yeah, they're just so fast. Every year gets faster and faster and faster.
And it's actually quite humid here as well, because it's been raining during the day, so they're actually going to be feeling the heat out there at the moment. I think they're going to start to be getting quite hot. Just going past all those fields, those farmlands with all the humidity in the air, also that extra point of heat exhaustion starts to kick in.
First time we see different starts for the women and the men on the 360. It's been incredible to just see two different races, the men's and the women's.
Yes.
It's just been a bit more tactical. They know where they are, what they're doing, who they are, who they're with.
Who their competitors are. Yeah. Definitely tactics come into play. It's a different race once you have separated out the men and the women, and I really like it that way. And I think all the women really like it as well. They get to display their talents, they get to show their strengths, and they really can look at their fellow competitors and say, okay, well, that person's good on the flat, this person's good on the climb. Like, when can I attack? So the strategies really do come in. We were talking to G earlier. Unfortunately, she has abandoned the race due to that crash and then the hand injuries she sustained. But you know, there was a lot of tactics that were going into the day of thinking we know she's very strong on the flats, but last year she came second. She on the final climb of the day, she wasn't able to stick with the leader, and so this year there were plans to attack at certain points. So if it was the men's race, that would have to be a completely different strategy, because you don't know at that point if there are women who have gotten into a men's group and are being supported by the men. So it's really wonderful to see the women's have a separate rate. I think it's been a really great addition, and it's just pushed that side of the sport forward. I really like it.
Yeah, it's something we've been fighting for so many years, and it's just incredible for this organization to take it into plan. I think all the riders are going to be super happy.
And also the number of riders as well. Like, if we look at how many women were entering these events a few years ago, there's been a real push to get more and more women into the racing. And it's really been working. The women are more and more involved and supported by the sponsors and supported by the organisations. And more women are being encouraged to come forward. So a friend of ours, Sammy, she had a women's ride earlier in the week, so that kicked off the Traka, and we had, I think, 60 or 70 women out there on the gravel bikes just riding around, and everyone's so encouraging, and everyone, it doesn't matter if you're professional or you just want to go for a little ride, everyone's out there having a great time. So we're just seeing more of that growth in the sport from the women coming through. So I think the more women that can get out on the bikes, the better. It's a fantastic sport to start and have that adventure.
We also have the Girona Gravel Girls group
Yes.
here that they do pretty big rides every month. And yeah, we've done rides with 100 of women, so it's just really nice to see.
And anyone's invited. It doesn't matter. You can be on an e-bike, you can be on a mountain bike, you can be on a gravel bike. It's a no-drop ride. It's super encouraging for everyone to come, and it's really just about getting people out there, and you meet new friends and pick up a new hobby. And for me, as a physiotherapist, I'm always about trying to get people to exercise and be healthy, and I think cycling is just a fantastic way to do that, because even if someone has had a hip injury or a knee injury or a back injury, cycling is and they can't run anymore, cycling is a wonderful way for them to stay active and stay healthy. So I'm very biased because it's one of my favorite things to do, but I do think it is one of the best things.
Yeah. We're back with the leading woman. Yeah, you
Sarah's
can see
paint
Sarah's face, but everybody's face. Look at Caro. Caro, usually she always smiles, and she's just, yeah, as you said, they're all in their zone. I think they're thinking about what's going to happen, how they're feeling, doing a bit of a recon of their body. Still have really tough sections to go. So yeah, from what we're seeing, I really do not know who is gonna...
No, it could be any of them, couldn't it? It's hard to tell. And on the last climb, they were together the whole time. Really, no one. They were trying to break each other, but really, they were as good as each other.
Yeah, we didn't see a move. We're seeing these drone images.
Beautiful images. And it will be very humid there with all that heavy farmland, very wet, very humid.
I think especially these three riders will like this kind of weather.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be a bit warmer today, and a lot of them were having a bit of doubts if they were prepared enough for the heat. But I think today, weather-wise, a bit of rain, coldish in the morning, humid with a bit of sun now. It's been pretty good for racing, but we'll need to ask them when we get them here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they're feeling. Sometimes when you're riding and then there's a little bit of rain that comes through, it actually feels lovely. Yeah.
Even the river crossings, when you're too hot, it's like, okay, a bit of a breather. Not for your bike, but
no, and then your chain starts to get quite noisy.
I've heard some chains just like squeaking a lot. So for the people that are tuning in, this is your leader woman. This is going to be the podium for the moment. It's Carolina Migon from Past Normal Racing Team, Axel Duban-Prevot, and Sarah Storm from the USA Specialized Rafa SRAM Racing Team.
Look at those views, isn't that stunning?
Just so green, and then the farm houses, beautiful stone, really typical from around the region.
Mountains in the distance, it's really, really lovely.
I don't remember a spring this green.
No, no. This is the greenest, I've been here for 6 years, and this is the greenest spring that we've had. Because we had a month of rain, which again was very unusual for Girona. Everyone was very depressed for a month.
Including me.
People were saying, I want to leave to go to London where there's some sun. I want to leave up to France. And Belgium was really sunny. And it's like, this isn't right. I live in Spain. I need some sunshine.
Yeah, if it didn't have this Traka coming soon, I would have called my mother and told her, like, Mom, I'm just going to Mexico because I need some sun. This is just going to kill me. I didn't sign up living to this weather.
No. Reminded me of living in London. I was like, how did I survive in London for that many years with no sunshine? Don't know.
I don't know. My hat's off to those people that live in those countries that rains a lot or it's just grey. We're pretty lucky around Girona because it's usually sunny. Even if it's cold in January and February, we just get the sun and it just makes us happy.
It does make us happy.
And then we had the wettest March ever, and everybody was pretty grumpy.
Are we that superficial?
Yeah, I've met with a lot of people, and yeah, our character wasn't the best.
Yeah. And a lot of us get used to riding only in the fair weather, and so when it's raining we don't go out on our bikes, and if there's no sunshine and there's no bike riding we get a little bit sad.
Yeah. Grumpy people.
I'd like to see if Danny and Heather have made up any time on these three, because I do think this long flat section, if these three are, does look like they're taking it a little bit easier. Looks like they're taking the foot off the pedal a little bit for the climb. So I do wonder if Heather and Danny
we don't have any updates at the moment, but we'll see what we can do.
There's been a lot of comments coming through on the YouTube feed where just saying how great the footage is. It's so nice to be able to actually tune into a race and not just dot watch, but actually see a long distance race and have the camera footage the whole way through. It's really a fantastic production, I think, where we can see what the riders are doing, and we can see their faces, we can see the interaction between them all. And,
oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, so I think there's been some really good feedback on the footage, and these drone pictures are just spectacular. So
yeah,
it's
I haven't been able
to
to read the comments, so I'll read them later, and I want to thank everybody that's tuning in and just watching this, and all the team that do the work so you can have the race and see the riders and see the power they're putting through. So thank you very much, and yeah, we appreciate it. I think I've never seen Girona from a drone.
I haven't seen it from a drone. It's really pretty.
Yeah.
Really pretty.
And as we were saying, it reminds me of Tuscany. No, a bit?
Yes, absolutely. And actually the other thing is, if we're up in Cap de Cruz region, so if you're also up in slightly north of Girona, there's some beautiful parts to ride gravel through there, and that also looks like parts of Italy as well, where you're just on the coastline and these beautiful little towns and the beautiful water, the sweeping bays. It's a really stunning part of the world. So not just Girona itself with all these wonderful paths, but catching trains and then doing small rides out of there. I mean, these riders will have actually ridden that entire distance today, but catching a train out and then doing a bike ride and catching a train home is also a wonderful way to explore these beautiful parts of the world.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because we were talking about that this morning, and yeah, I think we're just so spoiled. There's so many good riding to do around. You leave your door, we are always right from our door.
5 minutes from the door,
and then you're on the gravel. Even 2 if you want to. And then if you get bored of the gravel we have around, that it usually doesn't happen, you just take the train and completely change the background and the gravel, and you can reach so many places and do so many different kind of adventures. But yeah, as I said, my favorite part of this course is the Cap de Cruz region, Port de la Selva, my favorite little town, Cadaqués, just really beautiful. Bit of a descending, perfect terrain, not that loose, not that wet.
That little bit of rain actually makes it a little bit sticky, which is kind of nice. So you just feel like you've got a little bit more grip going around the corners. I think when everything was a little bit drier a few days ago, there were some riders that were doing some recce rides, and we had a few crashes even on some of the riders doing the recce rides. I saw a couple of riders today that unfortunately were doing some recon and came off because it was just so dusty. But now actually I think this will be a really nice surface to be going through, taking away just that little bit of loose dust on the surface and making it a little bit stickier. It makes the tyres a little bit heavier. It does make it put a little bit more, feels a little bit heavier as you're riding it, but yeah, it does make it that little bit less slippery.
Yeah, we saw Simon Nordal falling off his bike. It's just we were saying that when it's a bit wet, just starting to rain and on the road, sometimes, yeah, the tires slip and hopefully nothing happened and he got back in his bike and he got third at the end.
Did he fall on the road or did he
Yeah,
fall on the
he
road?
fell on the
yeah,
road.
yeah. And that's tricky as well, going from the gravel surface to the road surface. The sticking point just changes quite a lot. We say that in races like Paris-Roubaix, where the riders need to be so aware, and the best riders in the world, you see them go down. So it's nothing with the skill of the riders. Sometimes it can just be a loose rock, sometimes it can just be a loose bit, and they're going so fast to have to adjust moment to moment. It's yeah, it happens to everyone.
Yeah, and especially after 350 kilometers.
Yes, yes, yes.
Your reactions are not the same.
So it looks like the girls are having, doesn't look like they're talking to each other. Looks like they're sharing the load here.
You know where we are. They're gonna hit the Via Verde in a few moments.
Yeah.
You can see all the people working on the crossings, make it safe for the people to cross, stopping the cars. Yeah, back in the Via Verde that we all from here know pretty well.
Yeah, and you can go quite fast on this Via Verde because it is a little bit downhill, tiny bit downhill. So you sort of pick up speed. You feel like it's not a full rest, but you just feel like you're going fast with just a little bit less effort, which is really quite nice. And actually, if you're third wheel on this part, you can really not put much power down. So tactically, this would be an interesting one to sit at the back a little bit, have a little bit of a rest. There's not too many obstacles in the way on this. It's really quite a smooth path. There's really not many big rocks. There's a few little crossings and a few little dips and bumps, but compared to some of the other stuff they've been on, this is actually quite a smooth part of the
highway.
Yeah, it's the highway. It's the highway home. So I think sitting at the back is a smart way to go in this section.
Yeah, this used to be the old train tracks. And it's a pretty nice path that goes, yeah, to a lot. This one, if you go the other way, you can go to a lot, and it's a really, really nice ride. And if you take it to the other side, you can get to the beach. So
yes,
it's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
It's an easy way in and out of Girona. So if they kept going straight, they would get to Girona faster, but no. They're gonna turn left at some point to go through Constantine's and then, yeah, the new part that Gerard had them going on. And
thanks, Gerard. There's always that moment in one of these races where you turn to each other and you're just like, thanks, Gerard. Actually, it's probably not the word thanks comes out of your mouth. It's probably like, damn you, Gerard.
Oh, yes. Oh,
I remember being on some rides on some of these Traka events, and then when you're listening to other people say the same thing, you're like,
love-hate relationship.
damn you, Gerard. Why did you put this one in? Why now? We're about to finish. Why put that last hill in? He does the same thing with the trail races. We also have some really cool trail races, running races here in Girona. And it's never, you think you're home and there's always a turn and there's always a hill and there's always some extra thing to do. So this is exactly what these riders are going to be doing.
And he even has a name for them.
Oh,
You know,
does he?
calls them Portland.
Portland?
So when you hear Gerard saying, oh, and then we go to Portland, so that's a really steep climb that you're not going to like. So
Does he not like Portland?
He likes them. He likes putting them on. I don't think he likes to ride
the
them.
city. Does he call them Portland because he doesn't like the city of Portland?
No. I heard this story at some point, but now I don't remember.
Okay.
After 10 hours of dreaming, yeah, my head is
Your
not...
head is, you need some more glucose
Yeah,
yourself.
I'll have to get back to that story, but now it's not coming back to my head.
But we
to my
know,
mind.
yeah, if we know if Portland is the word, then look out. Yep.
So if you've heard a bit of the videos he's done to tell you the course and you're doing the rides. If you hear the word Portland, yeah, just be careful.
Take a gel a little bit before.
Yeah.
Get ready, because you're going to need it in your legs.
Get your notes and grab that kilometer and be ready for that, the Portland. So this, the women have one more Portland to go.
One more Portland to go.
Yes, steep one. And I think we are gonna see the race decided at that point.
And so once they finish the top of that climb, how many kilometers then do we have to the finish? It's about 15 after that final climb?
No,
or not even.
Not even. I think it's less than 10.
Less than 10. Okay, so yeah. So less than 10, then it's going to be, if someone catches the break over the top, they're going to be hard to catch.
Yeah, they still have the single track before passing San Gregory.
Yeah, but these riders are so good at that.
Yeah, but you've been riding for 13 hours. So it's always the pressure that you're in front. You have to keep calm on your mind. It's not, you have to be like, okay.
You have to be loose. You can't tighten up.
Yeah. And thinking about not committing any mistakes.
Yeah.
Because one little mistake can cost you. I think at this point it could cost you the race.
Absolutely. If one of these riders, has a mistake, the others are so good, they're just going to... And I think at this time of the race, like when G had her crash, they were waiting. They were, that was all very nice. Really nice to see them all supporting each other. However, at this part of the race, I don't know that they would be sticking around to wait. I think now it's game face. It's every woman for herself.
100%. We saw in the men's side when Seaman had the fall, Jan Stockley waited for him.
How far out was that to go?
Maybe 25 or 30. So that was a pretty nice gesture. Yep. And then we saw them like tapping their backs and talking to each other. So it's what gravel is.
It's kind of what gravel is, even at the professional level. Yeah.
So we saw them turn. They're not in the Via Verde anymore. They're heading directly to the last little Portland, last little single track up. Then
so I'm so keen to see if they attack. I'm so keen to see if who's got the legs for it. If they, because they're all going to be hurting. There's no question about that. So who's going to mentally push themselves a bit further, or if they push too hard, do they blow up? This is the point. It's hard to know.
And then the three of these riders are really good climbers.
Yes.
They love climbing.
Yes.
They love descending. They're pretty good technically, all of them. So yeah, it could be anybody's race at the moment.
Well, who do you think's going to win? Who's your call?
They all have poker faces. It's hard to tell. Maybe it could be 5 minutes.
Okay.
Once they hit the climb,
once you see them on the first on the first part of the climb.
Once they hit that part that they're not really far off, I think it's going to be less than 4 or 5 kilometers where they hit. You know where they are.
I do. This is one of my favorite little rides to do. There's a beautiful little 30k gravel route that you can do just around the river, and the little crossing they just went over. It's super pretty to the right there. You can see the river in the background. And again, this stretch of gravel is really, it's champagne gravel through here. It's really smooth,
fast,
really fast, a little bit rolly, but mostly flat. And then when they hit that climb, it's not a small climb. I wouldn't choose that on my way home.
No, definitely not. Especially me or you. We just want fast rolling gravel.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think these riders don't really like this type of terrain. They're looking forward to the bit of a climb. Maybe, I don't know after so many kilometers, but yeah.
No, I think they would look forward to, like, right, okay, this is the opportunity. This is where, because you'd be thinking, this is where my opponent's going to go, or am I going to go? You've been mentally steeling yourself for the past few kilometers, saving your legs where you can to be ready, because if you don't have the mental toughness at this point, you can crack, because it's hard. You have to be ready to push harder than what you've been pushing for the last 13 hours. So, yeah.
Yeah, and also we were saying that they're all going through pain at this moment, but it's easier to handle pain if you know you can win this race.
Sure.
So if somebody goes a bit in front, the other rider cracks because now their pain is not for winning.
Interesting, interesting. The psychology of it all.
Yeah. So this is a bit of a why. It was a bit blocked this part the other day, but I think they've cleaned it up.
So if you were one of these three right now, what would you be thinking? What would you be doing?
Saving a lot of energy.
Saving energy?
Energy, yes.
Be at the back? Taking fuel?
Yes, 100%. Trying to get as much energy in my system as I could. Drinking a bit of water because after this point, I don't think you're going to be able to. So you have to get all the food, all the energy now. Passing, doing relays as well, but maybe not pushing myself so much, just helping out but saving energy. And I think
bit of a roll through.
We've seen all these riders doing that at the moment. Nobody's pushing really hard, they're just riding and just getting poker faces, getting ready. They all know, they've reckoned this part and they know what's coming. Yeah, I think it's also going to be, see? Sarah is reaching for a gel. It's exactly the moment where to do it.
And particularly here, again, the terrain is very flat here, so it's hard to fuel on races where, on the gravel, where you don't know where there's a pothole coming up, you don't know where there's a bump coming up, and if you're really close behind a wheel, you actually really can't see. That's why they leave a little bit more space in between, so you can actually even see where you're going, so you can dodge some of the puddles and the rocks.
It's pretty white terrain over here, so it's the perfect place to do what Sarah's doing. Just refueling. Look, she's reaching to her bottle, getting some water or electrolytes in. Yeah. She knows perfectly what's happening next, what she's gonna do. See, resting her legs a bit.
Smart. I think being at the back here is smart. I think that's the move.
They're a few kilometers off that left turn they're gonna do, where they go back of the farm. Yep, here there's a bit of a bump because it was a bit of a blockage. You know where the that's gonna cost her a bit of energy. We saw that in the cyclocross world championships where Lucinda lost the.
Oh yes.
So
that was
just
the
looked
race.
exactly the same.
That was the race, wasn't it? Just that second.
But Sarah's quickly back on the wheel,
stretching her neck still.
Looking to each other. They all know this is the point. The race is gonna be decided, so I think Heather and Danny, we're seeing some men on the back, but for sure, yeah, Danny's crossing, Heather's there, and then two of the male riders just back on the wheel. Please, if you're hearing us, let the women race. Let them race by themselves. Yeah, hitting the Via Verde. So there are a couple, more than 6 minutes after.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they've gained much time.
No.
I
think this is going to be a fight for the 4th and 5th position if nothing happens.
Yep. I think they have definitely secured the lead.
Yeah, the 3 riders know it and they have a golden opportunity to fight for the win. This year at Traka, we're seeing Danny and Heather just in front of those 2 male riders. That should not be blocking the motor, but yeah, getting there. Still a bit of work to do, but
I think Sarah will win. Yeah.
So yeah, We're here in the plateau where we have all the sets, the Catalan set, the Spanish set, and the English commentating. And we're trying to make our bets. Who is gonna win?
Who's gonna win?
A lot of different opinions. So
It's always a good sign if we don't know who's gonna win. Anyone's race.
yeah. So Danny and Heather's wheel, they know each other from racing in the US. Danny does a bit of racing back there, and she's done pretty good.
She's such a great character in the sport. She's so fun. She's got so much energy. She's been in gravel for a long time, and so I think she's a favourite within all the other professionals as well. And it's you can be, and there were some interviews that were happening earlier in the week, and you can be very good friends off the bike, but Danny is a very strong competitor on the bike. So I think most of these
They all are.
riders at this level, you can be very smiley and friendly off, but it is when push comes to shove. Yeah, white line fever, we call it. White line fever.
Yeah, but it's nice to see the friendships that, like, they all mostly all train together and they're pretty friendly outside. But when it's race time, it's race time. It's a job.
Yep.
So they all want to win. They all want to perform. So it's really nice to watch and incredible to see this woman performance that they're showing us today. And did you know that Dani was thinking of not starting?
Oh, I heard she was sick.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, since she got from, she was in sea otter and she wasn't feeling her best. So she came back to Girona, did some blood test, and she was pretty low energy. And so she just decided to rest the week and see how she was feeling. Decided to start this morning, and
impressive race considering she's and what a smart decision to do as well. I think a lot of people think that I need to be training all the way up to race day, but on a race like this, actually a rest week can be one of the best things you can do, because I mean, she's not new to this sport. She's got so many hours in her legs. She's a seasoned professional, and so for her, a really smart move to take a week off, let her body recover, and then she doesn't need those extra couple of rides on the day. She either will be able to perform or she won't, and today she's performing, so hats off to her. She's having a great race and just shows what a professional that she is to make those decisions.
Yeah, these riders know their body so well that when they think or feel something off, they just go and see and find an answer to see what they're feeling.
Yep.
Almost off the Via Verde. They'll turn left here, another left. They'll go in the middle of the factory, turn right, do a little single track, and get
back to where we saw the last footage.
Okay.
Here we are.
Hitting the critical stage, starting the last climb.
15 kilometers to go. Ooh, that looks like a little tough section there.
And it's gotten way better now. But this, a month ago, was pretty technical. They've done a great job just cleaning it out. All the people that gone through as well.
Yeah, we have a bit of that with the mountain bike trails and gravel trails. If you're on a road or on a path and you see a big rock, sometimes you'll just stop and move it out of the way, which is really nice.
We're seeing Hugo by the course. He's Axel's boyfriend, cheering her out. yeah, maybe giving her some advice, some extra energy. He's gonna race, I think he's racing tomorrow, the 200. Yeah, you can see how tough this climb is, still with them running by their side. Yelling. He's giving some advice. I cannot really hear well what he's saying, but the moto in front, blocking a bit.
We've got a change of Sarah's going to take the front.
And Kara's going second.
Kara's going
Axel
second.
third. But they're not letting themselves asymmetry between each other. Cannot tell.
No, can't tell. I'm trying to look at their body. I'm trying to look at their posture. I'm trying to look at, are their hips moving around more? Sometimes we can just see when someone's fatiguing, we see a bit more movement in the body. We see the hips move around more. We see the shoulders move around more. But they just look like they're pushing well. Not seeing. Oh, oh. That looks like
a bit of a slip from Kara's wheel.
Yeah.
But still there.
Still there. Covered it.
Wider bit of, they're off the single track. It's a bit wider here. Ooh, all the cheering.
Nice little crowd. Very good. Go, go, go.
The cheering squad, they're in the great spot to, yeah, just to get the riders through the finish. They need all the help they can get.
And it does help.
Oh, 100%.
It really does help. You sometimes don't, if you're cheering on the sides, I've often been cheering on the sides for the riders, and you're not sure if they can hear you because sometimes they've got their game faces on, but they definitely can. And yeah, so if you are interested at all, ride the bike out, come cheer out some of the riders for the next couple of days, and it's a bit of a party atmosphere.
Yeah, that's why in ultra cycling, you know, it's not allowed to be cheering people because
Really?
they say it's an advantage.
Really?
Yeah, and it is an advantage. It just gives you extra energy.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So, yeah.
I'd probably still cheer. I'd
I
whisper
know,
it.
it's hard not to. Because you know how much they're suffering and the pain they are. It's like, you just want to make their day easier.
A little bit easier, just a little bit more of a push.
They just look, all of them look so strong.
Can't separate them.
No. I think we're gonna see a sprint finish for the look of it.
I was thinking there'd be an attack on the climb. I'd be thinking they'd be able to, one of them would just push for it, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to separate. They're just going to ride hard all the way through.
They're gonna hit a single track here, the one we did for Santa Val, but in the other direction.
Yep.
And then from there on is downhill, flat, single track, and on the way here, the way to the finish line. They're so strong, they're just pedaling.
High speed turnover.
Good cadence, good power.
Some more cheer squads on the side, very good. Ali, Ali, Ali.
Yeah. Oh. We're here with Danny and Heather Jackson. This is the fourth and fifth position. Really strong ride from both of them.
And Danny looks great, as Heather does as well, but she's in a much lower position. She's in that almost in an aero position. Just strong and steady.
This is where Sarah made a bit of a mistake. Maybe Everybody went through. Back to the back to the leading woman. Okay, no, 3 together. They were just passing a bit of the men.
And good job to the guys, sticking to the left to allow the women to come through. And as you were saying, this is the point where we just wouldn't want to see the guys jump onto the back, because we want to see the women keep their own race.
Yeah, they're starting the descent.
This looks like a fun descent. Probably not after 346 kilometers, but this does look fun.
Yeah, it's a bit sketchy and a bit broken, but pretty fast descent. So yeah, just keep in mind that.
Maybe on a mountain bike. Oh, that is a sketchy area.
Yeah,
that looks tough.
Ready to hit the single track in a few moments. Wow.
And it's sometimes that disruption of the pedal stroke, you know, where you have to stop for that moment, you have to adjust. It takes that little bit more. It hurts actually in that moment.
Everything hurts.
Everything hurts.
This moment. We heard Simon saying, like, how do you feel? It's just hurting, pain everywhere. So I think this is what these women are feeling at the moment, just pain. And the question, who can handle the most pain in this moment? This is the single track I was telling you about. It's just the one we did for Santabal. It doesn't have anything, it's pretty flat, but you have 350 kilometers in your legs, in your body. You cannot make any mistakes here. It's pretty fast. Ooh, you've seen how outgrown the vegetation is.
Yeah.
Not even the moto can keep up with this riders. And then from this on, descend down to San Gregory gravel.
Yes, another really lovely area, lovely section. Do we have a split?
Yep, I think she's a bit in front. She's made a bit of a gap.
On that single track.
Whoopa, we're back to the finish and start section. Seeing all the crowd. It's a pretty big crowd today. Lots of people around. Almost 5,000 riders taking part on Traka.
Wow.
All the distances, the 560, the 360, the 200 and the 100. Here we have Axel. See how fast the descent is, but it has a bit of jumps in between some rocky sections.
This is where you really want to have practiced this route. You really want to not be seeing this blind for the first time.
100%.
To go this fast, you sort of need to know what's coming up.
Oh, this is Sarah. I don't know if she's
behind or in front, maybe behind. There were some riders just in front of her, but I couldn't quite see if they were...
Yeah, I think that's Axel, just in front.
Yep, she's pushing like she wants to try and close that gap, which is going to be essential, because if you lose those two... that will be very difficult to catch back up.
Now Danny and Heather had hit the last little climb, bit of technical section. For the ones tuning in, Heather and Danny are a bit in front. We have two men blocking a bit the view of the moto, so he's just gonna wait a bit, and yeah, we'll get to see them a bit farther ahead. Back to the leading woman.
We have a split.
Yeah, we have Caro, and on her wheel it's Axel, not letting her go a bit. Caro knows what means to win this race. She wants it as well, but Axel is not letting her go 1 centimeter.
So her descending skills there have actually been the braking move. So everything was all even on the uphill, and this is actually quite a steep downhill section as well. This was on the Santoval course, as I remember, so we climbed this up.
Yes, it's a famous climb to Sangrao.
Super fast. Also, the roads will be a little bit damp here from the rain. There she is.
Yeah. I think this is where you were cheering last year.
Yeah, yeah. I was just on that corner to the left there, just as the hill started. And then this year we went a little bit further up, just onto where it turns into the gravel section.
Yeah, Sarah's not letting them go.
She's going to have to push so hard in this moment to catch them, and at the same point, the other two will know she's off the back. So this is where they are going to be putting it all out. There are no moments to back off at this point.
They'll hit some double tracks, gravel double tracks for a while before hitting the last single track.
And she's back. What a good job. That would have put a bit of fatigue in her legs though. That would have stung a bit. Each little time you have to accelerate just takes that little bit of zap out. That's impressive. She caught back on. Good on her. I think you're right. It's going to be a sprint finish.
I know she really wants it. She has a second place. She has a third place. I think this is the closest she's been to winning Traka 360. So all of these women want the win, want to be the queen, the queens of this Traka. And yeah, we've seen an incredible racing, incredible performance from all of them. Yeah, to the ones just tuning in, top 3 of the podium is going to be here. Less than 10 kilometers to go, 350 kilometers in their legs, double tracks. They're going to hit the last single track pretty soon. 2 river crossings. This is going to be a pretty key section as well.
Yeah.
So it's Sarah Storm, the 3rd position at the moment, Axel in 2nd position, and Caro Migon, the winner from last year's edition, on the front. Bit of hesitation here. What's going to happen? Bit of drinking, last nutrition, because this, from now on, once they hit the single track, no turning back.
And single track, you know, impossible to overtake.
Impossible to overtake.
The most dangerous part there is the fatigue, is taking your eye off, not sure. Like, who's going to take the front? Who's going to be taking... Because if you take the front in the single track, you are pulling the others the whole way through. So...
But you want to be in the front in the single track, I think.
Well, you want to see where you're going, that's for sure.
Yeah. I think
then you can dictate the pace more.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I wonder if we'll see a little attack coming into that single track to see who gets that front position.
You want to be in the front for the single track. Danny and Heather hitting the last part of the climb to Sangrao. They don't get to the top of Sangrao, thank God.
That's really steep.
Yeah, it's a big climb. It won't be fair for them after so many hours on the bike, but they do go a bit up Sangrao and then hit the single track and then the descent to where we're seeing the race leaders of the Traka 360 women's race.
And do you think now is too late for fueling? No, we're seeing a little bit of drinking, but 10 kilometres to go. Do you think their stomachs can tolerate it anymore? Is it just
I think you can tolerate. You need a bit of caffeine, but I don't know if it will hit so soon. But if she's reaching out, she's, maybe also...
I mean, 10 kilometres is still, it's not, there's still a little bit left, right? So I think probably if they're feeling it, they would be still wanting to take a bit of nutrition, but because the sprint, if it comes down to a sprint, you need to have that power in the legs.
Oh, man. This could be...
Això és per tirar. Bueno, jo ja segueixo. Jo tinc més de la meitat.
I was hearing some comments from the moto. Talking to the, I think, male riders. Trying to control, to let the women, just have the race. Because this is where the fireworks are we're gonna see the fireworks.
Here we go. That comes some single track.
Yeah. No, it's not yet the single track, but this is a double track that's a bit more broken.
But sometimes you have to swap from side to side. I do remember this one because...
Yeah, and there's some potholes. So this is not a smooth gravel as we've seen just back there.
But fast.
But fast. We've seen Sarah wanting to go to the front. I think it's a pretty good move. Because this turn to the right to the single track is going to happen pretty soon. You're going to have to cross 2 big puddles of water. That could be something as well, and then from there on the single track.
And also on those puddles, you need to know which line you take, because if you take the wrong line, then we've seen a lot of people crash in those puddles when they don't know which way to go.
Okay, Heather is pushing ahead from Dani. She's fighting for the 4th position. We knew she was going to have an amazing day and loving the course, but yeah, I think she's just firing up.
Pushing on. What a competitor. And she's got so much experience. She's been in the long distance racing for a long time. Long history.
Yeah, 5th last year at Unbound. She touches so many different disciplines, and she's just so strong mentally. Heather Jackson fighting for the 4th position, just dropping Dani Shrosby. They've been working together for last 100 of kilometers, so yeah, this is where she hit the hammer. Okay, yep, we knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah,
the men letting them pass. They hit the first pothole, Caro Migon on the front, Sarah Storm just on her wheel, and then Axel Duban-Prevot on the 3rd position, trying to pass Sarah, but yeah, here, yep.
All through safe.
Yep, all safe out of there. Caro getting a bit of a few meters in front. Good job on the men getting away from the course, letting the women pass. Getting their own race. You know this single track pretty well.
Yes, yes, we've done this many times. And it is very fun. It's, as you can see, it's pretty dense, lots of twists and turns. You're in the middle of the forest. Really good fun. I don't normally go this fast.
Me neither.
I normally take my time and enjoy the scenery a little bit more, but yeah, it's good fun.
I think Caro has a few meters in front. I don't see her in the footage, so I know she's a few meters in front of Sarah. Sarah in second position, Axel just in her wheel. Great day of racing from this strong field of women.
Ooh, hit the brakes.
Yep,
That's
this
a bit of a rocky section.
Bit of a rocky section. Yeah, and these women are doing it on daytime, but a lot of the women and the men do this part in the middle of the night. So
the visibility would be insane. Like around these tight corners, you could not see where you were going.
No, you really need a good light here.
Yeah.
And then it starts to open up a bit more flowy up here.
Yeah, looks like there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah, Caro's made a bit of a gap.
I wonder if she will push on harder, because this is a good opportunity. This is a really good time to push on if she has the legs, because you can't really work as a team to catch up at this point.
No. I think at this moment we might have a winner.
Oof.
Still a few kilometers off.
Big call, big call.
Caro Migon is a bit in front of the race leader, following by Sarah Storm and Axel Duval-Prevost. Yeah. Now we're switching to the Danny and Heather, fourth and fifth position. Seeing a bit of the men blocking our image. We're gonna need to have a bit of a talk with this group of men at the finish line.
At the finish line.
Yes. Heather, yeah, just in front, you could see her. Back to second and third position. So Sarah Storm and Axel fighting a bit, trying to catch Caroline, that took advantage in this single track and just, yeah.
And she's just pulled in front. It would be so interesting to see how far ahead she's gotten, because we just can't see her at the moment. And that is, I mean, the visibility is not, because we're on such twisty and tight roads, the visibility is less, but that gives such a mental advantage as well, because you're out of sight, out of mind, and you can just push on, and she'll have that taste of win in her mouth. She will be not holding back for anything, probably taking a few risks at the front, taking these corners pretty tight.
Starts to open up here. They're gonna do a right turn, Via Verde, entering Girona just here. It widens up.
And we can't see her.
No, we can't see her. And it's a bit of a climb, a tiny climb just after this crossing of the...
Under the bridge.
Under the bridge. Turning left. Bit of uphill. Maybe they'll get a pick here. We'll see. If they don't see it, nope. Yeah,
no, she's gone.
She's
gone. Is that the winning move?
I think so.
Oof.
We have a
We're very
winning
close.
move here. Axel getting into the second position. Sarah just on her wheel. We're going to see them just behind the factory that, as we said to the men, this used to be a single track, but now it's just, they've turned it into a, yeah, proper cycling path. So
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh, pretty smooth. You'll see.
Yep.
You'll be impressed.
Yeah, I'll have to go check it out.
So this is the beginning. They put pretty wide cycling lane here. They'll turn to the right, hit the cycling path.
Oh yeah.
Even concrete.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's pretty smooth.
This is very smooth.
Nothing compared to what we had a couple of months ago.
Used to be very overgrown, very single. Little dodgy bridge to jump over.
Yes, pretty narrow. Even it's been closed for a couple of years because the bridge fell and it was a bit dangerous. So they decided to do a proper bike lane. So if you're tuning in, this is second and third position at the moment. There's still a fight for the podium. Axel Duval-Prevost and then Sarah Storm. We have Caro Migon just a few meters in front. She did her winning move and the last single track. She just opened a few meters and just open it a bit more.
We might be able to see her just in front now, because this is a long straight section. So could these riders work together to catch her? Because there's still a little bit of time. There's a little bit of a chance to close that gap. So I don't think you're right. I don't think she's won it. I don't think it's the winning move. I think there's still chance. I still think we might have a sprint finish.
I think it's the winning move. We'll see.
We'll see.
This is Caro. Yeah, we're seeing footage of Caro. She's just flying.
Oh, she's flying.
Yeah, this is a double track just outside of the Bessa Park. She'll at some point turn right, hit a couple of turns, a bit more single track, but just pretty simple. And we'll have her in this park in a few moments.
And she still looks good. Just checking around. How much space does she have? Can she see them at the back? Just don't look back. Just keep going. Keep pushing. Up out of saddle. Oh, we love to see it. Keeping that high speed.
Carolina Migon here, the winner of last edition Traka, the winner of the Gravel Earth Series from last year as well, from Poland, but living in Switzerland. The always smiling Carolina Migon from the Path Racing team. Oh, she almost has it.
Oh, and that winning move came so, just in that single track, it was so interesting to see. She just slipped away. She obviously knew the course, she knew when to go, and she is pushing so hard now out of the saddle, keeping that tempo really high. Yeah, I think she has it. Look at that. Look at it's very impressive to see. Like the pain that your quads would be in to get out of the saddle at this point in the race is impressive. Yes, she does. They're only turning that corner now. She has almost a minute ahead.
Yep.
That is an impressive lead that she has created in a very short period of time.
Yeah, now Carolina Migon, last couple of kilometers, and she's gonna be crowded. Just the queen.
The queen. She will be crowned the queen of the Traka. Again.
For a second year in a row. She's looking back, but we think she has it. Sarah Storm and Axel chasing hard. Not making it easy for her, but she has a couple bit more turns.
So close. She's under this last bridge.
Under the bridge. We can see her. She's, yeah, I think she can hear us now. She definitely can hear Oriol. Yeah, you can see the park here. She's gonna turn left here. Oh, next right. My heart is pumping. It's just so incredible to see this woman.
Keep going. Don't look. Go, go.
Come on.
Hey, we can see her coming through now.
Oh my God, yeah. Wow, yeah.
What a race. I am impressed. The motor is coming through. Here she's coming. Still pushing all the way.
Now she can feel it, she can hear it, she can taste it.
Last corner coming in. The crowd will now see her.
Second year in a row. That is such an impressive.
Yes, congratulations. We see her coming over.
13 hours, 38 minutes, gonna be 39 minutes. Carolina Migon from Poland, your winner, your queen. For the second year in a row of the Traka 360. What a day for the Path Normal team. Oh my God.
And she
to win it
deserves
1 year, but
that
to
drink.
win it 2 years.
Oh, very impressive. Oh, and here Sarah comes in third, but Axel coming second. Pushing all the way.
Axel Duban-Prevat second, Sarah Storm third. 3 times in a podium for Sarah. What a performance.
Impressive.
Maybe not what she wanted, but she has to be happy with this performance. What a race. What a spectacle we've had for 13 hours, 39 minutes.
And the first women's race, they've done it completely by themselves. That is...
Oh my God, that's how it feels to win Traka for the second year in a row. Gerard hugging Cano.
Hugs all around.
They've been racing for so long, but still have a bit of energy to celebrate. The pain, this is where the pain is just, yeah, it's totally worth it.
How is she still standing?
And now you see.
And smiling.
Yeah. Great performances, and now you can see all the media attention. This morning, I haven't seen that many media people around. We can hear the crowd just Caro, 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 Caro.
Oh, it's very cool.
I'm gonna see if I can hear what Oriol asks to Caro. Sarah's face. Axel. Yeah, they have to be proud with that incredible performance they all had. Hugo.
Lift the bike. Congratulations.
What a rider.
Impressive.
Traka Queen for the second year in a row.
Yeah. She looks like she could keep going.
I think she could.
I think she could. I think she could.
Both winners of Traka, Tobias and Caro, just getting to some words. Congratulations. They know how hard it is to win this event, how special it is as well.
And to start at 6 in the dark, and then to finish in the same place, so many kilometers later, so many hills climbed later, so much gravel later. King and Queen, very nice. Woo!
They have
Congratulations to Panamao.
a lot to celebrate today.
Mm-hmm. And I think there's a party tonight.
There's a party every night.
There's a party every night.
Not that I'm attending.
I think Taylor might be doing... oh, no, he's racing the 360 as well.
He had a bet, no?
He had a bet with his wife, Kasha, the winner of the Tour de France Femmes last year, that he could do the race, he could finish in, I can't remember if it was 14 hours or 15 hours, whatever it was. I think he did one training session, which was hilarious. There's on his Instagram video. It's worth a watch. Taylor's a very funny guy. And then, yeah, I can't remember if it's tonight or tomorrow. He's doing a DJ set to the wee hours of the night. So I think there's going to be no sleeping involved for a lot of people. Lots of Red Bull, lots of coffee. But these riders, they'll probably only need a few hours rest, and then they'll probably be up and going again.
Traka is just a party for everybody. We've just seen Heather a bit back on the single track, so we'll almost have her on this finish line. What a ride. What a day for her as well. Coming from the US, first time Traka, first time here, and yeah, what a performance.
Very impressive.
Past manager, you're so happy with the flag. Lot to celebrate. Yeah, thank you everybody for watching, for coming here, for being with us for so many hours, and yeah, enjoying this footage that the great team has given us. Okay, we'll get the interview after. We're not really able to hear her, but...
I love that. She did her best. It's like, well, your best is good enough. I think your best is pretty good.
Yeah, I really like Caro and Caro interviews. She's just such a joyful character. She always tries to see the positive in everything and just help everybody out. But as you said, it's a race and she's just gonna fight till the end.
Oh, she's a competitor. You know, she's obviously can go deep. She can push herself super hard, and yeah, her best is going to be hard to beat.
Sarah seems happy. They're chatting of all the things that happened during the race.
Yeah, yeah. Sammy taking some portraits.
Yeah.
We actually love seeing the dirt on the faces at the end. It's something funny, isn't it?
Yeah, and we're also seeing Anna. Anna is the SRAM mechanic. She's the saver of all the bikes, and she's the best mechanic. She's always around, always so helpful. She's been doing the 8 stations for so many riders, and it's always such a good person to have around.
Because yeah, a lot of these riders, they don't have personal mechanics like they might have on the road circuit. So having someone who's experienced to help them with bikes break. So you always need someone on board that can help with some of this stuff.
Yeah, the bikes get a beating after so many kilometers, so many different kind of terrain, rocks, mud, rivers. So these mechanics are lifesavers for us and for our bikes.
Yeah. I always feel sorry for my mechanic when I take my bike there. And they're like, what have you been doing to this bike? It's like, oh, just riding. Are we seeing, we should be seeing Heather and
pretty soon,
Danny coming through soon.
We kind of hear Oriol asking some questions to Sarah, Caro, and Axel, but we'll have them soon enough on the plateau here for some questions. And there we have the 3, the podium. Are they doing a 5 podium this year? Or a 3 podium? 5 podium? I think even 10.
Even 10 podium?
We're going to start the interview in a moment, so we'll get to hear their stories.
Love the stories. Love to hear the challenges that have happened, the ups, the downs. And they'll just be swapping stories now. They'll just be like, oh, remember when that happened? Oh, yeah. Oh, I was dying at this point. Oh, yeah.
35 seconds separating the three of them after 360 kilometers.
Hello, you were working all day together. Can you explain us how you organize yourself?
I'll do this one. We work on the climbs, we work on the flat. We knew that there are some less strong girls in the group, so we dropped them and then we just worked together till the end of the day. We tried our best on the climbs, but then we were kind of equally strong. So then, yeah, it was played out in the last 2K.
So what were your thoughts when Caro attacked?
It was not an attack, it was chaotical.
What happened? Can you explain it to us?
No, they were a monothrust at the end, and she just went, and she's really powerful, and yeah, monothrust? Single track. Yeah, sorry. And there was a guy. If you see him, we won't see him.
Oh.
Sorry, we're not serious.
It's okay. Sarah, we saw you very sad on on the finish line. What were your thoughts? What were your feelings?
Oh, I mean, I felt so good today. I mean, not the whole time, but yeah, it was just disappointing after fighting for it, and I just didn't have the snap for the sprint. But if it ended on the climb, I think, but it didn't. So yeah. I'm trying not to think about the result again, but because the day was actually quite good and I'm proud of the race that I had. It was pretty hectic. A lot of the men kept mixing in and eventually it was really chaotic, missing turns, and people got, caught up in crashes and yeah, so I'm happy to have stayed safe the whole day, and by the end we sort of figured out, like, the men just sat on our wheels and we just pulled them, and the four of us rotated, and unfortunately G had to drop out of the aid station because maybe a broken hand. So yeah, it was a really, it kind of flew by because there was so much going on. Yeah, but yeah, not the result, but a good day.
Okay, thank you. Now time to rest.
I think she will take a look at this moment and feel proud. I know she feels disappointed now, but she'll look back and be pretty proud of what she's done. Like 3 years in a row in the podium. She really wanted to win, but 3 years in a row in the podium of the Traka 360, it's something you have to be proud of. And yeah, she's an incredible rider. She'll get the win eventually. She had the perfect day today. She was saying that she felt strong, but yeah. Everybody's strong here, and yeah, we're seeing Heather Jackson just arriving to Fontajau. We're gonna have her 30 seconds, 40 seconds in the finish line. What a ride, what a day for this American rider.
So it seems like Dani wasn't able to catch back up. Heather dropped her on that last climb and has stayed out in front.
On the single track, we heard a bit of the stories of the men
coming into play a little bit. So because again, if someone, you just can't pass. But Heather
Jackson for you, 4th position, Traka 360, her first year doing Traka. I'm 100% sure she'll be back.
She will be happy with that result, I'm sure.
What a fighter.
She will have loved that that day, the battle. Yes, lift the bike. Congratulations. Very good. The sweaty, dirty hug. You don't care at that point. It's so exciting to see your friends, your family cross the line. Been dot watching them all day, been watching them compete all day.
Yeah, thank you everybody for looking at the streaming, bearing with us. Almost 10 hours of live streaming today. A lot of images, a lot of incredible moments, some bits of crashes, but hopefully everybody is having a good day and we're all enjoying Traka. We're gonna see Danny Shrosby pretty soon on the finish line.
Again, these riders just swapping stories. I'd love to have a microphone in there at the moment and get the real stories of the day and how they're feeling. And
me too. Sarah and Heather know each other pretty well. They go back to the racing in the US. We're seeing images of Caro winning, the queen of Traka 360. She fought, she conquered. What a battle between these three riders. Caro just did the move on the last single track and
she was too strong.
Yeah.
She pulled away and she got quite a big gap in the end and well-deserved winner.
Axel sprinting for the second position behind Sarah Storm, wrapping on your podium.
Danny's just finishing.
Oh, Danny Shrosby just crossing the line. We have her just in front of us. She's one of Girona favorites as well.
Yeah, Danny's great.
Danny's Strawberry, as they call her, because the Shrewsbury is a bit complicated, so Danny Strawberry.
Danny Strawberry, that suits her.
And you see the strawberry on her helmet today.
Ah.
And even on her bike, she has a bit of drawing and
nice.
Yeah, such a cheerful rider.
And after having come back from sickness earlier in this week, a really impressive performance by her today.
We're gonna, have Caro here pretty soon at the set.
Ask some good questions.
Yes.
Get some good stories.
Thank you, Kat.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Hi, Caro, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Queen of Traka, 2 years on a row. How does it feel?
Amazing. I have to admit that it was the goal of the season to defend the title, and I'm incredibly happy to do it again. I'm I cannot even explain how do I feel.
How was racing on your own race on the woman?
It was really cool. I just knew that no one will be bridge again. So on the flat, we could really do our work and not worry about the other girls. But then on the other hand, I also knew that then we would drop them on the climb. So so it was okay anyway. But at least we work the top three. We worked together for the whole day. It was really cool.
Were you thinking the last 20 kilometers, were you making a plan for yourself?
Yes.
What was the plan?
So I knew that I cannot drop the girls on the climb. I was hesitating a bit if maybe I attack somewhere, but then I was like, there are two, they will for sure chase. So my idea was just to stay behind on the climb and then go first on the descent. That's what I've done. But then Axel bridge and then also Sarah joined. So then it was just no, not the sprint, please. And I did the recon of the last part yesterday. And I also saw Axel today in the river struggling a bit. There are 2 rivers in the single track. Maybe I can just try my strength there. I know that I'm good technically. So I just enter first there on from to the single track. And then I just entered the river. I knew the paths where to go. And I just pushed full gas. I looked behind. After a while, I was like, okay, I cannot see the girls. Then I was like, keep pushing. And then it was, I think, 500 meters to go. And I was just like, yes. Yes. And then, I knew that I will win it.
That was the highlight of your day.
Yes, definitely. It was my whole day there, basically.
What was your low moment of today?
On the flat, I had issue with my the roller. My Wahoo said that one of the lever has low battery. It was not changing really well, so I had to stop. I used my phone. Thankfully, I took the phone because I was hesitating. Okay. I took the phone. I opened the app. I connected, and then I just changed my right clamp to change both sides.
Ah, that's pretty clever.
So I was super safe because mentally I was just okay, what do I do? Because I think I just had the mechanical, and it was because I changed the batteries yesterday.
Yeah.
So I was panicking.
Okay.
But then also I knew that on the flat the girls was not pushing that much, so I just stopped, do my stuff. But also it started to rain, so I couldn't use my phone easily. I was just that was really stressful.
And there were still a lot of kilometers to go.
Yes, that's.
And you did a whole the last kilometers with just one shift.
It was working sometimes.
Okay.
But then I could change I had just one buy.
Okay, yeah.
So it's just in the back. So on the right side I could change it up and down. So it was working. And sometimes it was working on the other side, but
wow.
But I knew that I'm safe because at least one side is working, so I could just manage.
Yeah, that's pretty clever from you.
Yeah, I knew I wanted to do it before the race. Was I just changed batteries, but of course you have to be prepared for everything during the Traka.
Oh, and what happened to G?
I think she crashed on a descent. I think after Luisa, and then she was struggling with her hand. I don't know if it's broken. Hopefully not. But then she had good legs, but she was really struggling with the pain in the hand. So I'm super sorry for her because it's hope it's not broken so she can still have a nice season.
Yeah, and it's nice to see how you work together and how you waited a bit and everybody was asking. So it's nice to see that.
Yeah, I'm also super happy that the girls were not drafting guys. And it was a fair race.
Fair play. Still need to have a bit of work now with the men that not get in the way, but
yeah, but at the end I think we are still stronger. We're just drafting on our wheels. It was a bit annoying, but it's okay.
Yeah, congratulations. And what's next for you?
So I'm going back home. Probably we'll have a party here in Girona tomorrow, and then I'm going to US 20th of May, and I'm doing a big block of racing there.
Nice. Good luck and congratulations. You're the queen of the Traka for the second year in a row. It's incredible performance, incredible to see you ride, and I just love your smile.
Thank you for the race. It was really cool.
Congratulations. They're telling us people are asking a bit more questions. So something that happened that you want to share with the audience?
It was a long day in general. We started pretty slow in the bunch. I thought that it will spread on the first climb, but it didn't. So we were working. We were just riding a big bunch of girls for I think 2 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. I thought that we are slow, but in the end, I think the time is quite okay that we finished.
I think it was 1 hour more than what you did last year.
Yeah, but it's
last year was with the men, so it's
yeah,
a bit
it was
different.
with the men. The course was a bit shorter, though it was slower because of the conditions. So it's hard to say, but I think I'm super happy with our performance.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance. It's a really good fight for the win. It was not easy for anybody. They all tried their skills, and you all know how to climb pretty well. You're really good descenders, the three of you. We didn't know here who would win.
Me either. The chances were equal.
We all saw them, on the flats, taking some energy, taking some water. Everybody knew that it was gonna be the fight till the end on those little single tracks. And yeah, you're the queen of Traka. I'm so happy for you, and just go and celebrate. Thank you, Caro.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations. We just heard from the queen of the Traka, Carolina Migon from Past Racing. Thank you, everybody, for being with us. Thank you for choosing the Traka. Thank you for just supporting us and seeing all these riders. We love gravel, we love nature, and we love you. So, just if you're around Girona, come join us here in Fontajau. Cheer for the people. Come see all the riders. Come talk to us. We'll be around. Some of the riders that done the 360 today will be on the start and finish tomorrow, just cheering as well of their friends. You see the faces of the 360 riders. It's just pain and joy at the same time. Their eyes are just crying. Media as well. It's been a long day for everybody, not just the riders, all the staff, all the people. Some stories, some great writing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye bye, Traka. What a day.